Mr. Clerk,
Mr. Chairman,
good morning. Good morning, everyone. I'm calling the Labor Committee public hearing to order and temporarily recessing and pending the arrival of our co-chair, who should be with us in a few minutes. Thank you.
Check 1, 2.
Good morning. Good morning. We will reconvene the meeting, the public hearing of the Labor and Public Employees Committee, and appreciate your patience. Just took a little longer than even I expected to get in. But we are here and ready to begin. And so I know that my co-chair already convened the meeting. I don't know if you guys, if the chairs and ranking had any comments they wanted to make. Did you already take care of that?
We did not pause the meeting.
And okay, then Representative Sanchez, would you like to make comments?
Good morning, everyone. Look forward to hearing public testimony today.
Thank you. And I see Ranking Member Senator Sampson.
Good morning, Madam Chairman. No real comments today, just looking forward to getting started.
Great. Representative Weir.
Morning, Madam Chairman, everybody. No comments here. Looking forward to listening to today's testimony. Thank you.
Great. And we will then begin with the first speaker on our speakers list, and our Honorable Comptroller, Comptroller Scanlon. Would you like to begin?
Yes, thank you, Senator. Good morning, Senator. Good morning, Representative Sanchez, Senator Sampson, Representative Weir, members of the committee. Good to be here testifying on my first bill of the 2025 legislative session. So thanks for having me here. To the clerk, if Jessica Muirhead from my staff can be also added, that would be helpful, as I'm sure she will be instrumental in answering questions. I'm here before you all today on behalf of Senate Bill 1221, an act making changes to the Connecticut Retirement Security Program. This is a bill that my office has been working on for the last 3 sessions. It was first introduced, or something like it was first introduced in the first year of my term as comptroller in 2023, then again in 2024, and we're back in 2025. Because we believe that this bill is necessary to make some technical and operational improvements to a program that my office runs called My CD Savings. This program was created all the way back in 2016, but it took a little bit of time to get off the ground. And now it is really off the ground. We have over 6,900 companies across the state that have signed up. Over 30,000 employees are enrolled from 161 of our 169 towns. And those individuals have collectively saved more than $36 million through My CD Savings. Many of the people that we serve through My CD Savings had never had a retirement account before one was offered to them through this program. And I have traveled around the entire state of Connecticut in dozens and dozens of towns, walking with mayors and first selectmen and state reps from both parties, talking to local business owners about why this program is a good thing for them, given that it doesn't cost them anything, and why it's a good thing for their employees. This program is personal to me. If you want to know about that, you can read about it in the testimony. But I was raised by a small business owner. My mom had no retirement plan to speak of, because every dollar that she ever earned went to keeping the lights on and keeping food on her table and paying her employees. And now she's in her mid-70s still working, because she just never had the ability to have a retirement plan as a small business owner. So I hope that this plan is something that will help people like my mom. And I do believe that it is. And I think the fact that we have so many people enrolled is a testament to that and the need out there. But let me skip to the important stuff of what this is, just because I know you have a long day ahead of you. And I want to get to the 4 points of what this bill really is all about. The first proposal within this bill would allow the state-sponsored program personal care assistants, PCAs, to enroll in My CD Savings. There's about 12,000 of these workers that provide critical and necessary care to people through Medicaid and Medicare programs in our state. But the programs that they are in, or the form of their employment right now, does not allow them to collect this kind of benefit as the benefit currently is existing in state law. This change would simply allow the people that these PCAs care for to decide to offer this to them, and then the PCA could obviously choose to participate or not choose to participate. Right now, 82% of the people that get one of these accounts created for them does decide to contribute to it, which is one of the most high participation rates in the country of states, and the growing number of states, both red and blue, who have this kind of program. And we're proud of that. But this would simply give them the choice that they don't have right now. The second proposal is to follow federal standards for program contributions. Our law was passed back in 2016. At a time when there were not a lot of these auto IRA programs established around the country. And in 2022, Congress passed one of the few bipartisan laws that Congress passes these days, something called the Secure 2.0 Act, that created new contribution standards for private sector employer-sponsored plans. And this change would ensure that My CD Savings participants do not fall behind the private sector by following federal requirements for private plans. And so the goal is to just align with federal law. Federal law sometimes changes, but we believe that this bipartisan change is a good thing for the state of Connecticut, and we should align ourselves with what that bipartisan federal recommendation is. Number 3, allow for the receipt of a federal Savers Match contribution. That same law in 2022 created the Savers Match, which is a federal matching contribution for certain retirement savers that begins in 2027. A significant portion of our participants will qualify for this federal match, and that will further bolster their retirement savings for the future. However, that Savers Match dollar cannot be deposited into a Roth IRA, which is what My CD Savings members have. And our current statute only allows for My CD Savings to open Roths. This proposal would allow the program to open traditional IRAs solely for the purpose of receiving that federal matching dollar for participants who can claim it. So again, this change just simply puts more money in the retirement accounts and the pockets of people of our state and your districts. And this law change will enable us to do that. And finally, number 4 is about program compliance. The original law in 2016 gave the board, and then that board's responsibilities were transferred to me before I became comptroller a year or so before, to take small businesses to court if they are not compliant with My CD Savings. For obvious reasons, both as the son of a small business owner and as a elected official, I announced early on in my tenure that I was never going to take a small business to court and challenge them for not compliant with this. However, by me taking that off the table, there's no clear mechanism to enforce the requirements of the program. And many workers who should have access to a retirement savings plan will not receive that benefit unless we can put together some modest, and I stress modest, program compliance with this. Back in 2023, when we first introduced this bill, I did work with my friends across the aisle to try to come up with a compliance mechanism and regime that I think is applicable to this situation, matches what other states do, but is not onerous and comes after many successive and ample warnings from our office about noncompliance. I would love to revisit that with this committee and with the legislature in general, take the recommendations I got from my friends back in 2023 that we incorporated in 2024, in 2025, and finally get this bill across the finish line for the people that I have the honor of administering this program for, and the many tens of thousands of people that are still out there that I think can benefit from it with the strengthened version of this law. So with that, I will stop and say, again, as a former legislator, I thank you for everything you're doing and the long hours you're putting in these hearings. I don't want to make them any longer by talking anymore, but I'm happy to answer any questions if the committee has them. And Jessica Muirhead, who is the director of this program, is also here to answer your questions as well. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Comptroller Scanlon. And as you know, I'm a big fan of your program and really appreciate the work you've put in to make this program a reality for folks here in Connecticut. But I know others on my committee do have questions, so I will go right to the questions. Senator Sampson.
Good morning, Madam Chairman. Thank you very much. Good morning, Mr. Comptroller. Can you hear me okay?
I can. Good morning, Senator.
Excellent. Long time no see. This brings me back to when we were both on the insurance committee. We used to duke it out on a number of different items, and we worked very well together on some other stuff as well.
Yes.
It's no secret that I'm no fan of my CT savings, but I'll try and not treat you like a hostile witness, just the same, and be respectful. You kind of opened by talking about how the program is going, mentioning that there's around 30,000 people currently enrolled. Am I correct in that when we had this conversation a year ago, it was around 25,000 people? Is that right?
I don't remember the exact number, Senator, but that does sound about right.
Right. That's the number that was in your testimony from last time. That's why where I got that from. So really over the last year, we've picked up 5,000 people. I know that the original law passed back in 2016, but we really didn't get rolling on this till 2022. But it seems like it's taking a while to get up and running. How many potentially eligible employees would there be in the state of Connecticut?
I think that's a question that we sometimes have trouble answering, Senator, in the sense that that number often changes, right? New businesses start every day in the state. And we do our best to estimate them, and we get information from the Department of Labor that allows us to try to pinpoint what that number is. Jess, I'll defer to her if she has a specific number. But just to your initial point, Senator, what I would say is, there is no compliance penalty right now for this, and we don't send letters to employers reminding them they have to comply with this because there's no compliance penalty. A lot of people that I talk to when I go on these business walks will say, oh, you know what? I heard something about that, or I read something about that somewhere. And they sign up for it because I show up at their business with a mayor or a first selectman or a senator, and it reminds them these business owners are very busy. They've got a lot of things to do. And we think that with more communication from our office, you would see more people signing up and them making the decision to do this because there was enhanced communication towards them for that.
I appreciate the answer. I didn't know if you were going to have your colleague try and give me a better answer to that question, which she can certainly jump in if there is one. But my numbers show there's around 2 million employees in the state of Connecticut. Now, I understand that, a lot of those folks work for businesses that may already have a plan. But I guess what I'm asking is, this can't possibly be what was envisioned. 25 or 30,000 employees in a state of 3.5 million people with 2 million employees. It just can't be. There had to be some projection when this was originally, envisioned. Can you give me any insight into that? I mean, what's the goal? How many people do you believe we could get into the plan that would make it actually worthwhile? Because I think at this point, I think the expenses and cost of just maintaining and managing something for a relatively small population doesn't make a lot of sense.
What I would say the goal is, and I was not the person who designed this, right? Because in 2016, I had no designs on ever being the comptroller. My life took a turn in that way. But so I wasn't there to originally propose this. But what I would say is the intent of it is to make sure that every person in the state of Connecticut has access to a retirement plan. And the mechanism that that happens is either that the business owner has to declare that they have a plan or sign up for a private plan, or they need to offer their employees this free plan. And so, one thing that I think is not quantifiable and that we did not testify about today are how many people out there who got a letter from me saying you have those two choices, then decided to say, hey, I don't want the government to do this. I'm going to go out and get my own plan and enroll my employees in that. That has definitely happened. And anecdotally, that happens often when I do these walks. People say, hey, I heard about your thing. It wasn't for me. I got my own plan and now my employees are on it. To me, that's great. I don't care whether they're on my plan or a Fidelity plan or somebody else's plan. I just want them to have retirement access. And I think while the number may seem small to you, Senator, these 30,000 people are now saving for retirement, and the downstream effects of people having money at the end of their life benefits all of us. So do I wish there were more people that were enrolled in it? Yes. Do I believe there's a lot more that we can enroll? Yes. Do I believe there's people who have been enrolled in other plans because their business owner didn't want to enroll in mine? Yes. But at the end of the day, I think what we're doing is working and worth it for the state, and we're proud of that work. But I don't know the total ceiling that we will hit, but I think we should keep trying to hit as many people as we can for the overall well-being of our state.
Thank you very much for that response, Mr. Comptroller. And again, I don't want to get into the philosophical debate with you. I more or less want to save that for the floor of the Senate with my esteemed colleague, Madam Chairman. Because your comments give me a bit of a struggle because I want to argue with you, and I don't want to use this opportunity for that purpose. I mean, the fact of the matter is, we all want to see people who are successful. We want to see people who have a decent retirement. The fact is that our differences stem from the fact that I don't believe it's the role of the state government to be engaging in this activity. I think that there are private entities out there that effectively the state is now competing with to deliver these products. And I think every citizen in the state knows that they exist. It's the language that is sometimes used in these discussions that frustrates me more than anything. I mean, you said, that you want to make sure everyone has access to a retirement plan. Well, everyone has access to a retirement plan with or without MyCT Savings. You don't need that to exist. Everyone can go get a retirement plan now. And it sounds to me like and I'll give you one more shot at this answer, which is you didn't and I mean very respectfully, you didn't answer my question about how many people could possibly be enrolled or what the prediction or projection was when this was rolled out. And if those numbers don't exist, then what are we doing here? How did this program ever come to be? If no one said, there's 300,000 people that is our target for the state of Connecticut that we could maybe enroll because those people do not have an employer sponsored plan. That information should be the immediate first bit of conversation when you're discussing about the viability of such a program. So any information you want to offer about that, I'll give you another shot at sharing that.
And I'll turn it over, Senator, in a second, just to give you that answer. But let me just say, and again, I respect you tremendously, as you know, and we have served really well together. So I don't mean to be adversarial to you either. But I do want to just say, while it's true that everybody in the state can technically go and access this, I can tell you firsthand that that is not knowledge that everybody in the state knows. And that comes from all of us come from different walks of life. I had friends in high school and college that's father took them down to the local bank at 18 and signed them up for a retirement plan. That was not the experience for me. Neither of my parents went to college. Neither of my parents had any financial literacy. They did the best they could, but had no idea about any of this stuff. And so while it's true that there's always information out there that any of us can get at any time, the literacy is not always there. And when this thing is offered to you by your employer, it is tremendously easier and more accessible to a lot of people in our state. And they're more comfortable because it's coming from their boss that they like, and their employees and their coworkers are part of this thing that gives them the ability to be in this and in it with people that they know and trust. Whereas it's a little bit daunting sometimes for somebody who has no financial literacy and no background in this to walk into a bank and feel comfortable knowing what it is that they might do. So that's just the answer to that. The answer to your overall question, Senator, I've just been told by Jess, is 100,000 people is what we believe that are able to, if everybody was to be compliant in this, and that we were able to work with every business to make sure they give that choice, that we believe 100,000 is the answer to the question that I think you're asking, Senator.
Thank you very much, Mr. Comptroller. Now that's a real number. I still think it's a surprisingly and shockingly low number. Do we have any information about what the costs of the startup of the program, and what the carrying costs? I mean, to manage it every year. How many people are actually employed to manage the current 30,000 people?
We have 3 full-time employees. And Jess, can you please speak to the budget?
Hello, Jessica Muirhead, for the record, from the Office of the State Comptroller. Good morning, Senator. For the budget, the cost for personnel is about $500,000 a year, and the cost for the operational budget is around. We've been allocated $200,000, but have typically spent in the last year or so less than that, so around $150,000.
Thank you very much, Miss. I didn't catch your title. I'm sorry. I don't want to be.
Sorry. I'm the executive director of the program, Senator. I apologize. I did not say that.
No, it's quite all right. And thank you very much for filling me in. And I should be operating through the chair, and I apologize to Madam Chairman for not doing so.
In an effort to move this hearing along, Senator Sampson, I've been very loose about that. So thank you, though, for acknowledging it.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Chairman. So just doing a little bit of quick math, I mean, that's $700,000 of state taxpayer dollars being expended to provide a product to 30,000 individual employees in the state that exists in the private sector, that it wouldn't cost taxpayers 1 red cent to go ahead and provide. And I absolutely believe it would be a superior product if it was achieved through a private entity with the knowledge, experience, and numerous products that are available. This conversation, I just find it one of these examples of the government having this great idea of, we're going to help people, except I don't think we're helping people. And now it looks like the solution to the fact that we've only got 30,000 of our potential 100,000 people is not a public service announcement, which would make sense if we speak to the comptroller's concern over the literacy of the average person on the street and their awareness of this thing. Instead, we're going to penalize them. We're going to have penalties to force people to participate. So that's a little bit frustrating. So, Mr. Comptroller, so you mentioned that this program wasn't started by you, but it has become your project as the Comptroller, and I understand that, and you're trying your best to carry it forward. But are these changes coming from your office, or is this being pushed from somewhere else? Is it coming from this committee or the governor's office, or are these changes really coming from your office?
Yeah, Senator, that's a good question. They're 100% coming
Through you,
from
Madam
my
Chair. Sorry.
office. And these are recommendations that we have made now for 3 sessions in a row to the legislature and this committee to get this done. And, I would love nothing more than to lead with public service announcement, but in terms of concern about cost of the program, and unless you or your friends in the Appropriations Committee want to give us money for marketing, we're doing this at the grassroots level, and we're doing this, town by town, Main Street by Main Street. There really is no huge marketing budget here for us to be doing this. But these 4 changes are to make the program better. And to your point, Senator, we often, when discussing this proposal, end up discussing the merits of the underlying program, and I understand that. What I'm hoping that we can do, though, this year is really just acknowledge what I think you just acknowledged, which is that, I'm running this program, and I'm now doing the best I can to make this program a success. I believe in it, but the program is happening. It's going on right now. This bill is not about repealing the program. It's about trying to strengthen it. And that's what we're here to talk about today. And what I hope that we can work on together is to talk about what these specific changes would do, while acknowledging that I get that this program is not certainly for everybody.
Thank you very much for that answer. And through you, Madam Chairman, just to clarify, I wasn't suggesting that we spend money on a PSI in addition to the program. It was more of an instead of. $700,000 could be quite an information campaign about the availability of private retirement programs. So let's talk about the meat of the bill, which is what's really important, and probably will get me back off the naughty list from the chairman. This part of this has to do with changing the way the contributions are made. Are we changing in this proposed bill the minimum contribution, or does that stay the same? And maybe just lay out exactly what is changing through you, Madam Chairman.
Yeah, so on the particular piece that you're talking about, Senator Sampson, about the contributions, what this bill does is align our program with what the federal law and federal standard is. That was adopted back in 2022 by a law called the Secure Choice Act. And again, that just brings us in line with what other states have done. This law has not been changed in now almost 9 years from when it was first adopted. And in those intervening 9 years, we've had tons more states join. We've had federal regulation of these plans happen. And what we're trying to do is align our law with what the federal standards are. The federal standards are seeing contribution rates of 5 or 6 compared to where ours started at 3%. And so what we're trying to do is just, again, align with the times, because the law is now 9 years old and quite dated compared to the rest of the country, and what the federal standards adopted by, again, this bipartisan congressional act has done.
Thank you for that answer. And through you, Madam Chairman. Yeah, I went through the language of the bill that references the what I presume is the Secure Act language, that Code 414 language that's in there. I'm just curious, why refer to this federal language instead of just laying out those contribution limits in plain terms in the bill? It seems very confusing to me, and I'm not understanding what the issue is, because it seems to me that federal language exists for a separate purpose. It doesn't have a lot to do with our state-run program.
I think the answer, Senator, just quite simply is that we have been trying to get this passed for 3 years now. And it's a relatively, in my mind, modest change to this. To keep coming back and trying to pass changes to this is something that would, in my mind, not be something that would happen. And so if we can just align to federal standards, those federal standards may change, right? We have a new uh, administration in Washington. We have a new Congress down there. That changes all the time. But if we just say, hey, our program will be compliant with federal standards, we don't have to change our law every time the law changes. We'll just always be in compliance with federal law.
Thank you. So, am I to understand, through you, Madam Chairman, that these standards would apply to any retirement program, even a privately run one, for the amount of automatic contributions?
Yeah, so the law governs all of these plans, whether they're private or public. But this law, in our context, Senator, is only about saying that our plan has to align with federal law. We certainly welcome a broader law that says everyone's got to comply with it, but that's outside of my purview as the comptroller.
Understood. I appreciate that answer. So let me ask you just one more question through you, Madam Chairman, on this subject, which is, how does this handle folks that do not establish their withdrawal amount?
I'm not sure I understand the question, Senator, if you can rephrase that.
Yeah, it's a good. I'm trying to come up with the right words too. But when you go, this is an opt-out program, as we all understand, and that's one of my frustrations with it. But because it's an opt-out program, some folks are being opted in, and they may not be aware that they're opted in initially, and the amount that is going to be taken from them to go into the MyCT Savings program has to be determined somewhere. And I'm just curious if that's in this language, if that's changing from the current underlying.
I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. So that's actually, just to clarify, Senator. So the account and the IRA is created for them, but they don't actually get money taken out of it until they determine what that is, and they make that choice and they speak to their employer about that. They can opt out before that happens, and they're notified about what that process is once the account is created for them, give them the opportunity to opt in or opt out of it. And so I don't think there's too many people out there, certainly none that I've ever had call my office and yell at me to say, wait a minute, you took money out of my check and I don't even know what this was. It's literally never happened to me. And I've been comptroller for almost 2 years now.
Well, excellent. That's good to hear. I appreciate hearing that much anyway. This does, in fact, through you, Madam Chairman, this does lay out changes in the automatic contribution schedule, though, if I'm correct, so that it will increase year over year. What kind of notice goes to the person at that point?
Well, if this bill passes, then we certainly will make everybody that's in MyCT Savings right now and anybody who subsequently joins it apprised of the fact that we are in compliance with federal law. But we have not made any of that communication yet, nor developed that plan, because we're still just trying to pass this law. But I can promise you in this committee and the legislature that we will be sure to do that in accordance with the power that you would give us under this law.
Very good. Thank you for that. And through you, Madam Chairman, just a few more questions. I guess I have so many more questions about the actual contribution process and how it's laid out and how it intersects with this federal law. But I think that's a good topic for the floor of the Senate. I think it'll be enlightening. But let's talk about the penalties. You said that this a couple of times actually throughout our conversation that this update to the current law is necessary. And I think that the necessary piece that you're referring to is the penalties. You can certainly tell me if I'm wrong about that, but I think that the main issue we're having is that this program is not growing at the rate that was intended. We've only got 30,000 folks out of the potential 100,000, which to me seems like a ridiculously low number anyway. I don't know why we'd even engage in this program at the expense that we have now for such a relatively small part of the population. So is this the real focus of this thing? Is this the part that needs to get over the finish line? Is the penalties to induce people to participate? Through you, Madam Chairman?
I think it's important, Senator, and we've been trying to do it for a couple years because I think it's important. And you and I respectfully have different ideologies, and I respect that and acknowledge that. But for me, I do believe that you know, compelling people to act sometimes requires compliance for things. That's the basic social contract that I think that we all live through, right? There's stop signs on roads, and if you blow through a stop sign, there's a penalty for you doing that. So we've put some basic framework in social contract, and that's, in my mind, a good thing that we all adhere to. But we all want to make sure that the social contract is fair and modest, and that we can live within it. And that's why we did work in 2023 to come up with what I think are more rational penalties. I will not always be the comptroller of the state. Somebody could be elected to succeed me. That is fine to take small businesses to court, and they have that power, which I think is a very scary power to give to an elected official. So I'm asking you to take away a power that I have and replace it with one that I think is more common sense and more fair in the spirit of the social contract that I think all of us adhere to in our daily lives.
Thank you for that answer, Mr. Comptroller. There's so much there. I don't even know how I'm going to resist responding to all of it. Through you, Madam Chairman, I don't disagree. There's a social construct, and we have to have a set of laws that govern society. And stop signs are good because they prevent harm from coming to people, via automobile accidents and creating order. But the rest of our social contract established in this country is based in freedom, not compliance. Compliance is the social construct of fascism, not of a free society like ours. The conversation, just to be more direct and not get distracted by all that stuff, because I would love to debate you about our ideological differences, but that's for another day. You're saying, on one hand, I would never take a small business to court, but on the other hand, you're saying I will fine them. And the fact of the matter is that's worse. If taking someone to court gives them an opportunity to argue their point, to just fine them implies that they are guilty until proven innocent, which is the problem with the growth of the state. And that is the most vile part of the social construct that grows government and imposes its will on people. That's the difference in our ideology, I guess, is that your social construct is based on your idea of what people should do, and mine is based on protecting the right of other people to choose what they think they should do. I want to just skip over that and get right to the PCA piece, because this is something that is very near and dear to me. Some folks might recall that I was very involved in the battle back in the 2013, 14, 15 era, when the state government was actively, and I shouldn't say the state government, I'd say the governor at the time, Governor Malloy, was actively engaged in attempting to force PCAs into an employee union. And really, in my view, just to collect dues, because they got almost no other benefit out of it. I'm confused by this provision, because are PCAs not already able to participate in this? Why do we need this additional section of this law? Through you, Madam Chairman.
So, Senator, under the current law, consumer employers who employ these PCAs do not meet the definition of a qualified employer under the program, meaning that they can't enroll their PCA or PCAs in MyCD Savings. This amendment allows MyCD Savings to be able to add all consumer employers and their PCAs into the program, so long as that PCA meets the requirement of a covered employee, meaning like they're 19 years of age or older, they're providing services in Connecticut, and they're being employed for the minimum amount of time required.
Right. Thank you for that answer. And through you, Madam Chairman, it seems like the state wants to have it both ways. The way this system works is that you have, a patient, maybe a wheelchair bound disabled person who effectively is receiving a payment from the state via the Medicaid waiver program, but they don't actually get the money. They choose PCAs to take care of them. And they are effectively the employer in that particular case, which I think is where we're going with this. And so they employ the PCA, but the check from the state goes directly to the PCA. And that's how the state made this ridiculous argument to unionize them as if they were state employees, when they've never been state employees. They're employees of the patient. Here, I can understand us trying to revert that back to making the person in the wheelchair the employer, except now, aren't we telling that disabled person in the wheelchair that they are responsible for advising their employees and getting them enrolled in this program? Doesn't that seem a little ridiculous through Madam Chairman?
The state will facilitate that, Senator Sampson, on behalf of the PCA employer.
Does the state facilitate that for other employers through you, Madam Chairman?
I guess that would depend, Senator, on how you would classify that, but I think the answer is yes. The whole point of this program is that in order to not violate ERISA, the employer, is not really facilitating this. We are doing the facilitation of that.
So there are no penalties for employers any longer for failing to have their folks enrolled?
Currently, as we just discussed in the last exchange, the only penalty that exists right now is my ability to take someone to court. So if the PCAs were added, but the compliance was not added, then in theory, I could take a PCA employer to court. But I've said I wouldn't do that. So there would be no penalty for them in this hypothetical, I think.
Understood. And through you, Madam Chairman, you mentioned, in your remarks about the PCAs, when you opened, you said that you were providing them the ability to choose to participate or choose not to participate. And I would just like to correct that, because they don't really have a choice to participate. They only have a choice not to participate. And that's a choice they don't have right now. And again, I want to correct you in the fact that anyone can go down the street and sign up at countless places to get a retirement plan through their employer, through their bank, online. I think most people have seen ads on television for Schwab or E-Trade or God knows what. And that's to me the frustrating part of this conversation, is that somehow we're doing this because people don't know better, and yet there's retirement programs have existed for decades, and I think you'd be hard pressed to find someone who doesn't know they exist. Now, they might not be actively pursuing one, but again, that is the desire of government to impose their view on what people should do, as opposed to letting them making their own decisions. It's like telling someone they have to have a savings account, whether they want one or not. I noticed that in the last version of this bill, there was an attempt to allow the comptroller's office to maybe participate in running programs from other states, or makes that type of pact or something like that. And that's missing from this one. Just curious why that is, through you, Madam Chairman.
Because, Senator, we realized through a ruling of the Attorney General that we have that power under the current law. And last fall, Rhode Island became the first state to join us in this. Their program will come online at some point in 2025. And the more states that we can work with, like Rhode Island, the lower the fees that our employees and our participants rather will see in their fee structure. And we will be able to better serve our own members as a result of
that. Very good. I appreciate that answer. I think that really has to do wrap up most of my questions. There's certainly a lot more to this conversation. We've had this debate for the last, I guess, going on 9 years now about the viability of this program. I want to say that I do absolutely respect you, Mr. Comptroller, and I enjoy our conversations. And this is one we disagree about. I wish that we were working on something together, that we could find a way to help the citizens of Connecticut in a way that we both I think is a positive move. And certainly, I want to get people to make sure they have a viable savings and a viable retirement going forward. I just don't think government force is the mechanism to do that. There are a lot more questions that I have on this thing, particularly with regard to your office. I remember asking on the Senate floor, whether or not you're required to be a securities broker, what access to products you're supposed to have, what kind of fees the comptroller's office charges versus entities in the private sector. Expertise in investing. I mean, these are all topics that I think are extremely important if we're going to suggest to people that a state-run retirement program has an advantage over a private one. And I just don't see the benefit. And I certainly, after becoming aware of the limited number of people involved and the cost of the program's existence, this sounds like a good candidate for DOGE or maybe the new Government Oversight Committee, which I'm very pleased to be a part of. Again, I thank you for your time. That concludes my questions, Madam Chairman, and I look forward to our debate, down the road on this subject as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Sampson. I do want to acknowledge that in other committees, there are a limit on the number of questions and people aren't allowed to make comments. We've always been run our public hearings in labor with a little more flexibility for our members of our committee, but we have two other people with hands up. With their hands up, I will call on the two, but please be cognizant of the time because we have a lot of folks signed up to testify today, and we do want to give everybody the opportunity to be heard. So with that, I'll go to Representative Weir.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I will do my best to be concise, but I do have questions. I think in that vein of having no limit on the questions, I think it's important that since we have the comptroller here and his representatives, that we ask these questions as appropriate.
Representative Weir, in the other committees, when we get through the whole list, then we go back to folks for additional questions so we don't cut them off completely. However, I do know that Comptroller Scanlon has a hard stop at 11:30. We will try and get through everyone by 11:30. I would ask you to be respectful. Representative Hughes has her hand up. I don't see, and Senator Sampson, I guess, for the second time. So hopefully we can get through that. But I do know that Comptroller Scanlon always makes himself available whenever people, especially, elected officials, have the ability to call him directly and ask the rest of your questions. And also, I understand that the executive director of the program will be able to stay on with us and continue to answer questions about the program. So with that, please continue.
Fair enough. I don't have a ton of questions, but I do. I think it's well, anyhow, through you, Madam Chair. Good morning, Comptroller Scanlon. I know that we had the opportunity to meet briefly a couple of weeks ago, and I appreciate the opportunity to have further discussion as this bill develops. I think that I appreciate the offer there to have visibility. I'm pleased to see that the bill is pared down from what we had last year. I just have a few questions here because it wasn't clear in this, and perhaps it's not new language, but just to clarify, is this an opt-in or an opt-out? I know there was some back and forth, but I just wanted, for my own edification, opt-in or opt-out with the current program or with what's proposed here.
Good morning, Representative. Good to see you. The answer to your question is this does not change the underlying program, and the underlying program is an opt-out program.
Okay. Thank you very much. And I believe this is for your executive director. Well, I'll ask you and you can defer the question, but how much money, we talked about head count. how much money is currently under management? I know I recall the number vaguely from about a year ago, but what do you have under management today?
$36 million is the amount of assets under management.
Thank you very much. Is there, through you, Madam Chair, is there a projection with the 30,000 people we have now, if you were to achieve the 100,000 goal, is there an expectation of what the expenses would be to run your operation? Currently between 650 and 700. What is that anticipated if you hit the 100,000?
Jess, do we have that number?
Yes, Representative, we don't actually expect staffing needs to go up with the amount of people in the program. We're able to handle the level of staffing as is with the increased amount of people.
Okay, thank you. And on that same vein, would your operating costs remain the same, or do you expect those to change at all?
I would not expect those to change, sir. Most of our operating costs go towards consultants that oversee the investments and make sure that they're managed properly.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. And Comptroller Scanlon, is there, the way I see this is we're adding some burden to the employers by having them required to requiring them to submit a census and to comply with some of the requirements here. Is there any compensation back to them or any consideration given for the additional burden we're putting on the employers?
I don't view it, Representative, as an onerous burden. And again, I go back to what I said to Senator Sampson. I've probably done a business walk in a third of the towns of the state. And I have yet to have one person tell me how onerous this is. In fact, most of them who are enrolled in it tell me how easy it is for them and how big or how little of a thing it is for them. All they do is just give us the information and then add anybody to their payroll that they want to do with whatever deduction they decide, and that's all they have to do. So I have not gotten that feedback. I'm not saying that every single person in the state thinks this is great, and there probably is somebody out there who thinks it's a burden, but I would say to them, help me make it less of a burden for you, and let's work together. And if we can do that, I'd love to do it.
Okay, thank you very much. I guess one more statement and then I'll just close out is that, I appreciate the story that the personal story in connection to this program. I didn't know that prior to coming in, but I can echo some of my comments on the floor last year were reference, in the case you gave of your mother, she's still working today, and I'm going to, correct me if I'm paraphrasing what I heard, but she's still working today as a result of not having the money to put aside, making sure there was food on the table, and the other thing is the opportunity to have access to such a program. And so my concerns from last year, and they remain the same, and I hope this will be taken into consideration, is the employee who may we agree that savings, my comments also talked about having good role models and people who encourage me to save at a young age, and I wish I had started sooner, quite frankly. Saving is a great idea. It's prudent. It's the way to financial health when you're not able to work. But for the people who don't have that money sitting around today, who need to make that car payment or the food payment or the rent payment, whatever, I'm concerned that by making this an opt-in, and again, this is the philosophical difference, making this an opt-out rather puts a burden on somebody to say, wait a minute, I gotta choose here. So that in closing, I would love to see this. First of all, I welcome the opportunity to discuss this more as this bill is works its way toward any changes that are made. I would love the opportunity for input and to provide feedback. I would love to see this as an opt-in, or certainly give the employees more opportunities to know exactly what they're getting into. The opt-in would be important. I would like to see this go more educational. I think our money would be better spent on educating people than forcing them in. Any way that we can look to lower the costs of providing these services. And And again, just look forward to continuing the conversation. Appreciate you being here today and spending the time with us, and look forward to the conversation going forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
My door is always open to you or any other member of the committee representative, and I really earnestly look forward to those conversations. So thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Representative Hughes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Comptroller. This has been really valuable to my colleagues and I think the public. Couple of questions. Is your director able to evaluate? Look, I work on the back end of so many seniors that have not had the opportunity to have a retirement savings and require services and are trying to, live off of Social Security. So I see firsthand the costs to the state of not having this, decades earlier. So I was wondering if you could if you have the evaluation of what this is saving the state by having just even 30,000 folks contributing to a retirement savings plan that will keep them off of Medicaid longer.
I don't think we've ever done that work. Jess can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think we would say, obviously, the answer to that is yes, right? The more that we can do now upfront to give people the tools that allow them to have the dignity and security of a comfortable retirement at the end of their life is less money than we have to use to help that person attain the basic human dignity of a safe and secure retirement. But I don't know that we have those numbers, Jess, do we?
Hi, Representative, we do have estimates that we have worked with the Pew Research Center, which did some analysis for us and predicted that we would be saving between $1 to $2 billion in excess savings in the private market within the next 10 to 15 years. So somewhere in that range. I don't have the number in front of me, but it was something along those lines, and I'm happy to pass along that analysis that was done for us if needed. But that does only counts those in the program. That does not also count those who are now saving in a 401k or a similar retirement savings vehicle in the private market that has been adopted since the implementation of the law. So it's in excess of 1 to 2 billion in the next 10 to 15 years. Just through the program, and then additionally, a number of savings through the private market, which is a little more difficult to quantify.
Sure, I get that. Through you, Madam Chair, this is very, very important information, though. I really appreciate the comptroller's design, work on the plan to make the ease of use, both for the employer and for the employees. It's sort of bridging. I mean, technically there are options out there, but I will say, as somebody who worked in the nonprofit human services and group homes and so forth, I didn't know about those options. I didn't know how to access them, but I did have a coworker when I was 25 years old, working in the group home industry, whose father was a financial planner, and we both enrolled in a TSA, which was a retirement option for nonprofits, and we learned about compound interest, and that has grown to this day because I contributed it directly from my paycheck. Now, I didn't know how to do that before that. No employer told me how to do that. And so I really appreciate to young workers who don't necessarily have that financial literacy. And I would like to ask you about the ease of use. Do those my CT Savings folks get a statement like I do for my TSA about how much it's earning, how much they're saving, that kind of thing? And could you talk about that?
Yes, so the each participant in the program receives quarterly reports as well as an annual report at the end of the year, basically in the same under the same standards that they would in any retirement savings program.
That's really exciting to me too, because that feedback loop, then they can start to share that with, you know, family, friends, coworkers, or whatever. Because that ease of use is just so critical, because if that's why Social Security works. If it was an opt-in program, you know, I think the Pew Research has also done some research about how many fewer people would be gaining Social Security because, you know, they couldn't afford it at the time. And that's what makes savings so difficult. And that's what makes compound interest of this savings, you know, retirement account so important. So I would like to see what we can do to kind of promote this and hear more about your I think the Main Street walks are really good. Is there anything else we can be doing to really spread the word of how important this is, especially in this climate, to have your own retirement account building compound interest?
I would just say, Representative, you've been a champion of this program, and we appreciate that. But the more you can do, you know, talking to your local business owners, your local chamber of commerce, just spreading the word about this. Jess and I see this almost every day where people, like I said, Senator Sampson, if we're doing a business walk, they'll say, "Oh yeah, I heard about that, but I lost track of it and I'm busy and I forgot to sign up," or, "Oh, I've kind of heard something about that, but now that you're here, it seems legitimate. Let me talk to somebody." The more we can validate that from trusted local people, I think the better off we will be. And I really do find that Main Street by Main Street, town by town, the more we do that, the better off this program is, the more people who sign up for it, and the more people we can get saving for a secure retirement that they deserve.
Great. And lastly, I'll just say it's really exciting that Rhode Island is joining us. Are there any other states that are looking to come on board?
At this time, we continue to be having some conversations with other states, and nothing to share at this point, but excited that we got one state done, and we will continue to look out for other opportunities to add more states.
That's all for me. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Next up, we have Representative Gauthier.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just one very quick question for the comptroller, and to the point that was just being discussed. My question is Social Security an opt-in or an opt-out program? Thank you.
I'm not sure how to answer that question, Representative, other than to say it is not an opt-in program.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Thank you. Next up, Representative Mastro Francesco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Controller. It's very nice to see you. Appreciate your testimony today. Of course, I was not on this committee last year, but I am a little bit familiar with the program. I just have a few quick questions. You talked about putting our program in line with federal standards. And the federal standards or goal is that it's 5 or 6% of someone's paycheck going into the program. Currently, right now, ours is 3%. Is that the minimum 5 and 6% on a federal level? And I'm looking at an increase of what amount of money that people will be taking from their paycheck to put into this program. It looks like it's about 2%. Is that correct?
First of all, good to see you, Representative. And as Senator Kushner mentioned, I really apologize for this, but the snow day changed my day. I need to leave my house and drive up to Hartford for something. And so I have to get off this hearing now. But Jessica will be here to answer that question, Representative, and other questions that the committee may have. And I totally am always open to answering any questions that anybody has. Jess and I can come meet with you. We can talk to you. And I look forward to engaging with this committee on this and continue this conversation. So I apologize, Representative, that I have to depart, but I'll defer to Jess to answer that question and subsequent questions that you may have.
Okay, thank you. It's unfortunate you have to go. I always like to ask these questions. This is your position, your job. Talking to you privately doesn't help the public understand and learn what is going on. That's why it's very important for you to be here. But I certainly understand you have another commitment. I will refer my questions to Jessica. Thank you. So, Jessica, if any chance, can you tell me, it is going, the contribution that people putting in right now is at 3%. It will be going up to 5 or 6%. Is that correct?
That would be the goal, yes, of the change in the law, Representative.
So if we were found that it's a minimum of 5 or 6%, which one is it?
So the goal for the program would be to increase to 5%, which is in line with the vast majority of other active state programs.
Okay, so it's not really a goal. It would more or less be a mandate, right? If you're following federal standards and this is the way you're doing it, their minimum requirement is 5%. So it's not really a goal. It's a
The minimum standards are a range starting from 3%. So the comptroller would be able to select a number in that range. So the goal being 5% for the program to put us in line with the rest of the states.
So are you saying, through you, Madam Chair, I apologize, that the federal standard is not minimum of 5%, through you, Madam Chair?
The federal standard is a range, but starting at 3% and then going all the way up to 10%, but we would not be implementing that much.
Okay, thank you. And then through you, Madam Chair, do we know, and again, these are good questions for the comptroller, and this is why I think it's important for him to be here so the public can actually learn about this, but do we know, has a study been done or any information, feedback from the employers or the CBIA? What has been the cost to the employers since this program has been implemented? Having payroll, having to hire someone to monitor the process and do the paperwork and the payroll. What has been the cost to the employers? Do we know?
So I'm not aware of any studies, Representative, that looked into that particular question in terms of externalities of cost onto the employer. However, this program is designed to integrate with current payroll processes. So, and the employers that we have spoken with, say that it really has integrated pretty seamlessly. We also offer payroll integration with various payroll providers. So that has to automate the process so that it should not create additional burden, or it creates as a minimal additional burden on the employer to facilitate the program. So we have not been made aware of any increased costs to employers for participation in the program. There are additionally no fees on employers for participation in the program.
Thank you. Thank you for the answer. And just one more quick question, just so I'm understanding through you, Madam Chair. Sean, the comptroller talked about the PCAs. And now where the person, I guess you're using an example of maybe somebody who is disabled is now really going to be acting as the employer, and that they need to provide this program to the PCA. The comptroller mentioned something about that the state would facilitate that. How will that work?
So that's actually through the payroll processing for the PCAs. So the similarly to how a person with a disability who is a consumer employer in existing law, not within MyCT Savings, but within existing laws for those programs, they are the employer already for these for their own PCAs that they hire. However, they don't process their own payroll. They don't make their own payments. That is done through the state in a centralized fashion. What this law change would do would just be to add to the state this program so that those PCAs have parity with the private market and have access for their work to a retirement program. You know, currently they live in a sort of middle zone where their payroll is processed by the state, but they are not state employees. And they're also not in a private market where they would have access, you know, due to the way that they're employed by a single person who is, you know, a person with a disability, don't have access to a retirement program for that work.
Gotcha. Thank you. And just one more follow-up question through you, Madam Chair. So whose responsibility when it comes to the PCA, whose responsibility is it to notify the PCA that this option is available for them, or that they can, it's an opt out, right? So they're automatically enrolled, right? So I'm assuming whose responsibility is it to let the PCA know that they can opt out of it if they would like to?
That would also remain with the state. So the payroll processing for that would remain with the state, and the state's contracts with, you know, a payroll processing company that currently already does that work. So that would be a part of those, that would be added to that contract on behalf of processing the payroll for on behalf of the consumer employer. And the state, like with every other regular employer, also is responsible for notifying and managing the accounts of the employees, any employees who stay enrolled in the program. So this would not add any additional burden to the consumer employer. This would be coming, all communications and all payroll, all processing, and business administration processing is coming through the state only.
Okay, I understand that. And through you, Madam Chair, is there a cost to the state for adding the PCA payroll, the processing that they have to do for the state? What is the cost will be to the state on that?
No, ma'am, I'm not aware of any additional cost to the state. This would just be integrated into the existing payroll by law that would then be processed by the payroll companies that already do this work on behalf of the consumer employers.
Excuse me one moment, just Representative Master Francesco, I believe if there would be a cost to the state, we would see that in a fiscal note on the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for clarifying that. Thank you, Jessica. I appreciate it. Madam Chair, I have no further questions.
Thank you. And I see no further hands, so I appreciate you being here today with us, Jessica. And please let the comptroller know that we also very much appreciate his leadership in the state and also on this particular bill. And so we will move on to our next panelist, I do want to make an announcement for anyone who is joining us via Zoom. It is important that you, and hold on, I have a note on this. You're going to need to accept, actually, Mr. Clerk, would you please advise members who are online how they would be allowed to speak?
Certainly, Madam Chair. When you receive the prompt to be promoted to panelist, please accept that, as that allows you to testify in the hearing. Thank you.
Thank you. Additionally, we have gone through the first hour of public testimony, of public officials' testimony. So I will be moving on to alternate with public officials and with members of the public who've signed up to testify. Also, we have decided that it would be wise to allow people who are in person to bump up to the front of the list because we want them to be able to get home safely. So we are going to move to the next member of the public that I'm aware of that is here. If you also are signed up to testify, and I see Miguel Fuentes here, but if others are signed up to testify, please let us know and we will bump those folks up as well. So next up will be Miguel Fuentes, number 44. And please turn on your mic there and introduce yourself for the record.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Miguel Fuentes, I am a representative of the North Atlantic States Regional Council of Carpenters, short Carpenters Union. I hail from Yalesville, Connecticut. And I'm here to testify on behalf or support for HB 6403. House bill to increase the amount of investigators for the DOL, certainly something that I think is needed, and I'll tell you why. I've been a representative for almost 29 years, and in 29 years, I've had the privilege to work across the country, and most recently back in Connecticut as a field rep. And as part of my duties is going around monitoring the industry, monitoring the mobility of labor, because as most of us know, construction workers are transient. They will go from job to job, and it's not a surprise to find them, many people working up and down the Eastern Seaboard, particularly contractors. Only in the last year, I found in the state of Connecticut a number of cases where we've had multiple out-of-state contractors out of New Jersey, New York, and Massachusetts come into the state of Connecticut to do business, which is great, up until the time when they come in and bring practices that are not allowed in the construction industry to the state of Connecticut. One of those cases was the ITO construction, where in East Hartford, we had 3 principals from that corporation arrested for bringing in subcontractor or labor broker out of Georgia. They hail from Hallandale Beach, Florida. 9 folks, non-payment of wages. When they did get paid, they got paid in cash. None of the burdens were being paid. No taxes, no workers' comp, no insurance. In fact, they were cited for workers' comp violations, putting local contractors and workers at a competitive disadvantage. That was adjudicated at the Manchester Superior Court just earlier this year. I want to say January 23rd, I believe. That's not the only one. Here I have a case in Rocky Hill where 12 stop work orders, 12 were issued. This is at 2418 East Main Street, Rocky Hill, a $60 million project, redevelopment, 12 stop work orders, almost $1 million of state funding grants to clean up the site for 213 units, 11 buildings, 11,000 of those office spaces, 10 retail. Another in Stamford, 441 Canal, a company out of New York City, Hudson Meridian, formerly known as Angelina's, who was charged and made to pay $500,000 in fine for a pay-to-play scam, bribery scam with New York City Transit. They were doing work in Stamford, brought in a company out of New Jersey, 7 stop work orders on that one. Huge project, $110 million. Not a small mom and pop operation. In Newington, 3333 Berlin Turnpike, Newington, Connecticut, $37.5 million. Mixed use project, 10 stop work orders, company out of Lowell, Massachusetts.
Mr. Fuentes, your time is almost up. Please conclude your remarks.
Yes, and the latest Steel Point project in Bridgeport, $1 million of state funding for cleanup, 5 stop work orders, a company out of New Jersey. That's just a few, maybe half of what I've noticed. Major projects, big ones, where had we had more investigators, we could be out there policing the industry, cleaning it up, and creating a level playing field, not only for local contractors who are finding it extremely difficult to compete, but create job opportunities for area residents who love to be gainfully employed and take part in the development of their neighborhoods. And that's why I think we need additional help for the folks at the DOL who are trying to do a yeoman's job, monitoring the industry and making sure everyone's bidding at and competing at a level playing field. Thank you, and I'll close my remarks with that.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I know you've been here before. This is a bill that we took up in the past, and I just ran out of time in the session. I do think there was bipartisan support for it. I said this in our committee meeting, but I don't think any of us really appreciate people who come in and cheat both the workers and the other contractors by low bidding because they aren't planning to pay any of the required taxes for the state of Connecticut. So we appreciate your testimony here today. We do have A couple of folks have raised their hands. Senator Sampson, I think you're first.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I think Representative Weir was ahead of me, but I'll be very quick and just thank you very much for your testimony. I think it was very compelling and it makes a very strong case for this bill. And just with respect to the chairman, I agree. This is a good bipartisan bill. This is the kind of thing we should be spending our time on instead of spending hours and hours debating pointless in the Senate about the retirement savings fund. Let's do something that's constructive, that helps people that are actually in the industry competing and working on a day-to-day basis. I just wanted to thank you for your testimony and sharing that. It was very, very compelling and will certainly be helpful for us getting this over the finish line. And I'll turn it back over to the chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. And Miguel, if you'll stay there for a few minutes, the questions will be directed at you. They are for you, I should say. And I don't know why, but on my screen, thank you, Senator Sampson. And on my screen, it said that you raised your hand first. I don't know why the technology did that. I did think Representative Weir was first, so I apologize to you, Representative Weir.
Not at all, Madam Chair. I double-clicked the thing by accident, so it came down and went back up. So Senator Sampson took all my steam, but I did want to thank the panelists for Mr. Fuentes for coming in, sharing that. I echo Senator Sampson's comments that this was bipartisan. We agree. I recognize that there are bad actors out there. It's not uniform. Not all contractors are created equal, and the ones who are behaving badly, treating their workers poorly, not following the rules should be held accountable. We're all about accountability. So thank you for your testimony. It was compelling, and we look forward to further discussion on this and hopefully moving this forward beyond just the committee this year.
Thank you, Representative Weir. And seeing no other hands, then I thank you for your testimony today, and it's always good to see you. Next up, we will go to Representative Ackert. Good morning, Representative. I'm not used to seeing you in that chair. You used to be in this chair.
I miss being in that chair, Madam Chair. I do, but leadership had other plans for me.
I'm sure they're good plans.
Is it still morning? It is still morning. So good morning, chairs, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, ranking members, Senator Sampson and Representative Weir. I am Representative Tim Ackert from the 8th District, serving Bolton, Columbia, Coventry, Lebanon, and Tolland. I am here also in support of the act concerning the number of wage and hour inspectors in the Labor Department. I don't have all the great examples, or sad examples, I should say, as the prior panelist, but looking back in 2014, we had much more staffing in this area, and I am not sure why or if those positions actually aren't in existence anymore. This legislation moves us to adding up to 22, not adding, but making it go to 22 wage and hour investigators. Might be hard to get it done by the end of this year, as this legislation mentions, but I look forward to that. If whatever time that we can do that we move it forward, but also bringing it up to 45 inspectors. And that's the key, not just staff members in the department. We do have management and we do have clerical, but I think what we need to do is make sure that the level playing field, as was mentioned, is had by all. And this isn't just construction jobs. This is the people that are working overtime that aren't being paid for overtime. The people that aren't paid enough. And this is laws that we pass here in the General Assembly that we then has to be executed by somebody else. We're not the enforcers of it, but we pass legislation that says we want these laws to be enforced. We need to also back that. So if it's in the Appropriations Committee and they identify that the backlog, we have up to 1,000 plus complaints a year, and 15 inspectors just can't handle the workload, and you can understand that. And so individuals that aren't getting the appropriate pay in the job that they're supposed to, whether it's prevailing wage pays, whether it's minimum wage, whether it's overtime wages, whatever that may be, should not have to wait months and months and months to be rectified. We want to make sure that the bad actors are taken off, but also probably an education component also has to be included in the part of the role of this, is that make sure that people know the laws. And if you're paying them, you're supposed to pay them appropriate to the laws of the state of Connecticut. And I look forward to supporting this legislation going forward as somebody now on Appropriations Committee. But if you look at the amount of wages that this group, as small as it does, it's in the millions of dollars in terms of owed wages that they're paid back to the worker. That was people that were being, in some cases, taken advantage of, but hopefully it's that we also do an education component. So on that, I look forward to supporting this legislation. It'd be great if I could have voted for it out of committee, but look forward to supporting it on the floor, given the opportunity. So I thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Ackert. I really appreciate your remarks. I think you said them better than I could have said them, and I would have said the same. I also agree with you that this is something that we absolutely need to do. In addition to the things that you said, I do want to point out for the record that it's also lost tax dollars for the state of Connecticut. And if we had more wage and hours inspectors, we could be on top of that. There are way too many companies that go undiscovered. And the quicker and the sooner that we do it, the fewer that will be able to declare bankruptcy and get away with it completely. So I really appreciate your remarks. I'm glad you're on the Appropriations Committee, because that's probably where we'll have the real, that's where the rubber will hit the ground, so, or the road, I think they say. I'm very bad at those kinds of comments. Thank you so much. I do see Senator Sampson is here and would like to ask a question or make a comment. Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. In an interest of being brief, I'll just say a quick word. I want to thank our former colleague on the Labor Committee for his testimony and visiting us today, and really, really doing a great job of making the case for this bill. And I'm actually very pleased, Representative, that you're on the Appropriations Committee now, because I do believe that's kind of where our hangup has been in the past. So I'm going to count on you to make a case over there to the chairs and ranking members of Appropriations, which I'm sure you'll do a great job at, to get this thing over the finish line. And it's good to see you. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Good to see you, Senator, and thank you.
Seeing no other hands, thank you for being here today. And we will move next to the Zoom screen. And next up will be Ed Hawthorne. Ed, are you there? Great.
I am. Good morning still. Chairs Kushner, Sanchez, ranking members Ware, and of course, my state senator, Rob Sampson. My name is Ed Hawthorne. I'm proud to serve as the president of the Connecticut AFL-CIO, a federation of hundreds of local unions representing approximately 250,000 active and retired workers in the public sector, private sector, and our building trades. It's on their behalf I testify today. So in the interest of consistency, I'm going to start with HB 6843, an act concerning the number of wage and hour investigators at the Department of Labor. As previously stated, wage theft occurs when employers do not pay according to the law, paying less than the minimum wage, prevailing wage, standard wage, not paying overtime, not allowing workers to take meal and rest breaks that are required by law, requiring work off the clock, and actually taking workers' tips legally. Now, what wage and hour investigators do is they actually go out and investigate the claims, they assess penalties and fines, and recover wages that are owed to working people. Let's talk about the state auditor's report to really focus on the issue. State auditors issued a report on July 23rd of 2024 for the fiscal years of 2021 and 2022, focusing on finding 8 that detailed the backlog there. As of May 11th of 2023, 843 complaint cases received or initiated had not been assigned for an investigation. One case was pending for almost a year, 336 days. Pending and unassigned status accounted for 41% of the estimated cases as of May 11th of 2023. Now, the impact that they found and the way the state auditors sought to solve it is simply because there was a lack of staffing. They need additional people to do it. So currently, there's approximately 20 wage and hour investigators, 4 field supervisors. We've come at this year after year, and I forget who said it, but it died in appropriations. It wasn't picked up on appropriations last year. These are one thing we should focus on. These are revenue positive jobs. These are state workers that actually bring in money to the state by penalizing those bad actors. That's something that needs to be said. When you look at this bill, it speaks to a population that's suffering, a population that cannot wait months on end to get money that is owed to them. Because according to United Way's Alice report, it shows approximately 39% of Connecticut workers live paycheck to paycheck. This unjust delay in the resolution of wage complaints puts an unnecessary strain on the middle class. Not enforcing wage and hour laws allows unscrupulous employers to come into the state and not be punished. But the good news is we can send a clear message to employers everywhere that this will not happen in Connecticut and that we will enforce the laws we have on the books. We urge support for that bill. Next, I'd like to go on to HB 6844, an act concerning permanent partial disability payments. If a worker gives up part of themselves for the job through injury, they shouldn't be forced to give up part of their pension as well. Pensions are deferred compensation. They are earned. They are not a gift. And workers who suffer an injury on the job that leaves them partially permanently disabled shouldn't be punished for it. We urge support of that bill as well. Next, on to SB 1220, an act concerning health benefits for state marshals. State marshals have a dangerous job. They serve process to people, and as you can probably imagine, a lot of people don't like being served process. It's an unsafe job, and currently they don't have access to healthcare benefits. We believe they should be treated just as any other state employee and should have access to those benefits. It'll improve recruitment, retention, and able to make the job a career. Not just something that is sustaining is really what we're looking for. And also HB 6842, an act concerning a minimum wage for cannabis employers. We ran into a problem with a cannabis employer that decided that their employees were tipped workers. Luckily, that was rectified. This bill would merely put in stone and clarify in the law that they are to be paid the minimum wage and they would not qualify as tipped workers. So I thank you all for your time. I know you got a long day ahead of you. For those that are there in person, such as Senator Kushner, please have safe travels home tonight, and I'd be happy to answer any questions the committee may have.
Thank you. I don't see any hands, but thank you very much for your testimony and for your service to the working families of Connecticut. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next up we have Brian Messick.
Good morning. Good morning, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, Senator Sampson, Representative Weir, and other members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Brian Messick. I'm a Connecticut State Marshal. I'm president of AFSCME Local 2193, which represents the marshals across the state. I'm testifying in support of SB 1220, an act concerning health benefits for state marshals. This is something that's been brought up and the committee's been working on it across, I think, 3 sessions now. It would fix this insurance issue for the Connecticut State Marshals by providing certain state marshals with medical benefits in the same manner as other state workers. This is a basic benefit of a full-time job, health insurance for the hardworking men and women that make up the Connecticut State Marshals. Currently, we participate in the state employee plans through the comptroller, but we have to pay the full cost, basically like a COBRA premium. It's getting harder to recruit people into these public service roles. This bill would fix a problem that we know exists. In a prior session, this committee commissioned a study of this issue, and the results show what I've always known. There's not only a recruitment issue, but there's also an issue that these jobs are really only open to those who have health care from another source. Some of my coworkers, the marshals around the state, have put in testimony that some of them have been forced to work 2 jobs for this reason of insurance, and that's really not an ideal situation. These are roles that require attention and dedication and responsiveness to the public. And really, an even scarier thought is we're asking people to do these sometimes dangerous jobs without insurance. And some of my members have put in testimony that they're actually working without insurance, which is not a good situation. There's many dangers that we face in the job. Most of us throughout our career, me personally, have encountered some of these, been threatened, harassed. We've had marshals chased, hit by cars. We've had people come out of houses with samurai swords and axes during evictions. One of my members was actually shot in the line of duty while executing or attempting to execute an arrest in Bridgeport. So, like Ed said, not everyone is happy to see us. These are court orders we're enforcing about money, property, children, restraining orders, civil arrests. So we can't expect people to dedicate and devote themselves and enter this line of work without insurance. So I'm happy to see that there's a desire to fix this problem. We're not a large population. There's 160 marshals in total. We sort of understand that not everyone will need this. I have some members that put in testimony that they fortunately have coverage from a spouse or, another source of insurance. So from the study, we sort of understand that's probably around 60%. So probably less than 100 people. State marshals are really a unique creature, but we provide an important function. We're a cost-effective function for the state, for the people of Connecticut, our courts, and we work in every corner and every community of the state. So this bill has good parameters. It'll cover our working marshals who work every day for the people of the state of Connecticut. So thank you for listening, and I'm obviously happy to answer any questions from the committee.
Thank you for being with us today and for your leadership on this bill. Again, this was a bill that has broad support, and I think your ability to be here and make sure that we understand the situation has been really very helpful. So I don't see any other questions, but we will move on. I know some of your colleagues will be testifying.
Thanks so much.
Thank you, Brian. Next up, we have Madison Beggs.
Good morning, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, and other ranking members. It's good to be with you again. Unfortunately, we couldn't be in person, but good to see all of you again. This is our third time with you, so third time's the charm, hopefully. My name is Madison Beggs. I'm a New Haven County State Marshal. I've been a state marshal for about 2.5 years now. And during those 2.5 years, I have served countless restraining orders, spent countless hours out late at night, for the sake of domestic violence victims, just ensuring their safety. I've also spent numerous hours executing KPS warrants, as Brian was talking about. And on several occasions, I've had people threaten me. I've been assaulted, had people throw things at me. I've had an individual try to hit me with their car when I was trying to execute a KPS warrant. And so it's not there's no doubt about it. This is a dangerous job, and it requires a lot of work and a lot of stress. As some of you may know, I'm a husband and a father of 4. And so all of my children actually are receiving Husky health insurance. So I work 40, 50 hours a week serving civil process for the state of Connecticut. But my kids are on Husky, and I just think we could work together to resolve that issue and work together to create a bill to allow me to have state health benefits for the job we do, which is a necessary job, and that benefits the state and the people of Connecticut. And so, I'm obviously here to support Senate Bill 1220, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Madison. First of all, thank you for your service to the state of Connecticut, and we really appreciate it. And it is always good to be reminded of the work that you're doing and how important it is for our communities and for the safety of our communities. So I appreciate you being here and sharing your story. Clearly, I think it is really a problem that we have people who serve the state in the capacity that you do and don't receive health benefits and whose children are on Husky. Husky is a great program, but if we provided the benefits that I think we owe you, then of course that would make space for other people who need to access Husky. So I really appreciate your being here. I don't see any hands, so we will move on to the next person on the list, but thank you for your perseverance. And next up, we have Lisa Stevenson. Oh, you need to unmute yourself.
There I am. Okay. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Lisa Stevenson. I have served as a Connecticut State Marshal for over 30 years. I am an ex officio commissioner on the State Marshal Commission. That position I've held for 24 years. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak regarding Senate Bill 1220, an act concerning health benefits for the state marshals. In my written testimony, I reiterated the history of why we're here. I'd like to just give you an opportunity. I'd like this opportunity to give you an overview of what has transpired. Public Act 0099 in 2000 removed the constitutionally based sheriff system and replaced it with the more current state marshal system. Public Act 0099 was the answer to an antiquated system that did not grow with the times. State marshals are appointed and sworn officers for the state of Connecticut. We are directed by the state to carry out service of civil process. I was excited to be part of the new system that would finally allow diversity and equitable distribution of work to people who would never had that opportunity. It was going to be change on an epic level, and I was going to be part of that history. As we move forward, there still seemed to be an obstacle about not letting this happen. Health insurance is the obstacle. We interviewed incredible candidates, women, people of color, bilingual, yet not having affordable insurance was the breaking point for these individuals. 2 years ago, the Connecticut General Assembly directed a study. The State Marshal Commission and the State Marshal's Advisory Board worked together to give you guys that information. Unfortunately, the information gathered was what we already knew. We're not racially balanced. We don't mirror our society. We found out that although Public Act 0099 allowed a broader spectrum of qualified people to hold these jobs, we were asking people to do the job, a dangerous job without health insurance, and that wasn't an option for them. The demographics of the state marshals will never change without affordable insurance. Having affordable insurance is going to fix the racially balanced problem we have. By supporting Senate Bill 1220, we'll fix that problem. I hope the committee can support it. And I thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. And as I said to the colleagues that testified before you, we really do so appreciate the work you do to protect our communities and to serve the state of Connecticut. So thank you so much. And thank you for advocacy on this bill too. So I don't see any hands, so we will move on to the next panelist. And thank you and have a great day.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Kimberly Glassman.
Hi, good morning. My name is Kimberly Glassman. I'm the director of the Foundation for Fair Contracting. I want to thank the committee, Chairwoman Kushner, our Chairman Sanchez, and our ranking members, Senator Sampson and Representative Weir, for holding this hearing today. And I hope everybody is having a safe snow day today. You've already heard a lot of testimony, so I apologize if some of this is redundant, but I am here with the Foundation for Fair Contracting to speak in support of House Bill 6843, which is an act concerning the number of wage and hour investigators at the Department of Labor. And I did submit testimony, written testimony as well. I just want to support some of the earlier statements that were made by both Representative Ackert and by Miguel Fuentes from the Carpenters Union. So our organization right now, we monitor government contracts for compliance with labor law, particularly in the construction industry. So we're looking at prevailing wage. We're looking at prevailing wage compliance, but also workers' unemployment insurance, workers' comp, and making sure that workers are classified appropriately. We have at this point 23 complaints that are currently filed with the Department of Labor's Wage and Workplace Standards Division. And the Wage and Workplace Standards Division has about 1,600 cases currently assigned to agents. That includes prevailing wage, but as you've heard, that's not just construction. We're talking minimum wage, overtime, child labor, a whole host of Fair Labor Standards Act issues as well. And they have over 945 cases that are still waiting assignment. And so, my organization, we're grateful. We're blessed that we get to communicate with our Department of Labor, with their Wage and Workplace Standards Division regularly about different complaints that we're filing. If we have a stop work order issue, like you heard about the one that we worked closely with Wage and Workplace on in Stamford, at the Canal Street project with a number of out-of-state contractors that were received stop work orders. We see firsthand just how understaffed and overworked these investigators are. And we really need the legislature to give this agency some relief, and these field staff members some relief. Some of these field staff investigators are working nights and weekends to try to calculate back wages, calculate restitution, civil penalties. They audit records from companies, and it takes a lot of time to go through the hundreds or thousands of pages of documents to build their case. And they're doing it, the number of cases that they're receiving is going up, but their staffing levels have continued to decline over the past 10 years. As Representative Ackert said, this isn't groundbreaking, right? You're not creating new positions. This agency, this department used to be staffed up. Just 10 years ago, they had a staff of anywhere between 40 to 45 within the Workplace Standards Division. Thank you. And that included their investigators. So we think this is long overdue, common sense proposal. We appreciate the committee for hearing this. I just wanted to provide some comments on the record. And of course, we understand that the real battle will come in before the Appropriations Committee. And we hope that the administration will support your efforts. Happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony here today. And we seem to have a lot of folks in support of this on both sides of the aisle. So I feel this is a good effort this year. But thank you for being here today, and have a good and safe day.
Thank you.
Take care. Next up, we have Brooke Foley.
Good morning, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, Senator Sampson, Representative Weir, and distinguished members of the committee. My name is Brooke Foley. I'm from the Insurance Association of Connecticut. The IAC is a state-based trade association, and we represent Connecticut's property and casualty insurance industry and life insurance and financial securities industries. I am here to testify today on Senate Bill 1222, an act concerning portal-to-portal workers' compensation coverage for Public Works Department employees. The workers' compensation system provides medical costs and lost wages to employees in the event of work-related illness and injuries. To get these benefits, a worker must demonstrate that the injury or illness arose out of or in the course of employment. This bill and bills like it erode this requirement. This bill would again expand workers' compensation coverage, this time to Department of Public Works employees, just like the bill for dispatchers did in the 2023 session. These repeated expansions of workers' compensation benefits increase workers' compensation insurance rates and burden employers, and they erode the requirement under the law that to be compensable, illnesses and injuries must arise of and in the course of the employment. Under the coming and going rule, workers are generally not entitled to workers' comp benefits for injuries that they sustain during the normal commute to or from their place of employment because the injury does not arise out of or in the course of employment. However, the case law already provides for certain exceptions, limited exceptions to this rule, and so this bill is duplicative and it's unnecessary. As we expressed to you in 2023, expanding the statute again to specifically single out a certain group of employees sets a concerning precedent that would lead to further expansions for additional employee groups and undermine the integrity of the workers' comp system, and that's what this bill does. And for these reasons, we urge the committee to reject Senate Bill 1222.
Thank you for your testimony. I see no hands, so I hope if you're not home already, then I hope you get home safely.
I hope you get home safely too. Thank you, Senator.
Take care. Next up, we have Jeff Parent.
Good afternoon. I am on the road. I just want to do a mic and video check on my phone.
We can hear you and we can see you.
Very good. Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, ranking members, and members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Jeff Parent, and I am president of AFSCME Council 4, Local 1303-028, which represents public works employees in the town of South Windsor, and this is my 10th winter working in the department. I am testifying in support of Senate Bill 1222, which would extend portal-to-portal coverage to public works employees in certain circumstances. This bill would help protect public works employees when called in during emergencies and other circumstances. During the winter, it is unknown when a snow or weather emergency is going to begin. Icing events, refreezes, snow and ice, etc. occur throughout the day and night, and when they do, we are needed to protect the residents and make roads passable for emergency crews. When my coworkers are called in to report to South Windsor, they are coming from municipalities throughout Connecticut. The roads and conditions can be very different for public works employees when they report to work based on what different municipalities and state departments are doing. We could be going to work or going home, and other municipalities or state roads can be in various stages of plowing or de-icing. This creates different hazards on our commutes because conditions can be safe where we work, but yet not safe where we live. As an example, I myself was driving home earlier this winter and hit black ice in a municipality that had not yet fully treated their roads after I'd been sent home from treating our roads. It is, to summarize, it's inevitable that we will drive in difficult conditions because of the nature of our work. It's not an if, but a when. And public works employees need to report during weather emergencies and should be given the same protections as other essential employees who are called to work. I urge the committee to support Senate Bill 1222 and provide portal-to-portal coverage for public works department employees. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you both for your testimony and also for being out there. It looks like you might be out at work today. Are you working?
That is correct. I stopped in the middle of my plow route. I was hoping to be at the garage, but it didn't work out timing wise.
Well, we won't keep you long, but I do want to say that I drove here today from Danbury, which is quite a hike, and can't tell you how much I appreciate the work you do to make it possible for us to be on the roads when we need to be and to be there as safely as possible. So really appreciate your work today, especially, but every day. Thank you.
Thank you. It's nice to hear that as always.
All right, take care. And I see no questions, so I'm going to move on next to Mike Pace. I think he's a colleague of yours. Is Mike here? I don't see him. Rhonda, is he in the waiting room? Okay. So we will come back. If Mike gets on later, we'll come back to him. I know people are having some difficulty today. Next up, we have Xavier Gordon. Is Xavier here? Yes. okay.
Yes,
Great.
just one moment.
We can hear you and see you, so go right ahead.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, ranking members and members of the Labor Committee. My name is Xavier Gordon, and I'm president of AFSCME Local 269, which represents the dedicated workers in the Department of Labor, which includes wage and hour inspectors. I've worked in the Department of Labor for more than 30 years and currently work as a programs and services coordinator. In 2015, I became president of Local 269, and during my tenure, I've seen the Department of Labor's short-sightedly lay off employees due to budgetary concerns. This has placed increased stress on DOL employees as the department didn't reduce the amount of work when employees were laid off, and we have been asked to do more with less. Despite this, we still provide services to the public and are proud of the work we do. One of the areas in which DOL is vastly understaffed is wage and hour inspectors. I am submitting testimony in support of House Bill 6843, which would require there to be 45 wage and hour inspectors by 2026. I believe that the department should be given the resources to increase this important staff, and giving them until 2026 to do so should make it more attainable. Over the last decade, we have seen staffing in the division decrease significantly with a risk of further reductions due to upcoming retirements. This has meant workers who are being financially exploited must wait longer for their claims to be investigated and to receive the money that they've earned. Some of the workers affected are not being paid minimum wage or overtime, while others are intentionally misclassified as independent contractors and not able to receive the benefits that they deserve. Without adequate staffing in this division, there is an incentive for employers to behave badly because they know they may not face consequences. House Bill 6843 would provide proper staffing in the division and would benefit workers and the business community. Workers would know if they are exploited, there is protection, and businesses and would know there is a level playing field instead of trying to cut corners at the expense of the workforce. Additional investigators were allowed for the division to be proactive in informing workers of their rights and conducting routine inspections that educate employers on their responsibilities. I urge the committee to support House Bill 6843. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I'm here to answer any questions.
Thank you. I don't see any hands, but thank you for being here today.
Thank you, Senator. You stay safe.
Thank you. Next up, we have Tanisha Signori. Hello, how are you?
Hi, I'm good. How are you?
Doing well.
Good. I'm glad
Maybe
you
we
made
see
it
that
in
baby
safe.
of yours up there. I do have to admit that Roy's looking for her.
She's in her high chair screaming right now. But getting fed with that. So thank you for having me today. Good afternoon, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, all the esteemed members of the Labor Committee. My name is Tanisha Signor. I'm the Policy Director at She Leads Justice, formerly known as 12. I am here today in support of HB 6843, an act concerning the number of wage and hour inspectors at the Labor Department. I'm really happy to hear the bipartisan support so far. And I will be submitting my testimony, so I won't read it word for word. There she goes. But I do just want to say that we really feel this is an important piece of legislation to finally get through this year. We're hoping you guys will pass it out of committee and really help Connecticut families that are already struggling. I know someone earlier mentioned the Alice report. I think it's really crucial for us to pass legislation this year that helps working families in their effort to stay afloat in in a state like ours that can be a really high cost of living. I know that over the last few years, due to budgetary constraints and the lingering effects of COVID, investigators for the Department of Labor have struggled to keep up with thousands of new complaints every year. The division's understaffed, the cases are backlogged. They are asking for this increase as well. And every session that we fail to pass this, millions of dollars of stolen wages fail to be recovered for people and for families. I also just wanted to mention that wage theft enforcement is good for our economy. It's good for businesses, as well as families and individuals. When we uncover unpaid wages, the money is invested back into our communities, and it's helping to raise healthy families. It's helping to pay rent. It's helping to buy goods from local businesses, and it all combines to help create wealth for our state. So we really urge the committee to vote favorably. Again, I'm happy to hear that there's support across the aisles on this, and we really are excited to see the state address and end wage theft for workers in our state.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony today. We did get to hear from your little girl back there in the background a little bit, but I don't see any hands, so we will move on, but good to see you today. So we do have Next up, I believe, I don't see John Erlinghouse. Again, if he joins us later, we will come back to him. And then I do believe we have in the waiting room a translator who's on the list as number 14, but we will move now to number 15, Deirdre Murch.
Oh, I also had some more, sorry.
Obed
I would
is-
also like to provide my testimony apart from.
Excuse me?
Hello, my name is Obed Sierra. I'm the translator, but also I would like to have give a testifying support of HB 6843, if you don't mind.
Okay, then I will ask Deirdre to just hold off for a moment. I wasn't aware that you were also testifying, so please go right ahead, Obed.
Good day, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, and members of the committee. My name is Obed Sierra. I'm an organizer with the Connecticut for All Coalition, and I live in Stanford. I'm here to testify in support of HB 6843. As a Connecticut resident, I want to share with you why hiring more wage and hour inspectors at the Connecticut Department of Labor is important. Sadly, wage theft has happened to me when I was just my adolescence, when I was a teenager, my first jobs. And I didn't really know what to do in those instances. I just moved past it because, hey, passage of life, you think so. But it also has happened to my family and friends regarding the regular hours or overtime. And I am disbelieved that the state hasn't allocated or hasn't addressed, hiring more DOL inspectors. Let me turn on my camera, sorry. I've also had the opportunity to work and talk to advocates that fight along the people that were robbed and exploited, people that are working, and I can't say they're even living paycheck to paycheck because that was weeks or months ago. The companies, bosses, owners, and managers that do this don't do it because they're going out of business, or the majority are not, but because they have adopted it as their way to run it. We're already in a state where 90% of people making minimum wage are over the age of 20. There are currently 9 wage and hour investigators and 17 wage enforcement agents, and it could take up to a year before someone looks at a complaint. The need is there. Passing HB 6843 would allow for cases to have shorter wait times. It would allow for thousands of families to not be at risk of losing their houses, having healthier lives, healthier communities. It doesn't have to be that way. As legislators, you have the opportunity to make a difference, and starting with this year's budget. And thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. And thank you also serving here today for translation purposes. I appreciate that. So next we have Deirdre Murch.
Good afternoon, Senator Kushner and members of the committee. I'm happy to be here. I live in Hamden. I'm also one of the vice presidents at SEIU 1199 and the home care director here at the union. And I'm here to ask you all to support Senate Bill 1221, which is an act making changes to the Connecticut Retirement Security Program. This bill would be truly life-changing for so many of the personal care attendants, PCAs, that our union is made up of. PCAs dedicate their lives to caring for those who need support to live independently. That includes seniors aging at home, that includes adults with disabilities, and that also includes a lot of caregivers' own family members who have either intellectual or physical disabilities. About a third of our 12,000 PCAs care for family members. About 2/3 are people of color, and the vast majority are women. They provide dignity and stability for their consumers and allow their consumers to remain with their loved ones at home and maintain their independence. But as many of you know, PCAs face their own struggles. Many have difficulty finding stable hours or navigating endless paperwork just to get the care in place for their loved one. And even with some of the hard-fought raises that went into effect this year, the rising costs are keeping many of our members really at or below the poverty line. We've secured a small amount of paid time off, but still PCAs do not have any access to a crucial tool for their future, which is a retirement account. As we all know, housing, utilities, food costs are soaring, and all of us are uncertain about the future of Social Security. And so the question of what PCAs will rely on when folks need to retire is very much an open question. Many of our members work multiple jobs and sacrifice time with their own families to care for their consumers. So today you're going to hear from many of our members who are really struggling to survive. Some of them are seniors themselves. About 10% of PCAs are over the age of 65 and still working, possibly because they have a loved one who needs care, but also largely because people just can't afford to retire. This is an ongoing battle, and we hope that you all will act now. Passing Senate Bill 1221 would provide a first step toward a retirement safety net. It's not a complete solution. It's not the solution our members deserve. The solution our members deserve would be an employer or state-funded retirement program, but it's an important first step to have PCAs have the ability to contribute to their own wages to a retirement plan. So I urge you to support this bill and vote to pass it out of the Labor Committee. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I do want to ask you a couple of questions. I know that we had earlier testimony from the comptroller and the executive director of the program, and there were some questions about PCAs and how the state would advise and inform PCAs because the state isn't the employer, obviously, but I believe for other payroll purposes and other benefit purposes, there's a fiduciary payroll agent that administers the programs. Can you tell us which agency of the state would be, do you coordinate with that is responsible representing the state?
So in contract negotiations, we work directly with the PCA Workforce Council, which is housed within the governor's office. It is, you're exactly right, a fiscal intermediary, a payroll company that actually issues individuals checks each week. And largely, we work most closely with both DSS and DDS. And so we believe that anytime we need to get word out to 12,000 workers that have no common workplace, the most effective way to do that is through, communications from lots of different sources, through the payroll from the payroll company, directly from DSS or DDS, and of course, we play a role in those communications to our members. Because a large portion of PCAs also have Spanish as their preferred language, it's really critically important that any communication system is at least in English and Spanish.
Thank you. The other comment I want to make, I know there's been a suggestion made that people can, individual employees who don't have an employer plan for retirement can go out and purchase an IRA and, get involved and have their own savings accounts. I did note when I did simple math about the number of participants that we have currently in the plan and the total amount that the state is spending, that we're basically spending about $21.57 per covered employee. Of course, that number would actually go down the more people that are enrolled, since we heard also today that it would not require additional personnel as the number of enrollees grows. So $21 per year, by the way, $21.57 per year seems like a very little amount of administration. And I know, when I'm looking at my retirement, I often will engage a financial advisor to help understand what's the best way to invest money for my retirement security. I don't know if you obviously have a lot of conversations with PCAs and a lot of interaction. Do you know if any of the PCAs would be in a position to get their own IRA or Roth account that would, that they could do as efficiently and as basically cost effectively as this?
I've been working alongside PCAs now for almost 14 years, and I have never met a PCA who has their own independently purchased IRA or Roth account. I just have never, ever seen it. And as you know, Senator Kushner, many PCAs are working multiple jobs. We still routinely meet PCAs living in their cars or without a permanent home. There are many PCAs that are still without health insurance. A vast number beyond that still are on Husky or use some kind of state benefits. So this is a workforce that's not just working paycheck to paycheck, but is really working a paycheck behind almost all the time. And so to ask someone who is, last night we visited someone who had no heat in their home. So to, expect someone who's either living in their car or may just be struggling to keep a roof over their head to go seek the services of a financial advisor is, simply not going to happen in, 9,999 out of 10,000 cases. And so we know that when My CT Savings is opened up to workers, it makes people, I believe the figure I've heard is 17 times more likely to have retirement savings if there is one of these programs that allows people to make pre-tax deductions in an account that is run, in this case by the state. So we think that while this isn't going to provide the ultimate retirement security that our members need, which is a pension, this is an important first step to making sure that we don't continue to have PCAs working into their 60s, 70s, 80s. We know one PCA who I think is 88 or 89 and still working. And you'll hear from some of those members today.
Thank you. And that does bring me to another issue that has been raised. We have heard that that this would be a burden on employees to have the money automatically taken out, especially low-wage workers who might need that money for, paying for groceries or paying rent. How would you respond to that in terms of what you've seen? And do you feel confident there will be enough measures taken to advise people that they can opt out, for instance, if they chose not to want to invest part of their salary in the program?
Yeah, that's a good point that, PCAs will, just like all employees, have the option to opt out. But I believe that the vast majority of PCAs will not want to opt out of saving for their retirement. Retirement is one of the top concerns that we hear from PCAs in the thousands who have absolutely no security beyond Social Security payments, which, as we all know, have their own layers of uncertainty. Just in Social Security alone. So we're fully committed to working with the state of Connecticut to make sure that we get the information needed into every PCA's hands so that folks understand their options. But in my 15 years with the union, our members have always taught me that people are willing to make investments in having a better life. And part of that is making an investment into their own ability to retire with dignity someday. I have seen far too often people work themselves into their grave, literally die at work or die while still working. I'm thinking of a worker I knew in Bridgeport, a woman named Lori, who came out to a meeting last fall, talked about how retirement was her main concern. 3 weeks later, we called her and reached her husband. She had died. So she worked until the day she died. And that is not a story I ever want to have to tell again about someone who provides independence and dignity for another human being.
Thank you for that, for sharing that with us. I really appreciate your comments. It really does, it reinforces what I already believe to be the case, because I've seen it in terms of the paid family medical leave program that we enacted. And we worked so hard to make sure that PCAs would be covered by that program. Of course, there is a salary deduction for that. But again, we've seen so many people benefit from that investment in their own financial security. And so it is good to have it reinforced that this would be another way in which we're offering that investment to people who absolutely need it the most. So thank you for your
If I can add just one thing to that, thank you so much for bringing that up. I, was on a new hire orientation last night of PCAs, and one question I always ask is, who's heard of paid family and medical leave? And for the first time, 5 years now after it's gone into effect, almost every PCA I talk to now have heard of this benefit, and many have used it. And it's just so exciting and wonderful to see that, in the past, as you know, people had to choose between keeping a roof over their head and taking care of themselves or their loved one during an emergency. And that is now much more a thing of the past. And so we hope we can look forward to a future where, hearing that people have worked until the day they have died is also a thing of the past. And supporting Senate Bill 1221 is just such a critical first step toward that future where people can have the ability to retire someday with dignity.
Thank you. And thank you for your work representing these essential workers in our communities. I see that Representative Hughes has a question or a comment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you so much for your testimony, Deirdre, and on behalf of everyone you represent. I am also curious about so many of your PCAs have several jobs. Could you see this model working like paid family medical leave, in which they are getting offered MyCT savings, the same option at these other jobs as well, so that it's all in one retirement vehicle, if you will, and that they get to really contribute and compound interest and savings in that for their retirement across multiple jobs.
Yeah, I think that's a great point that, because so many PCAs work multiple jobs, having the option to contribute to MyCT savings through the many non-traditional jobs that caregivers have would actually have an exponential benefit, because it's going to allow people to contribute through different jobs and have one central place for that money to be managed.
It seems like a really exciting opportunity to kind of spread the word to those other employers too, to make sure that they get their full value benefit. The other employers are already automatically, putting in for Social Security. I mean, they're already contributing to Social Security automatically. It would be lovely if this was automatic too. I also want to just reiterate, every worker deserves a pension, deserves sick pay, paid sick leave, deserves paid family medical leave, deserves a secure retirement. Every worker is a professional, and I support this as a first step that we can hopefully build on.
So many of the solutions we've been able to achieve in helping make progress toward a future where being a PCA is a valued and respected profession have been kind of stepping stone solutions. And, we see this as one of those stepping stones toward that future. We were so proud and excited similarly to win, up to 5 days paid time off in our last union contract last year. And that is nowhere near enough, because we all know one bout with COVID can be way more than 5 days. But similarly, we know that we need to continue making, whenever possible, rapid progress. But we see that this retirement bill, like many of the other pieces of progress we've made, is going to be a stepping stone toward the future that these workers, and honestly the people who rely on their care, need and deserve. Because consumers who rely on the care of PCAs still report extreme challenges finding people to take the job. There's still a really high level of turnover. About 30% of the workforce turns over every year. And largely it's because people leave for jobs with better pay and benefits. You can, in general, still have better benefits, working at sometimes even fast food restaurants. Now, those jobs deserve good pay and benefits too. But we're missing an opportunity if people are leaving the work of caring for people with disabilities for other jobs because they cannot survive on the lack of benefits or the low pay.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no other hands, thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you for all your work too.
Take care. Next up, I don't see Anthony Soto in the room, so I will move on to Tim Ryan. Is Tim here?
Yes.
Thank you,
Good
Tim.
afternoon. I'm Tim Ryan from Trumbull. My background includes being a CPA with an MBA in finance, and I was fortunate enough to have been able to retire early because of the retirement savings I was able to accrue throughout my career. This has enabled me to spend time volunteering for many fine organizations like AARP, and I supported a lot of programs like My CT Savings along the way. AARP, of course, is a nonpartisan social mission organization with an age 50 plus membership of nearly 38 million nationwide and approximately 550,000 members here in Connecticut. AARP supports livable communities for all ages, aging in place initiatives, and financial opportunity and resilience for everyone as they work, age, and retire. We are before the General Assembly every year on a multitude of bills that support these issues. AARP is in strong support of Senate Bill 1221. Saving for retirement is one of the most important things people can do for their future. And for small businesses, being able to access a retirement savings option helps them hire and keep valuable employees in today's competitive job market. That's why AARP championed the My CT Savings program, which provides an easy retirement savings option to help small businesses provide their employees access to a plan and take control of their financial future. Through the program, businesses have access to a no-cost plug-and-play retirement option that helps their employees save for retirement directly out of their paycheck. The savings are the individual's own money, which they can take with them from job to job and rely on to support themselves and their family in later years. Employers have no cost sharing or obligation to contribute to the employee's retirement savings. Having access to payroll deductions makes people 15 times more likely to save, and they are 20 times more likely to save if that savings is automatic. Thanks to My CT Savings, signed into law back in 2016 and rolled out in phases, 600,000 private sector employees in Connecticut now have the option to save for retirement through automatic payroll contributions to their own Roth IRA. While the program is voluntary for workers, businesses with 5 or more workers must offer access to it if they don't already provide workers with a retirement savings option. Comptroller Scanlon gave the latest enrollment figures and the amount covered in assets, so I won't repeat that. Employers continue to enroll and more employees are gaining the access they are entitled to. My CT Savings helps Connecticut workers grow the retirement savings they need for a secure future and helps them choose how they live as they age. And it allows business owners to access a no-cost and simple retirement savings option for their employees. This program is a win-win and just the kind of innovative solution Connecticut needs for today's workforce. The changes being offered in SB 1221 will bring My CT Savings in alignment with the growing number of retirement savings programs across the country. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. I see Senator Sampson would like to ask a question or make a comment.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. And through you, Tim, I want to thank you for being here. I'm just curious if you caught the conversation I had with the comptroller earlier today.
Oh, yes, the whole thing.
Very, very good. I hope you can understand where I'm coming from. Oh, forgive me. There's a message telling me I need to lower my hand, but I guess it happens automatically. So, I guess a couple things about your testimony I just wanted to ask about. I presume that, the AARP probably has a board or something like that reviews the potential policy items that they choose to support, et cetera. And look, I mean, we are all in favor of people saving and being able to, have a successful retirement fund and so forth. So, I mean, that's not really the issue. The issue, I think, for people that are opposed to this is just whether or not this is the best avenue for that to occur. And I was struck by something you said, which was that, you repeated a few times that this is a no cost option for employers. And that is all true. But are you suggesting that their small businesses, for example, don't have access to provide a retirement plan through another private entity like Schwab or somebody like that at no cost? I mean, and I'm asking that as a serious question because I'm just not aware. Through you.
Yeah, the main reason a lot of small businesses don't go and set up their own plan is there is a considerable cost and fees that they have to pay to set up a plan. So one of the initial feedbacks we got from employers was, this is great. This is a benefit I can give my employees and it won't cost me a thing. And because it's being done by the state, they take on no fiduciary responsibility. So they can't be sued in the result of, bad investments or whatever. It's a total win for the employer. And it's very little effort to get set up.
I appreciate that answer through you, Madam Chairman. I'm going to do some research because I find it really hard to believe that companies that sell these products would make it more difficult for access. I mean, I understand there's a lot of companies in the state that actually do provide some kind of benefit to their employer or employees rather, and a lot of times they do in fact match a certain amount, and that's obviously the best possible plan if you can get it.
Right.
We're just talking about the other folks. Did I hear you mention 600,000 people?
There are 600,000 workers in the state of Connecticut, and this was a figure that goes back years, but that do not have access to a retirement plan at work. So they are the total pool, if you will, that we would love to target. But that there's a lot of those people that are very close to retirement, so they would not be interested in the plan. There's a lot that are in very tight situation financially and probably would want to opt out. But, it's a pool of a large number and it's getting larger. That's the worst thing. Well, when I was working, of course, most big companies had defined benefit pension plans, great vehicles. That allowed me to retire when I was in my 50s. Because of that benefit. Nobody has that now, not even large employers. So really, employees are on their own. You've got to, and this is a conservative plan. Employers don't have to contribute to it. Very low cost at the state. In fact, state can save a heck of a lot of money. We did an analysis like decades ago that if we could get just these lower paid employees to contribute like it's 1,000 or a couple thousand a year, to their own benefit, the state would save a tremendous amount of money. I believe the quote that was mentioned was something like $2 billion over 10 years. But the state can save a lot of money if we can encourage people to save.
Well, thank you for that answer, Tim. I appreciate it. And through you to Madam Chairman, and I don't want to argue with you. I don't think that those numbers are even remotely correct. The comptroller and his staff mentioned that they only envision a maximum of 100,000 people, not 600,000 people that could ever be eligible for their MyCT savings plan. And it's been in existence for 9 years. I mean, it took them a while to even get it going at all. And they've only added 5,000 people to the rolls over the last year, and they're at 30,000. And yet it's costing taxpayers a minimum of 700,000 we talked about today. $700,000 passed on to tax-paying citizens. And, for me, I'm sitting here and I'm trying to decide what the best policy is for my constituents. And seniors are a key, important group of my, constituency. And I'm very concerned about protecting them all day. I'm fighting electric rates. I'm fighting taxation. And when I see $700,000 just in the staff, let alone the startup costs and whoever the state hired to advise them how to set up that plan, I'm going to do a research report to find out exactly what my CT savings has cost the taxpayers. For me, that's impacting seniors also, in other forms of costs. And, I just did a little quick searching while we were talking, and I found 4 companies that will work with employers to provide retirement programs, 401k and IRA type programs for free. So they do exist. And more importantly, an individual person can go anytime they want, even on their phone, and create a retirement fund.
Yes, and we realize that. Then you can walk into a bank right now and open one up.
Right.
But will you? Human nature says no. Of the 30,000 people that are in the MyCT Savings, I'm willing to bet that only a handful of those people would have gone into a bank and taken the initiative to set up the Roth. But if it can be done through their payroll withholding, they'll do it.
Right. Well, through you, Madam Chairman, I appreciate that, except that for me, that's my problem with it, which is that I don't believe in force. I think yes, we can all say it's a good idea. People should save money. People should set up their retirement. But to make them do it or to require them to have to opt out of a program, for me, is fundamentally bad policy. People should be free to make their own choices. And as far as I know, if you sign up for Fidelity or Schwab or one of these things, you can have it come out of your bank account on a regular basis. You can probably even have it payroll deducted without even involving your employer directly if they have a payroll service. So, I just don't see any actual benefit to having a state plan that competes with private plans that can offer all the same exact benefits and more. When you're dealing with a Schwab or a Fidelity, that's a company that is actually in the business of providing these products, and they have some expertise. I love the comptroller. He's a friend. I've worked with him for a decade here, but I don't think he knows much about choosing proper investments, and he's not licensed to do so, et cetera. It's just you have the state in the realm of competing in a marketplace that they know nothing about. And there are costs, and whether they're passed on to the people in the plan or just passed on to taxpayers, it's a concern. But you and I we can continue to discuss this down the road. I just, I don't like being on the other side of AARP. I got to tell you, it makes me uncomfortable because, I am a huge supporter. And generally speaking, when I meet with my local AARP representatives, we're talking about the same things. And no one's more concerned about, protecting senior citizens and the costs that the government imposes on them than me. So we'll just have to, continue this conversation and see if there's, a resolution and what this bill ultimately looks like. But thank you for being here today, Tim. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. And I see no other hands. So thank you for your testimony today. Next up, we have Pete Brown.
Hello. Hello, Chairwoman Kushner, Chairman Sanchez, ranking members, and all the distinguished members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Peter Brown. I'm the president of Uniformed Professional Firefighters Association, which represents nearly 4,000 career firefighters in our state. I'm here to testify in support of HB 644, an act concerning permanent partial disability benefits and pension offsets. I've submitted written testimony, but just wanted to add a couple brief additional comments about this important issue. Throughout my union career, I've unfortunately had to assist many firefighters who were injured on the job and forced to retire early. In many of those cases, you don't only see the stress of leaving a job they love early, but there's also that added physical and emotional burden of having a lifelong restriction due to that injury. And obviously, the more serious injury, the more serious those restrictions. And what the workers' comp system does in these cases is they provide a PPD, a permanent partial disability award, to help make that employee whole for the injury that they've received at work. And just want to say that our workers' comp system in the state is a great system. It provides a great benefit to so many injured workers, and it's critical for all of us. But what we've seen, unfortunately, over the last few years is several municipalities will take the interpretation that they classify this PPD payment as a wage. And what happens when they do that is that will result in a reduction in their earned retirement benefit. And it's our opinion and the reason that we've been fighting for this for a long time, that these awards are not wages. They are designed to work collectively with your pension benefits, and they're there to help provide a little bit of financial security in retirement, especially when forced to retire due to a work-related injury. As we've been talking about this, we can draw some serious comparisons to what we saw at the federal level recently, with the discussion about the WEP GPO provisions of Social Security. WEP was a reduction in earned Social Security benefits just because an employee received a pension. Well, thankfully, we saw that those WEP GPO provisions were finally repealed after 40 years of that wage theft, and we're hopeful that this interpretation of the application of PPD benefits can finally be fixed after so many years. So I want to thank you for the time in testifying today, and I'd be happy to answer any questions if you have them.
Thank you. I know it took me some time to really understand the permanent partial disability pension offset. It is a little confusing to those who have not either experienced it through their own life experience, or who've worked in a field where others that they know have had this issue. So I really appreciate your explanation. It is, and I think the key word that you used that I try and remember is that it's an award. It's not a wage replacement, because that a wage replacement would be if you were, this is my understanding of it, a wage replacement would be if you were out of work for a period of time and you would, because you were injured on the job. So you are out of work and you get a wage replacement from workers' comp, a permanent partial disability. It never goes away. So you're getting an award for the loss of the use of that body part or the damage that was done to that body part that is not going to repair, that it's a permanent situation. And that's why it's an award, not a wage replacement. Is that, am I getting that right?
Yes, that's correct. And it is a little bit of a complex issue to understand, but I think you have it exactly right. There are wage replacement provisions in workers' compensation, and that's not what we're talking about here with PPD. We're not advocating to stack benefits on top of your pension benefits. We're not looking to see an employee enriched in retirement because they were injured. We're just looking for them to receive the fair share of what they're entitled to, and that's what a PPD award is. It's an award for the permanent injury and permanent disability that they'll have for the rest of their life. And I think it's come up in previous testimony in previous years that if the firefighter is able to return to work, they would receive that full award with no restriction. The only time we see the restriction is when they're forced to retire early, because some municipalities are interpreting it that that PPD would be a wage that's combining with their pension to make them earn more in retirement than they earned when they were working, and that's not the case.
Thank you for that confirmation of the way I was understanding it. I don't see any other hands at this time, so I do thank you for not only your testimony here today, but for your service to our state and to our communities as a firefighter and in representing firefighters across the state. Thank you so much for being here. Next up, in fact, I see one of your colleagues. Next up will be Jeff Tomczyk. And full disclosure, Jeff is from Danbury, so I see you often and appreciate your service not only as a firefighter in our community, but also as a city council member. So thank you for being here, Jeff.
Thank you, Senator, and good afternoon, honorable chairs and distinguished members of the committee. My name is Jeff Tomczyk, and I'm representing the Uniformed Professional Firefighters Association of Connecticut. I am here to support HB 844, which is an act concerning permanent partial disability benefits and pension offsets. My written testimony includes a significant amount of history and technical aspects of workers' compensation and how PPD plays a role in that. But in today's verbal testimony, I wanted to speak to some concerns that were raised in the committee. I think that's a better value of this time. One is, and not to repeat too much of what President Pete Brown said, PPD is a benefit for loss of a body part or reduction of a function of a body part. And that was a definition and interpretation from OLR in a report that was provided in 2000. That report is referenced in my written. This clearly defines PPD as a benefit. Wages and salary are compensation for work completed, labor or services. You know, that is a Department of Labor definition, both at the federal and state level. Again, Department of Labor was not considered, Department of Labor clearly states on their website that what's not considered wages is workers' compensation benefits, including PPD. And when we look at workers' compensation benefits, we're talking about disfigurement and scarring benefits, job retraining, relapse or recurring benefits, loss of wages, cost of living adjustments, scheduled awards for, and then schedule awards for permanent partial disability. So these are not included in any type of salary calculation. So why is that? How can we determine or can come to the conclusion that PPD is not really considered a wage or salary? Well, outside of the definitions from DOL and OLR, you can look at the IRS laws, and any injury benefit, anything that's attained through the workers' compensation benefit process, all of those benefits are non-taxable. They're non-taxable because they're not considered a wage. They're considered a benefit awarded for the injury itself. So therefore, there's not a non-taxation purpose. It's not utilized in a salary calculation, and it just should not be used to offset a pension, which is developed clearly for the purposes of developing a retirement benefit. Some other concepts that were brought up in the committee hearing were that it restricts the bargaining relationship between the municipality and the membership organization. And realistically, we're not advocating for any barrier on bargaining. What we're interpreting the PPD as is clearly not a salary or a wage, therefore it shouldn't be added to the pension calculation. It should be completely separated. And if the municipality wants to approach the union organization and discuss a bargaining aspect of putting a cap on a pension benefit through their maximum benefit attained through a stipend, wages, overtime, whatever the calculation may be, they are free to continue doing so under the proposed law here. The only
Mr. Tomczyk, your time is almost up. Please conclude your remarks.
Thank you, Cameron. The only thing that we are attempting to do in this law is identify permanent partial disabilities as not a salary calculation, therefore cannot be included into that pension benefit. A case in point is an offset that the city does not get to use or utilize is in fact windfall, as President Brown explained. There is no mandate that's being asked to be put on the municipality by restricting PPD into a benefit calculation, because we're identifying PPD as workers' compensation benefits that through the definitions provided are clearly not wages, and therefore should not be applied to the total retirement benefit in a salary calculation. If there's any questions, I'm certainly available to answer them, but I want to thank you for your time today, and I wish you all to stay warm and safe travels home. Thank you.
Thank you. In your remarks, it reminded me that the way I look at it, and again, I'd like to be sure I'm right about this, but when a firefighter works all their during their career as a career firefighter, serving communities, risking their lives, during that time, they're earning credit for a pension. So they're earning the pension that they will receive when they retire, basically through the work that they are doing over many years. If we're then saying that their retirement is reduced by a permanent partial disability that they incurred on the job, aren't we in a way saying they're paying for their own disability because they're actually giving up pension that they would have otherwise received because they were injured on the job? So it's almost like rather than workers' comp paying, workers' comp pays out of one pot, like they get that money in one pocket, but they're paying it out of their pension. So in a sense, they're not even getting the value of that award. That's maybe that sounds convoluted, but it does feel a little bit like they're paying for their own permanent partial disability.
No, absolutely, we agree with that, and that's one perspective of looking at it. And to bring it a step further, we can also identify that an injury which is leading to a retirement and then being offset or is offset, leading to an offset of the pension benefit, can be viewed as the injury is punitive, and you are being applied a penalty for becoming injured at a point or period when an individual most needs the benefit provided. As an example, in my written testimony, I reference Lieutenant Ray Lodge from the city of Waterbury, who was involved in a motor vehicle accident while on duty, responding to a call, received significant amount of injury. At a certain point during his recovery process, he was confined to a wheelchair and clearly needed the PPD award to supplement revisions and construction to his home to facilitate the use of a wheelchair. And in addition, unfortunately, he could no longer work, so he did not have, during the remaining of his recuperation time, and then going forward, the full-time career and pay as being a fire lieutenant. So he needed to retire, was receiving a reduced income based on a pension, was not obviously full 100% pay, but also was now being offset by a PPD award, which needed to be used for significant upfront payments to facilitate adjustments to his lifestyle due to the incapacitation. So yes, it is seen as paying for your own injury, but also clearly can be viewed as punitive for receiving a workplace injury.
Yeah. I thank you for confirming that and expanding on it, because I really think it's important people understand what is happening to firefighters who are injured on the job. It doesn't happen to all of them because not every municipality is taking that approach, but it shouldn't happen to any of them. So I really do appreciate not only your testimony here today, but you and the union's perseverance in coming back every year and bringing it to our attention. And it should be one of our high priorities. So I appreciate it and look forward to working this through the process. So thank you very much. And seeing no other hands, I will turn the chair over to Representative Sanchez.
Thank you, Senator Kushner. Up next, we will actually be circling back. Up next is John Erlinghauser.
Thank you, Chairman Sanchez and Chairman Kushner and members of the committee. My name is John Erlinghauser. I'm the Senior Director for Advocacy for AARP in Connecticut, and I'm here to testify in favor of Senate Bill 1221, an act making changes to Connecticut Retirement Security Program. And apologize that I missed my my turn earlier, but I know my good lead volunteer, Tim Ryan's gave our written testimony and some verbal testimony in favor of it, and did a very good job answering some questions. I just wanted to, I sometimes come out of my skin when I listen to the debate about this program because I've worked on it since since its inception. I've been working on getting this program up and running and passed into law in the state of Connecticut for approximately 15 years. And a lot of things were said, and I just want to clarify some of the things that were said in some of the exchanges about the bill, about the law. And one of them is that how much it costs the taxpayers. And so I think that that's the biggest thing I want to correct the record on. This costs the taxpayers zero. State law prohibits there from being taxpayer funding to support this program. There have been lines of credit provided to the program to fund it since they started the program, to be paid back by the fees collected from the contributors to the program by the program administrator. So I wanted to just make sure that is understood. It doesn't cost the state $700,000 a year. It doesn't. It comes from the fees, and the fees are the lowest fees that you could actually find because of the scale of people that are in the program. That's the whole point of the program, was to bring scale. These are moderate to low income workers who aren't going to, as been said, go into a bank and open up a program, an IRA of their own. They don't. We have history of IRAs since the 70s, and these moderate to low income workers making $50,000 a year or less, which is about 50% of them, and then 50% of the rest make $25,000 a year or less, do not walk into a bank and open an IRA. And as for providers that will provide a no-cost program to employees, they aren't doing a very good job of that because they're not doing that as well. These people are not getting access, and regardless of why that is, it's not happening. When this program is provided and employers take advantage of it and comply with the law, which part of this bill will help them do, over 80% of employees do not opt out. And the main reason for those who opt out are because they're near or at retirement. I also want to, or they have a vehicle of their own. They're one of the few that actually walk into a facility and get their own plan. And then again, as for this notion that the 600,000 that we quote versus the 100,000 the comptroller quotes, there are 600,000 people who do not have access to a program at work. That doesn't necessarily mean that they would be covered under the Connecticut Retirement Security Program, because some of them are not at that 5 or more employees. Some of them have a plan through a bank. You know, so there are a lot of ways to calculate the figure. So the program will hopefully hit that 100,000 people if we can get all the businesses that should be complying to comply with the program to provide that access. And it would also, if we included people like the PCAs who otherwise wouldn't be included, it would increase the scale. The more people in the program, the bigger the volume, the lower the fees and the cost to all of those within the program, not the taxpayers of the state of Connecticut. I see the clerk coming on, so I must be getting close to my time, having been a clerk many, many years ago. So I'd be more than happy to answer questions about this because I love talking about this program, and I really do, my skin crawls when I hear all the misconceptions that are brought out about this program. Every year we have a debate about it, and we relitigate it, even though it's wildly successful and the people who are in it love it.
Questions? Representative Hughes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you so much, John, for your enthusiastic, your enthusiastic advocacy and spreading the word. That, I think, is the biggest thing that we need help with collectively across the state. I'm wondering if you can speak a little bit about ease of access in terms of what you've noticed from your members, in terms of, again, I think the biggest reason we have the opt out is for ease of access and to ensure that that communication is provided. Can you say something about that?
Yeah, I mean, so again, people are given plenty of notice. The plan provides for a waiting period before people actually start getting payroll deducted, savings deducted from their payroll, so they have adequate time to get all the notifications that they get about the program and are afforded the ability to opt out. And from all the data we've seen, not only just in Connecticut, by the way, but in the multitude of states, both blue and red, that have created these similar auto IRA programs, the overwhelming majority of people do not opt out. And again, the data that we've seen for people that do opt out are usually opting out because they're at or near retirement, they have a plan of their own, or some just are not interested. But again, we're in Connecticut capturing almost 85% of the people that whose employers are participating, and you know, from what we hear from people, that they actually love participating in this program. It's so easy it's set it and forget it. You know, they get the money, they put it away. It's a 3%, currently a 3% automatic deduction, but you as the employee could move that up or down to whatever the law governing IRAs at the federal level is, right? We have to remember that it's my own private IRA, like anybody who walks into a bank and opens one up. The only difference is we're pulling together all of these thousands and thousands of small accounts that individual brokers do not go after, because if I'm making $25,000 a year and I'm able to save 3 to 6%, there's no money to be made for me as a broker, right? But if you bring them into scale, there's money to be made for the provider, and there's savings to be had for the employee, both in terms of the costs associated with the administration of the plan and overall savings. And my volunteer earlier testified, and he was absolutely right. Millions and millions of dollars saved by the state of Connecticut if we get more people into the program over the long haul, because it will reduce that retirement insecurity that people have. And again, what we know the science says is people are 15 times more likely to save for retirement if they can do it through payroll at work. And that's all we're doing. This is not about what they could do. This is about setting up the most convenient and easy way to provide that access. That's a win-win for everybody. Win for the employee, because they're saving for retirement. Win for the employer, because they are now competitive with those in the marketplace who are able to afford to provide a plan. And a win for the taxpayers of the state of Connecticut. Contrary to the debate that's been had, it's not a cost. It's actually costs nothing now, and in the long run saves taxpayers money, because there'll be fewer pressures put on social safety net programs, and we can get that limited dollar to the other people who might need it more.
Yeah, thank you for that. Can you say anything about the, you know, again, we talked a little bit early on about financial literacy, but about these being pre-tax dollars and that kind of things? I don't think workers understand that. I didn't understand that.
So initially, we actually advocated for it to be a traditional IRA. But the compromise when this legislation was first passed was for it to be a Roth IRA, and that was because of the notion that we were in fiscal crisis when we actually passed this, and it was this notion that there would be lost tax revenue if we went to a straight up IRA where people are taxed at withdrawal of funds, as opposed to the Roth IRA where they pay taxes on the money up front, not when they draw it down. That was the compromise. We always disputed that as, you know, as being a legitimate thing, because again, the people that are providing are contributing to Roth to the Connecticut Retirement Security Program, my CT savings, are those that are low to moderate wage workers. So the revenue is negligible that might be lost by the state of Connecticut. So we support the notion of it being a straight IRA added to this, especially if it provides access to federal matching funds for those that are eligible for that program. It's again another win-win.
And I don't know if Chair Sanchez, if you can answer this, but is that change that we're proposing supporting strengthening that? I think it is, right?
Yes, my understanding is it is.
Okay, great. And that's what I wanted to get on the record. So yeah, any way we can strengthen this and you know, match some federal dollars and to increase you know, the upfront. I wouldn't even call it up front, but like you said, the savings, which I deal with on the back end of people not having retirement security and really being a direct impact on our social safety net. So thank you. Thank you.
Thank you,
very much,
Representative
Mr.
Hughes.
Chair.
Thank you, Representative Hughes. Representative Weir.
Thank you, Mr. Erlinghauser. Thank you for your comments. This is only my, I want to say, second year working on this topic, and I think the importance of. I know you're very familiar with it, and appreciate you offering some new color to the to the discussion that's gone on today. I mean, regarding the debate, I think our duty here is to understand, ask questions. I think we're doing everybody disservice if we're not poking at these ideas. And so some of this, I mean, to the fact that I didn't hear, when we asked about the cost, you're the first person I heard who mentioned the fact that this is, I mean, if the controllers, if the MyCT savings people didn't happen to mention that this is not funded by the taxpayer, you're the first person to mention it. I think this debate and this discussion has been worthwhile.
So Representative Ware, I appreciate that. And again, as I say, I have probably more background on this program because I could tell you every nook and cranny and every iteration of how we got to the initial study legislation, because there was a 2-year study of whether or not to do this. Connecticut, California, and Oregon were the first 3 states to study it and then pass legislation. We were the last of the 3 that were initial to actually get it off at the ground and running. It was originally governed by a quasi authority, and the appointments weren't made, so that got dragged in for 2 years, and so there were all kinds of reasons why this didn't work. And then another reason why this took so long to get off the ground was because we couldn't expend state dollars to fund the program, and so that's why I'm sensitive about that, because it specifically says in the law that it cannot use state funds. We then work to get it changed to allow OPM to extend a line of credit to the program so that we could begin to get it to function and then pay it down from the fees that are associated with the accounts payable. So that's the history. We were one of the only states that were handicapped that way, which is why it was so difficult for us to get off the ground initially from the time we passed the law in 2016. And the initial funding came from a $250,000 leftover money that was gotten through development from the study committee that was chaired by Comptroller Lembo and then was transferred over to the Retirement Security Authority. That got us initially going, and that's how we got to here. So, absolutely no cost to the state of Connecticut. That's the beauty of it. And the irony of it is, in most states, this is a bipartisan proposition. We, in Connecticut, for whatever reason, it is the only state where it's been a partisan issue, and I don't know why, but this is the only state where we had a program like this that it has not been bipartisan. And I for the life of me, I can't understand it, because it's counterintuitive to me, because it's getting people to save and kind of initiating them and bringing them into the savings world and saving taxpayers money at the same time, not actually costing them. This is one of those things where we are actually it's factual, not this hypothetical, 10 years out, we're going to save money if we spend money here. This is, we're spending nothing up front and we're going to save money in the tail end. So anyhow.
Well, thank you for that. And I would agree with you that saving is not a partisan issue for sure. As a private sector guy, business owner, I object to the opt-out piece of this, regardless of the little bit of burden. I prefer choice. So it's philosophical, but it is good. I guess I appreciate the update. And if you want to send me information, things that you think are going to help enlighten me, bring me up to speed as this thing progresses, I would appreciate that and welcome that. Welcome the discussion going further. And thank you for your testimony.
I appreciate your consideration.
Thank you, Representative. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you, John, for your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Next up, we have Zach Levy.
Good afternoon, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, ranking members, vice chairs, and members of the Labor Committee. My name is Zach Levy, and I'm a legislative and political coordinator for AFSCME Council 4, which represents 30,000 public and private sector workers. I am testifying today in support of several pieces of legislation. We support Senate Bill 1222, which would provide workers' compensation portal-to-portal coverage to public works employees during emergency situations when others are not called into work. As we've seen today, weather emergencies are random and can happen at any time. They start overnight, in the morning, during the day, and the roads still have to be maintained. Public works employees often don't know when they'll be called in to report to work, and when they will be called in if those roads are still untreated and unsafe, in order for them to get to the workplace and begin making roads passable for other emergency crews and residents. SB 1222 would extend the protection to public works employees that is already given to other emergency workers when they are called in to report to work, and we believe this bill would treat public works department employees equitably with their fellow emergency workers and provide them protection when they are commuting in dangerous conditions. We support House Bill 6843, which would increase wage and hour investigator staffing in the Department of Labor. Wage and hour investigators do the critical work of investigating claims made by workers when they are being financially exploited by their employer. They also conduct routine site inspections at workplaces to ensure that employers are being compliant with all Connecticut labor laws. Every year, wage and hour investigators return millions of dollars in total to exploited workers who are having their wages illegally withheld from them. Many of these workers are non-native English speakers or immigrants who are at a higher risk of being exploited by a bad employer. Over the last decade, staffing has not kept pace with the need in this department, which was shown in the recent audit report, which said that there was a months-long backlog of claims. Increased staffing would help the Department of Labor be more responsive to claims made by workers, as well as proactive in ensuring that workers and businesses alike are knowledgeable about their laws and their rights. Finally, we support House Bill 6844 and urge the committee to support all three of these bills, as well as many of the bills on the agenda today. Currently, some municipalities are deducting the permanent partial injury award from the disability pension of workers injured in the line of duty. This is patently unfair, and we believe it is also a bit morbid. Workers might get horribly burned and lose the function of a leg, like a firefighter. A public works employee may suffer a crushed spinal disc from a sewage trench collapse. A police officer might get shot and lose the permanent use of their hand. Such workers receive a permanent partial disability payment for loss of a body part or function. Such a payment has nothing to do with their disability pension. We believe that they are two separate financial items that have little to do with each other, and this bill would set things straight. Sal Luciano, the past president of the Connecticut AFL-CIO and former executive director of Council 4 AFSCME, has said that under the current system, an employee is actually paying for their own injury, which is not the intent of a disability pension. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, Zach, thank you for your testimony. Up next, we have Zachary McKeown.
Good afternoon, committee chairs, ranking members, members of the committee. My name is Zach McEwen. I'm an advocacy manager with the Connecticut Conference of Municipalities. I'm here to oppose HB 6844. CCM appreciates the commitment of our first responders that have made to keeping all Connecticut's and residents safe. And we support efforts to make our first responders whole when they are injured on the line of duty. However, the bill would prohibit pension offsets regarding PPD benefits under workers' compensation laws, resulting in a costly unfunded mandate to towns and cities, which is effectively circumventing the collective bargaining process. Many of these provisions concerning offsets are collectively bargained in good faith between municipal employers and employees. The changes proposed in this bill would circumvent that process after October 1, 2025. This would establish a precedent that would enable future legislation action to invalidate components of a collective bargaining agreement if a stakeholder was unhappy with the agreed upon result. Furthermore, the changes brought about HB 6844 would complicate local finances. The these could potentially jeopardize the town's ability to provide similar benefits to future workers. Accordingly, the provisions of HB 6844 would accordingly, we think that the HB 6844 should be realized through collective bargaining instead of circumventing it. And I thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thanks.
Up next, we have Carmen Lanch.
Yes, and she's gonna read it in Spanish, and then I'm gonna read it in English for her.
Sure.
Okay. Buenas tardes, senadora Kushner, representante Sánchez y miembros del comité. Mi nombre es Carmen Lancha y soy la directora ejecutiva de la organización Comunidades Sin Fronteras. Nuestra organización es miembro de Conéctico para Todos y de la Coalición de Trabajadoras del Hogar de Conérico. Yo vivo en Norwalk y estoy aquí para testificar en apoyo a HB 6843, una ley sobre el número de inspectores de salarios y horas en el Departamento de Trabajo. Como defensora residente en Conérico, quiero compartir con ustedes por qué la contratación de más inspectores de salarios y horas en el Departamento de Trabajo de Conérico es importante para nosotros. Los trabajadores con salarios bajos son especialmente vulnerables al robo de salarios. Los trabajos de restaurantes, comercio de minorista, construcción, jornaleros, trabajadoras del hogar, como niñeras, limpiadoras de casa y trabajadores agrícolas se ven especialmente afectados por las infracciones de robo de salario. Solo necesitamos la voluntad política de modificar sustancialmente los bloqueos fiscales para que estos fondos públicos puedan invertirse en nuestras comunidades, en lugar de desviarse para pagar la antigua deuda de las pensiones. Normalmente a los trabajadores que no cobran por las horas trabajadas, esto va desde el pago por debajo del salario mínimo para los trabajadores por hora, la falta de pago de tiempo y medio, más de 40 horas trabajadas por semana. Falta de pago en absoluto. Muchos de estos trabajadores no hablan inglés, son mujeres que tienen bajos ingresos, están indocumentados o podrían ser víctimas de trata humana. Es urgente crear fondos permanentes para la ampliación de actividades de divulgación y educación sobre derechos ya adquiridos, para informar a las trabajadoras del hogar y jornaleros sobre sus derechos a sueldo mínimo y horas extras. Ejemplos de educación incluyen la realización de seminarios para empleadores y empleados, e inspecciones más rutinarias que eduquen a los empleadores sobre sus responsabilidades. Hay una mayor demanda por parte de los empresarios que quieren saber cuáles son sus obligaciones en relación con la remuneración de sus empleados. Sin el personal adecuado en el Departamento de Trabajo, el Estado de Connecticut es incapaz de hacer cumplir adecuadamente las leyes laborales en nuestro estado. El robo de salarios es rampante y afecta la capacidad de nuestros residentes para mantenerse saludables y con vivienda. Por ejemplo, yo estoy aquí para que ustedes, por favor, apoyen esta ley para contratar a 45 inspectores de salarios y horas adicionales para junio del 2026, en orden de satisfacer esta necesidad. Gracias.
Thank you, Carmen, gracias. I'm going to read it in English for Carmen's testimony. Good afternoon, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, and members of the committee. My name is Carmen Lancha, and I'm the executive director of an organization called Comunidades Sin Fronteras. Our organization is a member of Connecticut for All and the Connecticut Domestic Workers Coalition. I live in Norwalk, and I am here today to testify in support of HB 6843, an act concerning the number of wage and hour inspectors in the Department of Labor. As an advocate and resident of Connecticut, I want to share with you why hiring more wage and hour inspectors at the Department of Labor is important to me. Low-wage workers are especially vulnerable to wage theft. Restaurant, retail, construction, day laborers, domestic workers, and nannies, house cleaners, and agricultural workers are especially affected by wage theft violations. We just need the political will to sustainably change fiscal roadblocks so that public funds can be invested in our communities, like hiring more inspectors, instead of diverting the money to pay old pension debt. Often workers who are not paid for all hours Often workers are not paid for all hours. This ranges from paying below minimum wage for hourly workers to not paying on time or time and a half after 40 hours worked per week, or not paying at all. Many of these workers do not speak English, are women, are low income, and are undocumented and can or could be victims of human trafficking. It is urgent to create a permanent funds to expand education about the workers' rights, to inform domestic workers and day laborers about their rights to minimum wage and overtime. It also includes education and seminars for employers and employees, and more routine inspections to educate employers of their responsibilities. There is some demand from employers who want to know what their obligations are to workers. A sector in which these violations are aggravated due to the isolation of workers in a workplace is in private homes. A much broader outreach must be made to reach more domestic workers and employers. Without the adequate staff in the Department of Labor, the state of Connecticut is unable to adequately enforce labor laws in our state. Wage theft is rampant and impacts our residents' ability to stay healthy and housed. Please support HB 6843 to hire 45 additional wage and hour inspectors by June 2026 so we could meet the need. Thank you, Carmen Lanche. Gracias, thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, Carmen, thank you for your testimony. Next up, we have Nelly Jara.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, and members of the committee. My name is Nelly Jara, and I represent Connecticut Worker Center. Today, I am going to read a testimony of a worker, but first, I would like to emphasize the collaborative work of the Domestic Workers Education Program with the Department of Labor and the need to maintain this alliance with permanent funds to prevent wage theft and continue to inform our workers about their rights. The following testimonial is anonymous. I am a construction worker. I live in Bridgeport, Connecticut, and I am here to testify on behalf of HB 6843, an act concerning the number of wage and hour inspectors in the Department of Labor. I work for a construction company and was not paid for my hours work. At first, my boss told me he had no money to pay me, made false promises. I tried to get paid in different ways, but in the end, he said he was not going to pay me. I saw help from the Connecticut Worker Center. They tried to contact the employer and help me by filing a complaint with the Department of Labor. We are more than 6 months into this process, and I still do not get my money. And I just want to be recognized for the hours I work and also have to fulfill my obligations. I know other people who are also going through this, but out of fear, they do not have, they don't go and ask for help, or because they do not have faith in the process and see that it takes a long time, and in the end, they may not get their money back. Unfortunately, as construction workers, we are more vulnerable to labor abuse. This is not the first time this happened to me. Another employer treated me because I claimed my salary. But at that time, I was afraid and I did not file the complaint to the Department of Labor. I see the need for more investigators to analyze each case and be more effective with the results. When we work, we rely on that money to cover our needs, and it is sad to have to wait many months to get it back. Without adequate staffing in the Department of Labor, the state of Connecticut is unable to properly enforce the labor laws in our state. Please support HB 6843 to hire more wage and hour inspectors. Thank you, I'm anonymous.
Thank you. Senator Kushner.
Thank you. Thank you, Nellie, for being here today, but I also want to thank you for the work you've done in collaboration with the Department of Labor. I know this work to have been very successful, and if it were not for you and your colleagues who are so dedicated to informing people of their rights, then there are so many that would not even know that they could go to the Department of Labor when their wages are stolen. So really appreciate your work and want to continue working with you in these efforts. Thanks for being here today.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator. Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, Nellie, thank you for your testimony. Up next, we have Maya Guyton.
Good afternoon, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, and honorable members of the Labor Committee. I'm Maya Guyton, and I live in Danbury. I'm a personal care attendant. I stand before you today and ask that you pass Senate Bill 1221, an act making changes to the Connecticut Retirement Security Program. Caring for my brother is my #1 priority. I'm blessed to be able to support him and relieve my mom while being able to get paid for it. However, I'm currently enrolled in school for political science, and healthcare is not my career choice, and I do believe I get to choose that. I work part-time as a PCA, and I go to school part-time. I really want to finish my bachelor's and go to law school, but it's taking a really long time, and I'm 24 already. I also work 2 additional jobs. I'm a student mentor for a program called Crear Futuros, and I'm a student worker at my college. And I'm doing all right. By that I mean I can afford to pay my rent and cover my gas, but I want you to keep in mind I am young, and as of right now, I don't have a lot of financial responsibilities. I do worry how long I can keep this up though, and wonder why I need to work 3 jobs just to make ends meet already. My mom steps in, she assists me with school, and I'm still covered by her insurance, but I can't rely on her for the rest of my life. And mind you, not everyone is as lucky. Again, I'm blessed to be able to have the support I do. Eventually, my brother is going to need a PCA to care for him, and I worry about their future too. PCAs just don't have what they need to survive. We are paid poverty wages. We're coming out of pocket to be properly equipped at work. And on top of that, we are provided 0 retirement benefits. If we are living paycheck to paycheck, how are we supposed to afford to retire? Not many of my peers are concerned about retirement, but I've recently gone to a delegates conference and was one of the youngest PCAs. And with a significant age gap between me and my brothers and sisters, my coworkers. I hear stories from my fellow PCAs, and I'm extremely nervous about what my future could hold. If I stay a PCA, I will be far from my school goal. I worry I will be far from my school goals and will be fighting to stay out of poverty by my 30s instead of buying a home of my own, having kids, and making strides in my career. I need to have a fighting chance. It's time to change the system and put an end to and put caregivers in our state first, as we do our patients, our consumers, and most of the time, our family members or your family members. Please stand up for PCAs like me and support Senate Bill 1221. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimonies. Senator Kushner.
Thank you, Maya. It's so nice to see you here. It's always great to have someone from a fellow Danburian here with us today. But I do want to particularly thank you for your understanding and encourage you. Hopefully we will be successful this year in passing 1221. It's so important, as you may have heard earlier today, for young people to invest when they're young, because if you put $1,000 in now, it will earn you so much toward your retirement. So I just want to encourage you to take advantage of this when the opportunity is there, and appreciate your service in our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Maya. Next up, we have Lisa Williams. Okay, we'll come back. Next up, we have Joanna Bracero. Okay. Laura Nasser. Loretta Velasquez.
Ms. Velazquez, you have to accept the unmute in order to speak.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, and honorable members of the Labor Committee. I'm Zoraida Velasquez, and I live in New Britain. I'm a personal care attendant, but I'm also a certified nurse assistant. I stand before you today urging you to pass the Senate Bill 1221, an act making changes to the Connecticut Retirement Security Program. I became a PCA shortly after my fourth child was born. She was born with severe complications that required significant care. Care that the state of Connecticut thought I could never provide. Instead of letting the state define me, I just fought back. I went back to school, learned all about healthcare from using like the nasal cannula to monitoring her vitals and all. My daughter, well, she's thriving now. It is incredibly challenging to make a living on the wages healthcare workers are paid. I work as a PCA during the day, and then I work overnight at a local nursing home from 11 to 7. Before returning to care for my consumer in the morning, I sleep when I can, but that means I don't see my family often. I have worked 2 full-time jobs, like 80 plus hours a week, just to make ends meet for the past 5 years. I'm not only a mother, but I'm a grandmother and recently a great-grandmother. My newest great-grandchild was born 4 months ago, but I've only spent like a little time with him, and he barely knows me. Yet, I'm one of the lucky ones standing here before you today. Because I work in a nursing home, I have some stability. I have a retirement option, but it doesn't come easily. It's full of sacrifice. I'm tired, and I work back-to-back shifts. I fear that one day my body will tell me that it can't take no more. It's time to make sure caregivers doing the hard work are taken care of. We need a wage that doesn't require us to work a second job to support our families. And we need some way to save for our future so that we can afford to retire someday. We need to feel that our future is secure, and that starts with you guys making a change here today. Please, I urge you to please support Senate Bill 1221 now. And I thank you for your time, for listening to me.
We thank you for your testimony. Representative Shake.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Velasquez, I just want to say thank you so much for taking the time out of your very busy schedule to share with us the struggles that you and many other healthcare workers across the state deal with every day. I agree with you. I am a nurse also, and I just want to commend you for having the strength to come here and to share with all of us what it is like every day and the sacrifices that you have made to take care of your family. And it's about time that we do a much better job of taking care of our workers. So thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Shake. I could not agree more. Any other further questions? Ms. Velasquez, thank you again so much for your testimony and time today.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Up next, we have Claudette Arthurs. Okay, we'll move on.
Ms. Arthurs, you have to accept the unmute. There you go.
Okay. Good afternoon, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, and honorable members of the Labor Committee. My name is Claudette Arthurs. I live in Manchester, and I am a personal care attendant. I stand here in front of you today, urging you to pass Senate Bill 1221, an act making changes to the Connecticut Retirement Security Program. I have worked as a PCA for the past 12 years. I am 72 years old On the 28th of this month, I will be 73 years old and still working because I have no retirement options. Yes, you heard that right. I'll be 73 this month. And I have no plans to stop working at any time soon. I don't drive, so I walk or rely on public transportation to get to work every day. It's challenging enough to arrive on time, and sometimes I run late, making my consumer wait. I feel bad when that happens, but saving for a car isn't an option. Any extra money I have at the end of the week goes towards the day I can no longer work. That day will come. It's a reality I don't want to face. But at some point, I won't be able to care for others and will need to care for myself. Without retirement savings, how will I survive? From rising costs of housing to food expenses. And what if I need additional care? Who will be there to take care of me? Staying afloat is hard enough now with an income. What happens when my paycheck no longer exists? It's time to ensure that PCAs like me have the ability to enjoy our lives, including the right to retire with dignity and security in our final years. We need our necessities met, and that includes a retirement option. You have the chance to make a major difference for me and all the other PCAs in the state by passing Senate Bill 1221. Thank you for listening to my story today.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Up next, we have Malika Riddick. From that. Cynthia Johnson.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Senator Cushman, Representative Sanchez, and other honorable members of the Labor Committee. My name is Cynthia Johnson. I'm a PCA from New Haven, Connecticut, and I'm a personal care attendant to my daughter. I'm before you today as a mother and a PCA to urge you to pass Senate Bill 1221, an act making changes to the Connecticut Retirement Security Program. Let me first say my daughter started having grand mal seizures at the tender age of 6 years old. Since then, she has developed a rare seizure epilepsy condition that causes her seizures to change. So far, she's had 6 different types of seizures. She's 37 right now. And with all the seizures that she's had, she's also suffering with vertigo and PTSD from the major falls that she's had. As a mom, it's heartbreaking to watch her suffering, especially since I can't stop it. But I'm determined to not let her go through this alone. Recently, she had pneumonia, and while she had the pneumonia, she suffered 4 seizures in 2 weeks. I had to let my second job go to make sure that her health is good, is stabilized. But in doing that, my nest egg is also gone. But she's a fighter. And because she's a fighter, she's determined to go back to school. She wants to be a veterinarian. She loves pets. And she's also a fashion designer. However, I have to fight now I have to fight as well as other PCAs. We have to fight for decisions, make decisions so that we can survive. This bill helps us to have an option so that we don't have to survive all alone. We have a way to do that. I feel that this option can help us because when we get to the certain age, who will help us? Who will help us to survive? Who will take care of us? I've been taking care of my daughter 37 years and others. When I get to the place where I can't take care of myself, who will be there for me? Who will be there for her if I'm gone? We don't have any retirement any other way. Please do the right thing. Make sure and support Senate Bill 1221 for me and others that are working to take care of those that are less unable to take care of themselves. Thank you and for listening to my story.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Thank you, Ms. Johnson, for your testimony.
Safe out there.
Be safe. Next up, we have Terrell Williams.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, members of the committee, of the Labor Committee. My name is Terrell Williams. I'm a PCA or home care provider from the New Haven, West Haven area. I've been doing this for over a decade. I started doing this work when my mother became ill to be her care provider. And I found out that I had a passion for it. I loved doing it. It was a great job. And I thought to myself that this would be an excellent career. So my mother, she passed away 7 years ago. And when I was working for her, I was of a younger age. And I wasn't really concerned about what might happen next. I was just happy that I could provide care for my loved one. I probably would have done it anyway. The fact that I was able to get paid doing it was a blessing to me. However, now that I'm a bit more mature, I have begun to suffer some health issues myself. One of which was I was really severely diabetic for a while, and I was diagnosed with a heart condition. So one time, something happened that really shook me to my core during the pandemic. Because of the cost of living and things like that, I had to work a certain amount of hours in order to make ends meet. After a while, I was informed that I was making too much money to receive the state insurance that I had priorly, and I no longer had access to my meds. So during the pandemic, I actually lost my sight, and I ended up going to the emergency room, and they gave me an emergency supply of insulin. And after taking the insulin for about 5 weeks, my sight did return. But during that process, my consumer, or the person who I provide care for, he said something to me that kind of like, it shook me. And he was like, I have to rely on you for care, but how do I do that if you don't have the means to care for yourself? And it kind of woke up a great concern inside of me. Like, I'm not going to be able to provide care all of the time. What do I do when I'm no longer able to do this? Medical issues alone. What about when it's time for me to retire or I need care? So I remember when we brought up the issue in committee about the insulin situation, which a lot of us diabetics need to survive. And shortly after that, members of a committee like yours voted to change the law and make the insulin a lot more affordable for people like us. So it encouraged my belief that when the people come together and work hand in hand, join forces with the lawmakers such as yourself, that there's no obstacle that we can't overcome. Therefore, I humbly come before you now and ask you to vote in favor of Senate Bill 1221. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Williams, for your testimony. Up next, we have Lyndon Pitter.
Good afternoon, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, and honorable members of the Labor Committee. My name is Lyndon Pitter. I live in West Hartford, and I'm a personal care attendant, and I've cared for my brother-in-law for over 10 years. I am here to ask you to support Senate Bill 1221, an act making changes to the Connecticut Retirement Security Program. Honorable members, I want you to picture this. A young man with autism who requires individualized care, never been away from his family, living in a group home, enduring inadequate care, when all he truly longs for is love and compassion. His family new to the area, immigrant, facing their own struggle, barely making ends meet, and feeling ashamed that they can't provide the 24-hour care he needs. As a son-in-law, I made a life-changing decision. I gave up my career, my benefit, my security, and everything for my wife and her family. I brought my brother-in-law home and became his primary caregiver. It filled his life with love, joy, and family. And now he is thriving. Unfortunately, that joy has been overshadowed by anxiety, frustration, and fear. I put my own family at risk, especially my young daughter, Molly, earning a near poverty wage with no retirement savings or health insurance. It feels as if the state of Connecticut is punishing me for caring for a family member. Is this the price one must pay for being compassionate? My daily struggle makes me wonder, where is the value placed on those who care for our most vulnerable? Why should caregivers have to sacrifice their own security and live in constant fear of how they will survive when the time comes for them to be cared for? Caregivers like me shouldn't have to worry every day about our future. It's time to change that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony. Do we have any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you again for coming on today and sharing your story.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Up next, we have Celia Fuentes. Pamela Fairley. Paula Forrest. Tania.
Pamela, Ms. Hunt, I apologize. You have to accept the unmute request in order to testify.
Good afternoon, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, and honorable members of the Labor Committee. My name is Pamela Hunt. I live in Tapville and I'm a PCA. I felt it was important to be here today to urge you to pass Senate Bill 1221, an act making changes to the Connecticut Retirement Security Program. I've been a PCA for 15 years. I took over my son's care when his previous caregivers elected to change their careers. I left my job with the state and the security that the job provided me and the retirement that I was entitled to while working for the state to take care of my son because he is the most important thing in the world to me. He's 28 years old now, but was never expected to live past his first year. Despite all the obstacles, I continue to advocate for him to get the best care possible. With that being said, he'll be with me until the day I die. But at some point, I may need to depend on someone else to help meet his needs. And when that happens, there will be no money and no retirement. I'm going to be 65 years old next week. And any retirement account that is set up at this point will obviously be a little bit too late for me. So I'm here advocating for the PCAs who are coming behind me. I have nieces and I have friends who have daughters who do this work, and they're in their early 20s, early 30s. They need to be able to look forward to having a retirement. It's time to give these critical caregivers all they deserve: a fair wage, health benefits, and of course, access to a retirement account. I've seen dozens of PCAs working well into their 70s, and it just angers me. Sounds like that's going to be me too, but it's just not fair. They don't get the chance to truly enjoy their golden years the way that they should, the way that I should. Instead, we are working just to survive. We've worked our entire lives and have nothing to show for it. Social Security will barely cover the cost of housing, so we have to continue to work. We need you to take care of the PCAs in our state. You called us heroes during the pandemic, but now it seems like we're zeros and forgotten. Don't forget us any longer, please. Please pass Senate Bill 1221 and give future PCAs the ability to retire and live their lives to the fullest. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you so much, Pamela, for your testimony.
You're very welcome. You have a good day.
Likewise. Up next, we have Paula Forrest.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Thank you. I'm just new at this. Good afternoon, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, and honorable members of the Labor Committee. My name is Paula Forrest. I live in Hanover, which is near Norwich. And for 10 years, I've been a personal care assistant and an independent living skills trainer. I specialize in working with people who have suffered traumatic brain injuries. I stand before you today as a senior citizen, worried about my future, urging you to support Senate Bill 1221, an act making changes to the Connecticut Retirement Security Program. As a 66-year-old, I've been in the workforce for over 30 years, and I do not currently have a retirement. I believe it's the story of millions of working class seniors. I'm not yet on Social Security, but will soon apply for it. I'd like to hold off to 70 to collect the maximum, but that seems like a daunting future. And Social Security will not provide enough income to live on. So I plan on continuing to work with no end in sight. It's the struggle of many seniors in our state. We worry daily that we will end up in poverty. I once had a 401 through a previous employer, but I've used up most of it. With inflation increasing the cost of living each year, my Social Security is not nearly enough to live on. We deserve the opportunity to set aside money toward a retirement. We're here today asking for something simple, a retirement safety net, a chance to survive and thrive. I urge you to pass Senate Bill 1221. Thank you.
Thank you, Paula. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
At this time, I'd like to pause and allow our clerk to make an announcement.
Good afternoon. When you are selected to be promoted to panelist, please accept that promotion. That is the only way that you can provide testimony in order to speak. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I'm being told that we have a speaker who we had to skip over because they weren't in the room, but they are currently here. I will go back to the individual. Is Pamela Fairley here?
Yes, are you hearing me?
I am. Thank you.
Thank you.
You may proceed.
I'm not, okay, just go ahead.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, and honorable members of the Labor Committee. I'm Pamela Fairley. I live in Bloomfield, and for the last 2 years, I've been a personal care attendant. It's a job I really do love, and because of that, I'm here today to request that you pass Senate Bill 1221, an act making changes to the Connecticut Retirement Security Program to make all our lives just a little bit better. I got into healthcare years ago, initially as a dietary aid and cook, but switched to being a PCA because I enjoy the personal one-on-one connection I get to build with my consumer. It reminds me of my dream growing up to give the best care possible to those around me. Because becoming a PCA also gave me a voice. In all my previous roles as dietary aid cook, I work in facility without a union with other caregivers. We were underpaid and underappreciated and told our opinions did not matter. Switching career was the best decision I've ever made. Since becoming a PCA, I've seen some improvement in life. My pay was going a bit further. I had paid time off, and I got a handful of paid holidays. It gave me a glimmer of hope that we were being respected for what we did. However, the ever-changing economy is hurting us now more than ever. Our paychecks just don't go as far, and I'm worried when it's time to retire, my Social Security just won't cover the bills. I've worked in this country for 30 years and feel I have nearly nothing to show for it. With that, I'm here to say, please pass Senate Bill 21. Don't stomp on my hopes and dreams, but rather support them. I came to this country to make a difference in the life of not only those I care for, but my family as well. And as a minister, I do see other families that are in the same predicament as myself. And I don't want to be a burden to my children. And I know the other people, other family members, other parents don't want to do so either. We want to retire with some dignity and have some retirement savings to help ourselves all in the later years of our lives. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you, Ms. Fairley, for your testimony.
Thank you.
Up next, we have Tania Rodriguez. We'll move on. Richard Fry.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hello, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, and members of the Labor Committee. My name is Richard Fry, and I've been a state marshal in New Haven County for over 12 years. This testimony is in support of Senate Bill 1220, an act concerning health benefits for state marshals. When I was appointed in 2012, my wife was 9 months pregnant with our first child. Because the state marshal position does not include health insurance, it was necessary for me to have another full-time job, in which I would maintain for my first 7 years as a marshal. By 2019, I was struggling to meet my obligations to the state at mandated restraining order rotation and had no choice but to move on from other employment to work as a state marshal full-time plus, without health insurance. While I'm afforded access to the state employee plans bearing the full cost myself, it is outrageously expensive. I sit before you today, almost 6 years later, and my family and I remain uninsured, even as I perform a state function every day. The out-of-pocket cost for even the poorest coverage is simply too much to bear. My youngest child is now 7 years old and recently had her tonsils and adenoids removed, and we bore the entire cost of the surgery. Just a month ago, I was bitten by a dog in the course of my duties. A large German Shepherd burst through a storm door and bit me once on the knee and again on my arm. My family insisted on immediate medical attention. My instinct, however, was not to seek the medical care that I clearly needed, but on the inevitable financial burden that I would endure as a result. This is not a normal reaction to a traumatic event resulting in physical injury. State marshals often find ourselves in high-risk situations. We are alone in less than desirable environments, performing services like restraining orders. Our job is a unique position, and there really is not much in the way of a comparison within the state workforce. It seems fair and a good policy that a basic benefit of health insurance be provided under the same terms as the rest of our state workforce. I'm often asked by friends and family how to become a state marshal and whether that person might be a good candidate for the job. The conversation usually goes well and there's excitement around the prospect until I notify them that there is no health insurance benefit. Most prospective applicants dismiss the opportunity, and that is usually the end of that conversation. It stands to reason then that the state is not receiving a fair pool of qualified candidates for the marshal position. The vacancies are often filled with retirees and Medicare-eligible individuals who may not bring the necessary level of ambition and drive needed to do the job properly, or by those who must maintain secondary employment, which, like in my case, could be years before they were able to dedicate their full efforts to the important job of state marshal. The passage of Senate Bill 1220 will certainly lead to a more qualified pool of candidates for the state marshal position, creating a more diverse population of officers well-equipped to serve the state of Connecticut. It will also provide peace of mind for the officers that have dedicated their careers to the service of our state. Thank you, members of the committee. Appreciate your time.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, Mr. Fry, thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you.
Have a great day. We are going to go back. We have a Joanna Bracero.
All right, we have Joanna on speakerphone here. Go ahead, Joanna.
Good morning, state representatives. My name is Joanna Bracero, and I currently reside in Ansonia, Connecticut. I am a personal care assistant. I come before you today in support of the Senate Bill 1221, an act making changes to the Connecticut Retirement Security Program. I have been a PCA since I graduated high school. I am currently 36 years old. I have 3 children, two out of the 3 who are on the autism spectrum. My daughter's care is particularly unique. She requires significant daily assistance, yet she's not my consumer. Despite needing yearly around-the-clock care from myself, she does not qualify for the program. Balancing my daughter's care with my job and my health is an upscale battle for me, which caused me to develop PTSD and depression, and most recently being diagnosed with diabetes from stress eating. To make matters worse, the struggle is made even worse by the fact that I earn too much to qualify for certain government-funded programs and or government assistance. Yet I am far from financially stable. Every week is a battle for me to pay my bills. Just recently, our monthly food stamps didn't arrive, leaving me with an impossible choice to go food
for 2 years until they're all
stable
standing there
or
about
pay to keep my lights on. The system needs to change, and it is very crucial to me that this bill gets passed. I am coming to you as a mother or caregiver. I believe all PCAs deserve security and reassurance that there is a future for us as PCAs. Without a retirement plan, I don't know what I would do when I could no longer care for my consumers. And most importantly, I have no idea how I will continue to care for my daughter, who is my number one priority. Please pass this bill on behalf of all the PCAs in our state. Whether we are a caregiver, caretaker, home care worker, whether we are middle class, high class, we are all equal, we are all working families, and we are all struggling. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Joanna. Any questions for the committee? Seeing none, thank you for testifying today. I'm going to go to our 40th speaker, which is Mitch Goldblatt.
Thank you. Committee chairs, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, members of the Labor and Public Employees Committee. My name is Mitch Goldblatt. I'm Director of Human Resources for the town of Guilford, a selectman in the town of Orange, a member of the Executive Board of the Connecticut Public Employer Labor Relations Association, and serve on the Connecticut Conference of Municipalities Policy Committee on Labor Relations. Pension plans in Connecticut municipalities have become unaffordable and unsustainable. Unfortunately, enactment of House Bill 6844 will only hasten the demise of pensions in municipal government by putting even more stress on local finances. Employees earn their pensions based on a combination of factors, including salary, longevity, and a multiplier, most often the result of collective bargaining. While municipal pensions can indeed be high for those that earn them, it is hard to justify why a former employee, most of whom are able to obtain another less physical means of income, would earn more as a retiree than they did as an employee. This bill would make that commonplace. Why is that? A typical municipal pension plan will pay an employee 50% of their base salary in a lifetime monthly pension when they retire due to a disability. If the same individual is injured on the job, the workers' compensation benefit is typically 75% of their base salary. Without an offset, this combination of pension distribution plus workers' compensation will easily exceed 100% of the retiree's salary, which is why negotiated pensions have wisely put a cap or offset in these situations so that no one earns more in retirement than they did as an active employee. Also, at a time when municipal budgets are stretched, why wouldn't this sensible offset be maintained in what is already a well-established program and disrupt the collective bargaining process? Please also be aware that Connecticut municipalities already pay high worker compensation premiums, insurance premiums, due to the nature of certain positions. This bill would create an unfunded mandate on towns and cities, which is unsustainable and unnecessary. Finally, let's not forget that money is derived from a municipal budget, which is often voted on in referendum by residents and taxpayers. The costs for both the pension distribution and workers' compensation insurance come from the same pockets. There is no reason for the state to override the home rule and collective bargaining agreements that have led to a fair and reasonable system that has worked for decades. I strongly urge you to vote no on House Bill 6844. Thank you very much, and I'm open to any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Senator Sampson, so you have a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mitch, I just want to thank you for being here and expressing very clearly why this proposed bill is not a good idea. I don't know that you actually came out and said the word property taxes, but the fact that matters, I mean, that's at the end of the paragraph for all of the things that you listed, because that's what happens. You know, you start affecting the bottom line for the towns. They're going to pass it on to the taxpayers in the community. You know, the proponents of this bill, they always try and paint it as if, you know, we're being opposed to it is somehow heartless when dealing with, you know, people that have, you know, suffered a disability. But the fact of the matter is that this is something that's typically negotiated between the employee union and the municipality from the beginning. And the bill proposes to take away the negotiation, which it strikes me as ironic because the unions are always fighting for collective bargaining rights to be able to bargain. We have to have our right to bargain. And here, this bill eliminates their right to bargain. It just puts it into the statute. So I guess they're okay with it as long as it benefits one side of the equation. I could ask you a lot of details, but you covered so much in your testimony. I just want to thank you for being very clear about the actual byproduct of passing this into law. You probably know it's been before us many years in the past, and I think that it doesn't make it over the finish line because it just doesn't work from a common sense standpoint. And every one of my colleagues in both parties who serves in the legislature, they also have people in town government that they're close to, mayors, first selectmen, and various members of the town government who are going to certainly point out the shortcomings of this legislation. So thank you for doing that in person today. Thank you, Madam
Senator
Chairman.
Sampson. Just to add a little bit, I didn't add the word the taxpayers, but yes, it does come from that venue eventually. It does come from the taxpayers. But quite frankly, you're right. Collective bargaining is something we all work very hard at, and there's gives and takes in every bit of it. Collective bargaining. This is something that's worked out municipality by municipality. What's best for that municipality? Like I say, we do allow for an offset. We also allow for a 50% disability pension for those that are still on pension, which is not everyone. We recognize the sacrifices of the people that have come before us. I've gone through several people that have retired because of an on-the-job disability. Every one of those that I've been involved with has another job somewhere else because the disability took them out of being either a firefighter or a police officer, but did not take them out of the entire workforce. And I just respectfully disagree with the statement that was made earlier today by the firefighter union that was testifying about this not being a salary or a wage. My understanding of indemnity through workers' compensation, it is in place of future wages. So that is what that is for. And therefore, we understand the workers' compensation program, don't have any disagreement with it. We also have a pension. Putting the two together to exceed what the person made while they were an active employee just doesn't seem right to me and many of my colleagues and mayors and first selectmen, I'm sure as well. But thank you.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that additional information. And through you, Madam Chairman, just you guys switched on me, so it's Madam or Mr. Chairman, whoever's running the show. Just a follow-up to that is, can I just ask, I mean, does your town have any difficulty finding municipal employees, or is it, kind of sought after employment as far as things go?
That's a loaded question right now. There's arguments because of the fact that in Guilford, all of our employees, all of our newer employees in the last 10 years are on defined contribution plans, not on defined benefit pension plans, that there are concerns about employment. But right now, our police department is 100% staffed, and we just have two openings right now in our fire department at the moment.
Understood. Well, I appreciate that. And, I think even the answer, maybe not even what I was looking for, but it illustrates just how important it is that these decisions are actually taken up on a local level. So the town of Guilford and every other one of our 168, towns and cities can make their decisions to make sure that they are offering the proper benefits to their employees, and they're doing it in a way that is affordable and makes sense for their taxpayers in their community. And that's your job. And for us to be up here trying to pass a law, taking one side of that equation is wrong. And I'll stand by that. So thank you very much again for the testimony. And thank you, Madam and Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Senator Kushner.
Thank you. I have a few questions for you,
Sure.
Mr. Goldblatt. First of all, when you say that the person receives 75%, I just want to be clear on the record. The person who's generally on disability, a permanent partial disability, they receive 75% of their salary?
That is my understanding of it's not an exact science with workers' compensation, but it typically comes out to about that. When there's an indemnity put through, it's typically about 75% of their salary, which is also untaxable. By the way, as is our pensions, our disability pensions in the state of Connecticut are also non-taxable as well.
So is that 75% of their salaries for an unlimited period of time that you're talking about?
My understanding is as long as they are in the potential workforce and of age to be in the workforce, that they would continue to receive that. That's my understanding.
Okay, so I think there may be some confusion here, and I would
Sure.
ask you go back and look at and seek counsel from workers' compensation, because I think you may be talking about a different disability pension. If there's a permanent partial disability, what I understand, it's an award that is given for the permanent loss of that body part. And I have served on one of the task force that was looking at the schedule that we have in place for each body part that is permanently disabled. My understanding from my own experience in that, and also from what I've heard from workers' comp and from folks that are very familiar with workers' comp, a permanent partial disability is an award that someone gets. So if you lose the use of your finger, for instance, because of something that happened on the job, you're going to get an award that is a set amount of money for a set number of weeks. It is not indefinite. If you have a permanent partial disability of your neck, it is a very different number of weeks because of the severity of that disability. So I think you should go back and review your testimony, because I know you're going to want to be, I know you're going to want to be accurate on
That's
the record.
correct.
Fortunately, I'm afraid that I would dispute your position that this is an ongoing payment that people receive, or that it is 75% of their wages. I think it's a very different disability pension that you're talking about, or payment that you're talking about. So, just for the record, to be clear, I would ask that you perhaps look into this and maybe even want to adjust your written testimony if you find that it not to be accurate. Did you provide written testimony today?
I did, and you should have that. Basically, what I read was my written testimony. I will look into that, Senator Kushner. We have had, just for my experience, we have had a few people who have retired under disability and were receiving a very substantial part of their salary. And we went through the offset with legal counsel to make sure it was done properly. So I understand the permanency and the disability percentages you're referring to, having been through that as well. But when someone is disabled and unable to perform the duties of a police officer or a firefighter in these cases, I think it's beyond just the part that you're speaking of. But I will look into that. I appreciate that.
And you recognize that this bill is specifically to permanent partial disabilities. And that is not the same as a permanent disability. And so I think that may be where the problem lies. I also want to ask you, I know Senator Sampson asked you this question, but I wanted to be sure I had the correct answer. So in your opinion, as HR director for Guilford, Guilford is not facing a recruitment or retention problem.
Like I said, that's a tricky question, because I think across the state, all police and fire right now are looking at a situation where it's been much more difficult in the last couple of years than it has, let's say, a decade ago, in recruiting both police and firefighters for various reasons. Like I said, right now, at the moment, our police force for officers is 100% staffed. Our fire department of about 40 firefighters, we're down 2 right now, which I know is not nearly as bad as some others, but it doesn't make it any easier to recruit. Recruiting is more difficult than it used to be. There's no doubt. But I think there's a variety of factors in that.
Thank you. I have no further questions. Thank you, Chairman Sanchez.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Any further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you, sir, for your testimony.
Thank you.
Up next, we have Emily Sabo.
Hi, good afternoon. So I am the Organizing and Political Director for the United Food and Commercial Workers Union, Local 919. And I am here today for HB 6842. So in 2021, the General Assembly legalized the recreational use of cannabis. And since then, licensed cannabis establishments have hired hundreds of employees throughout the state to cultivate and dispense recreational cannabis. And hundreds of those workers have voted for union representation by the UFCW, and we have helped negotiate their first-time contracts. So while bargaining a first-time contract for a group of newly unionized dispensary workers, the Connecticut state minimum wage moved from $15 to $15.69. That employer refused to raise the minimum wage for the workers at the organized dispensary and at the non-union dispensaries. When we approached the employer, they refused to raise the wage because they told us that their employees receive tips. And it wasn't until we filed dozens of wage theft complaints with the Department of Labor that the company agreed to back pay the workers affected. But that took 10 long months before those workers were actually paid correctly. Currently, state statute and the Department of Labor only recognize the restaurant and hospitality industries as those in which employees regularly and customarily receive gratuities. As such, they're permitted to pay workers a sub-minimum wage with the expectation that the tips they receive will bring their hourly rates to at least the full minimum wage. If they don't, the employer is required to make up the difference. Such employers must comply with detailed regulations and maintain appropriate records to ensure they comply with the law. A single cannabis employer can't decide to pay its employees less than the full minimum wage. That's an industry-wide determination that only the DOL can make after a thorough investigation and review. So thankfully, through collective bargaining, we were able to raise the minimum rates for those dispensary workers above the Connecticut state minimum wage. But we are concerned about non-union dispensary workers in the state. Connecticut legalized adult use cannabis on the principle that it would be an equitable industry. And as you know, we can't have equity without worker equity, and we can't allow these employers to attempt to circumvent the law. HB 6842 clarifies that cannabis employees shall be paid the full minimum wage, ensuring that they will not be cheated or have to file wage theft complaints with the DOL, as was the case with the employer that I referenced earlier. So we urge the committee to support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions, comments, Representative Hughes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Emily. Good to see you. I applaud your testimony. It's really important that this committee understands that this has been happening. And I just wanted to hear from you about your comments about the proposed increase of DOL wage theft investigators. Would that have helped, do you think?
So we had to go through months of negotiations with the employer. And we talked with DOL a bunch of times for their advice. They were able to offer some advice to the employer ahead of time. And then when it actually came down to file the wage complaint, they told us it could be a long road to even get an official order. But thankfully, that complaint scared the employer and they ended up paying.
And when they told you it would be a long road through you, Mr. Chair, would that did they tell you because they're backlogged, because that's just how long it takes, and meanwhile these workers aren't getting paid what they're owed, correct?
Yeah, they told me that the department was very understaffed and that I was low on their list of other complaints that had to be investigated first.
Okay, that's helpful. Okay, we just want to hear from real world experiences, real world workers, you know, how this whole system is impacted by being understaffed. And of course, we want to pass a law to make sure everyone's paid what they're owed. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative, for asking those questions. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Up next, we have Sania Illuvio. Following that is Miguel Fuentes.
Miguel already testified earlier. He was here in person.
Okay, great. Following Miguel, we have Beatrice Moncada.
Ms. Moncada, if you accept the unmute, you will be able to testify.
Señora Moncada, si por favor acepta la invitación al panel y se quita el mudo, va a poder hablar.
Sí, buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes.
Usted el discurso y yo lo leeré en inglés después de usted, mi Moncada.
Sí, está bien, muchas gracias. Buenas tardes, señora Kustler, representante Sánchez y miembros del comité. Soy Beatriz Moncada, soy organizadora comunitaria de la organización Comunidades Sin Fronteras. Y nuestra organización es miembro de Conérico para Todos. Yo vivo en Norwalk y soy aquí hoy testimonio hago de HB 6843, una ley sobre el número de inspectores de salario y horas en el Departamento de Trabajo. Como defensora quiero compartir con usted porque la contratación de más inspectores de salario y horas en el Departamento de Trabajo de Conérico es importante para mí. En el 2022, los investigadores del Departamento de Trabajo de Conérico recuperaron el 3.4 millones de dólares, 3.368.9 84 dólares para los trabajadores que habían sufrido robo de salario, pero este monto todavía es una cantidad inferior a lo que pudiera recuperar los salarios robados de los trabajadores. Si hubieran más inspectores puedan trabajar en estos casos. Reducir la acumulación de reclamación que acumuladamente se encuentra en el 8 o 10 meses. Estos retrasos no solo representan demoras en la búsqueda de soluciones por parte de los trabajadores, sino también en la comprensión por parte de los empresarios, de sus representantes. Debido a los retrasos de las empresas cierran durante esta temporada, lo que imposiblemente el cobro de los salarios. La solución o medidas hacia la prevención sería la reacción de un programa permanente de fondos para el alcance y educación. Por favor, apoye al HB 6843 para contratar a 26 inspectores de salarios y horas adicionales para junio 2026 en orden satisfactoria de necesidad. Gracias. Beatriz Moncada.
Good afternoon, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, and members of the committee. I am Beatriz Moncada, and I am a community organizer for the organization Communities Without Borders, an organization. It's a member of the Connecticut for All Coalition and the Connecticut Domestic Workers Coalition. I live in Norwalk, and I am here today to testify in support of HB 6843, an act regarding the number of wage and hour inspectors in the Department of Labor. As an advocate, I want to share with you why hiring more wage and hour inspectors at the Connecticut Department of Labor is important to me. In 2022, researchers at the Connecticut Department of Labor recovered $3.4 million for workers who had suffered wage theft. But this amount is still a lower amount than what they could recover for workers as stolen wages if there were more inspectors who could work on these cases. Reduce the backlog of claims, which is currently between 8 to 10 months. These delays not only represent delays in workers, search for solution, but also in employers' understanding of their responsibilities. Due to delays, companies closed during this time, making it impossible to collect salaries. The solution or measures towards prevention would be the creation of a permanently funded program for outreach and education. Please support HB 6843 to hire 45 additional wage and hour inspectors by June 2026 in order to meet the need. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the committee? Okay, well, at this time, I will pass it over to Senator Kushner to chair the rest of the meeting.
Thank you, Representative Sanchez. Next up, we have Edison Valenzuela, sorry. Is Edison there?
Edison, si puedes aceptar la invitación al panel y apretar el quitar mudo.
I see that Edison is with us. He needs to unmute. There.
Ok, ¿me escuchan?
Sí, te escuchamos.
Sí.
Ok. Buenas tardes, senadora Kushner, representante Sánchez y miembros del comité. Mi nombre es Juan, vivo en New Haven, Connecticut, y soy miembro de Connecticut Workers Center. Estoy testificando a favor de la ley HB 6843 sobre el número de inspectores de salarios y horas en el Departamento de Trabajo. Yo trabajé en un restaurante desde julio del 2022 hasta enero del 2024. Solía trabajar más de 70 horas a la semana. No me pagaban el salario mínimo ni las horas extras. En enero del año 2024 llegué a trabajar y me dijeron que estaba despedido. Nunca recibí una explicación y ese fue mi último día de trabajo. Aprendí acerca de mis derechos, labores y decidí presentar una queja ante el Departamento de Trabajo. Primero fui a la Junta de Acción Progresiva en New Haven y luego busqué ayuda en Connecticut Workers Center. Presenté la queja ante el Departamento de Trabajo. Pasaron muchos meses sin saber nada de la demanda. En noviembre del 2024, mi caso fue resuelto a mi favor. Sin embargo, estoy seguro de que si tuviéramos más investigadores, podríamos asignar y resolver los casos de una manera más eficiente. Por favor, apoye a HB 6843 para contratar a más investigadores de salud y horas. Gracias por su tiempo.
Good afternoon, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, and members of the committee. I'm reading on behalf of my colleague, Juan Salguero. I live in New Haven, Connecticut, and I'm a member of the Connecticut Workers Center. I am testifying on behalf of HB 6843, an act concerning the number of wage and hour inspectors in the Department of Labor. I worked at a restaurant from July 2022 to January 2024. I used to work over 70 hours a week. I wasn't getting paid minimum wage, neither overtime. Last January, I came into work and I was told that I was fired. I never received an explanation that it was my last day of work. I learned about my rights and I decided to file a complaint with the Department of Labor. First, I went to La Junta for Progressive Action in New Haven, and then I sought help at Connecticut Workers Center. I filed a complaint to the Department of Labor. Many months passed by without hearing anything about the claim. In November 2024, my case was resolved in my favor. However, if we had more investigators, they could be assigned faster and they could solve cases in a more efficient way. Please support HB 6843 to hire more wage and hour investigators. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony, and I'm so sorry that you went through all of that, but I appreciate the fact that you had resources that helped you to file your claim, and I appreciate your testimony here today. I see no hands, so we will move to the next person on the list, and that would be Jalen Daniels.
Hello, everyone. Hi. Good afternoon, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, and members of the committee. My name is Jalen Daniels, and I'm the Connecticut Community Organizer for a national organization called One Fair Wage. I'm here to testify today in strong support of HB 6843, an act concerning the number of wage and hour inspectors at the Labor Department. As an organization that has led wage theft campaigns across Connecticut and New York, One Fair Wage is deeply committed to ensuring that all workers receive the pay that they deserve. This bill is crucial because robust wage theft enforcement not only protects workers from exploitation, but also strengthens local economies and promotes fair competition amongst businesses. As an advocate and Connecticut resident, I've spoken to many workers across the state who have expressed wage theft firsthand. Many of these workers have filed complaints with the Department of Labor only to face long delays or unresolved cases due to the lack of investigators. When workers are not paid for the hours they have worked, it is not just an individual issue, but it is an issue of entire families, communities, and our state's economy. Wage theft here is a crisis in Connecticut. 40% of Connecticut residents cannot afford their basic needs, and yet too many employers steal wages from the very workers who make the economy run. In 2022 alone, the Department of Labor recovered $3.4 million in stolen wages. This number only scratches the surface of the issue. Industries such as construction, retail, domestic work, day labor, and in our case, restaurant workers are particularly vulnerable to wage theft, with national studies showing that one in five workers in these sectors are paid less than the legal minimum wage. This bill is a crucial step in addressing this crisis by hiring at least 22 investigators by October 2025 and 45 by June of 2026. Connecticut will finally have the resources to hold bad actors accountable and ensure workers receive their rightful pay. Stronger enforcement also of these laws benefit everyone. Workers pay rent, buy food, and be able to finally support their families consistently. And businesses also benefit when customers have more money to spend and when they don't have to compete with companies that break the law. Without proper staffing of the Department of Labor, the state of Connecticut is unable to properly enforce laws in our state. Wage theft is rampant and impacting our residents and workers, impacting our residents and workers' ability to stay healthy and housed. I'm calling you guys to please support HB 6843 to employ 45 wage and hour inspectors by June of 2026 in order to meet the needs of the Connecticut people. Thank you so much for your time and consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. I see Representative Hughes has a hand.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Jalen, for your exquisite testimony. Good to see you. I just wondered what your experience and working in the service industry, how this enhanced timeline, if we employ these wage inspectors, how that would reverberate once people are, held accountable, I should say. How would that change the landscape for these low wage, especially vulnerable workforce folks?
Well, thank you so much to Representative Hughes for the question. Something that would probably, reverberate as a result of, folks finally being able to not consistently worried about their wages being stolen is most likely folks will end up looking back at their employer to see what other things could probably help them out in terms of just their overall work safety and stuff like that. Once the financial burden is essentially like slightly lifted off by actually having people being able to investigate their wages being stolen, the likelihood of people actually being able to look back at their job and focus and do better in the restaurant industry will probably take effect.
I guess through you, Madam Chair, I guess I was asking whether you think that word would get out and that sort of normalized wage exploitation would stop.
Yes, I believe that it would certainly stop, if not slow down. A lot of employers will still attempt to do it, and a lot of workers, once they figure out that the Department of Labor actually has the resources to take their case serious. Or not that it, oh yes, take their case serious. Let me that they'll be actually able to actually get the wages that they deserve as a result.
And I like how you made the point that it actually helps employers because people are spending those earned dollars that they've rightfully earned back into the local economies. So thank you for your testimony. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And seeing no other hands, thanks for being here today. And we will move on to the next person. In fact, we're going to go, we have on the phone, I am aware, Tanya Rodriguez, who should be able to call in. Yes, Tanya, we see you if you'll unmute your phone. I believe you might have to do that by dialing a certain number. Cameron, why don't I go on to the next person, and do you want to communicate with Tanya about how to unmute her phone?
Certainly.
Okay, thank you. We'll go on then to Sania. Sania Deluvio. Is Sania with us? There you are.
Hello.
Hi, go right ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Senia Deluvio, and I am a former cannabis worker who formed my union with the UFCW back in 2023, along with my coworkers. We were excited to be able to bargain over our pay and working conditions. In the middle of negotiating our first contract, the Connecticut state minimum wage moved from $15.69. Much to our surprise, my former employer refused to raise the minimum wage for my coworkers who were making the previous minimum of $15. When we brought this to our employer's attention, they refused to raise the wage and told us it was because we received tips. I quickly found out that my coworkers in every single one of those dispensaries were making less than the minimum wage, union or not. We tried to reason with our employer, exhausted all of our options, but it wasn't until we filed wage theft complaints with the Department of Labor, the company finally agreed to back pay all of my coworkers who were affected. It was 10 long months before my coworkers were paid correctly. In this industry, we are young professionals. We are parents, we are students, we serve medical patients who are dealing with terrible diagnoses. We did not deserve to have our wages withheld for months simply because we can sometimes receive tips. Cannabis workers should not have to rely on tips to meet the state minimum wage. Dispensaries have different sales based on location, demand, and time of year, and this does not factor into whether a customer will tip or not either. Besides that, paying workers below minimum wage in hopes that uncertain amount of tips will make up for it is a very frightening practice for every single worker affected. Some of my coworkers already struggle with paying their bills, homelessness, and staying afloat. My coworkers should not have to worry about receiving their rightful income, let alone if they can pay their bills because they didn't make enough tips. There is no tipping culture when it comes to cannabis. In fact, some companies don't allow their employees to receive tips. It is vital for cannabis workers to at least have their wage reflect minimum wage so that they can have a steady income that is guaranteed. Thankfully, through collective bargaining, we were able to raise the minimum rates for the unionized dispensary workers to be above the Connecticut state minimum wage. But what about the non-union workers? We cannot allow employers to try and exploit the law, especially in an industry where workers are already struggling to support themselves and their families. This has been an issue for my coworkers faced for months. Thankfully, because we had a union, we had someone to have our backs. However, there was still fear when facing our employer. Many of my former coworkers were fearful and ultimately chose not to testify today in fear. I urge you to support Bill 6842 and support the workers of the Connecticut cannabis industry to ensure that what happened to my coworkers will not happen to any other cannabis workers. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony today. And I'm sorry we skipped over you by accident, but I'm glad you stayed on so we could hear from you about your direct experience. Do you think that So if we make this change that's proposed in this bill to be affirmatively say that cannabis workers are covered by the minimum wage, the full minimum wage, do you think that if you had had something in writing like that, it might have resolved the situation more quickly?
Absolutely. I believe that it definitely will. I am only speaking on the behalf of my coworkers at my former company, and what's to say, I'm not aware if any other companies right now are repeating the same practices. And so having this bill would stop that and prevent that from happening. I don't want to say there are, but it's possible that other companies could be doing this and we're just not aware of it. And so solidifying this language would mean so much for the workers in the cannabis industry to be able to have a minimum wage, and that reflects the Connecticut state minimum wage, and that does not rely on tips that are not guaranteed to even arrive.
Okay, thank you very much. Seeing no other hands, we appreciate you being here today, but we'll move on to the next person. And it looks like that will be Norma Martinez. Is Norma here? I don't see Norma.
I think she already testified, Julie.
Well, I know she was translating, but did she testify when she translated?
She'll jump back later. She's
Okay.
Tanya Rodriguez has rejoined, Madam Chair.
Okay, great. So Tanya Rodriguez, please go ahead.
Yes. Good afternoon, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, and honorable member of the Labor Committee. I am Tanya Rodriguez, and I live in the town of Torrington. I become before you today in support of the Senate Bill 1221. And as the act making changes to the Connecticut Retirement Security Program, I am a personal care attendant, a PCA, for a woman that she used to be a PCA herself. For many years, she provides life-affirming care for those whom she takes care of. Now it's her turn. Sadly, her story doesn't have a happy ending. Her Social Security check barely covers her living expenses, and her quality of life is currently suffering. She struggles monthly to balance her finances. I worked with her for 3 years, so I know that she is struggling. She has no other income, or she doesn't have any family members that can financially support her. And not only that, she only receives 1 check a month, and she don't have no retirement plan. She has no savings, and instead she making sacrifice after sacrifice in hope of her paying her bills. She loves to get her hair done, and also she enjoying to eat dinner in a restaurant at least, once in a while. But instead, she asking me to buy her a light bulb because she cannot afford it. A light bulb. I don't know if you know how much a light bulb costs in the state of Connecticut, but that is sad. She got to ask her staff, the person that cares for her, to buy it for her. But not only that, she doesn't have no cable TV. She has no internet. And this poor lady sit in her apartment most of the days, like bored to death because she got nothing to do. She only got like a cell phone, but other than that, she prefers to be in her apartment, not to go outside with the other tenants where she lives, because she would prefer to go out in the community, to go out to eat, go out to get her nails done. But she cannot, afford it. Okay. So, honey, let me finish this for a minute, just 1 minute. I'm just working with another lady, which is a very nice lady that she let me make this phone call. And it's a shame that the state of Connecticut, one of the richest states in this country, thinks that it's acceptable for caregivers to live in poverty, that it's okay to retire with no saving plan, that it's okay to live their life with not dignity, no respect, and no money. And if, you know something, if it's nothing changed, I know there will be the next in the statistics too. But it's time for the lawmakers like you to make sure that our caregivers are not forgotten and give them the care and respect that they deserve, and the funds of retirement plan for all PCAs in this state of Connecticut. And I asking you this from the bottom of my heart, because I don't want to retire and be poor, not able to afford anything. Please, please, please support our Senate Bill 1221 and make sure that we all can retire with dignity. I'm 54 years old and I'm already so worried that when I reach my age to retirement, I'm going to be poor like that I'm not going to be able to afford a light bulb. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. We really appreciate you joining us, and I'm glad that you were able to get on via telephone. I see no hands up, so we will go to the next person. And there are a few people I don't see in the room yet. So again, if you're in the waiting room and the clerk offers, asks you to be promoted, you have to answer yes, so that you'll be able to join us here. Cameron, do we have folks in the waiting room still?
Yes, we do.
Do we have, so the next, I see that there's someone who's been promoted at number 55, but between 55, there's a number of folks. Are any of those folks in the waiting room?
Sarah Parker McKernan, Bella Vasquez, could either of you please accept the promotion to panelist?
Bella Vázquez, por favor, acepte la invitación para panel para que pueda hablar y quítele el mudo al micrófono.
And Sarah, I've given you permission to talk.
Okay, Sarah, you are next. There you go.
There we go. Sorry about that. Good afternoon, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, and distinguished members of the Labor Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today in support of SB 1219, increasing the threshold amount for felony unemployment compensation fraud. My name is Sarah Parker McKernan, and I'm a legislative policy advocate for Connecticut's legal services programs, which includes New Haven Legal Assistance, Greater Hartford Legal Aid, and Connecticut Legal Services. The legal services programs provide free legal services to low-income individuals in civil matters throughout the state. The legal services programs support the language of SB 1219. This proposal increases the threshold dollar amount that is used to determine whether incidents of unemployment compensation fraud are considered a misdemeanor or a felony. The UC threshold has not been updated since it was created in 1978. For workers collecting unemployment compensation benefits who finally find a new job, it could be as long as a month before they actually get their first paycheck. Many employers pay biweekly and some withhold the first paycheck. During that time, the worker is without income. Unfortunately, those who continue their UC checks, mistakenly or not, while waiting for that first paycheck, can be charged with a felony for fraudulently accepting an overpayment. According to DOL, the majority of UC overpayment cases that are considered fraudulent are the result of human error. The Department of Labor has stated that the average pre-pandemic overpayment was roughly $800 and was generally incurred over the 2 weeks, when an individual continued to receive unemployment benefits after finding a new job, but before receiving their first paycheck. The clients we see are working in low-wage jobs and can be charged with a felony instead of a misdemeanor, even though they are receiving as little as $500 in an overpayment. In criminal actions, individuals in Connecticut aren't charged with a felony larceny unless the value of the property in question is over $2,000. Connecticut needs to raise the UC overpayment threshold for being charged with a felony versus a misdemeanor from $500 to $2,000 to comply with that standard. These individuals would still be liable for the overpayment and the accompanying penalties, which are significant, but would not be charged with a felony. This proposal will equalize an unequal felony application, which places these UC cases at a felony threshold that is 75% lower than that applied to felony larceny offenders in the criminal system. Support for this proposal will mean that more individuals will remain employed, be successful in supporting their families, and not be labeled as a felon. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony on this. And I know I've had the opportunity to speak with you in previous years when we've worked on this bill, but I don't think I ever asked you about whether you have clients that you represent that have been charged with a felony because of this low threshold.
Yes, and that's where this came from, is that we did have clients who were significantly affected by this. And we know that, I mean, everybody is, these are folks who still have significant fines that they have to pay back. They have to pay back the entire amount in question, and with interest. So it's something that they are still liable. They're still having to pay the consequences of doing this. But many of them didn't necessarily realize what they were doing when they did this as well. So yes, absolutely.
I think the evidence has been very compelling that this is something that we should address. So I appreciate you being here and being persistent about coming back when we don't get around to it in a given session. Hopefully this will be the year we get this done.
Hopefully. Thank you.
Much. Okay, take care. I don't see any other hands.
Safe
So I will move to the next panelist. It looks like, let me just see who's in the room. Again, I don't see Norma Martinez, Carla Esquivel, John Lugo, Megan Fountain. Next would
John Lugo, Madam Chair, is in the attendee room. Mr. Lugo, I have
there he
given
goes.
permission to talk.
Go ahead,
¿Tienes permiso de
John.
hablar? ¿Acepta el panel?
Mute. Hola, yes. So, mi nombre es John Jairo Lugo y estoy haciendo testimonio para apoyar el HB 6843, una ley relativa al número de inspectores de salarios y horas en el Departamento de Trabajo. Mi nombre es, estoy testificando hoy como miembro de Unidad Latina en Acción, que es una organización de base que defiende los derechos humanos de los inmigrantes de Connecticut desde el 2002. Estoy testificando en apoyo al HB 6843 para que el Departamento de Trabajo contrate más investigadores de robos de salarios. En 20 años, Unidad Latina ha visto a muchos trabajadores engañados y abusados en Connecticut. Hemos ayudado a los trabajadores de Connecticut a recuperar más de $1 millón en salarios no pagados. Trabajamos con trabajadores en el estado de Connecticut, en restaurantes, empresas de jardinería, sitios de construcción, hoteles y más. La mayoría de los trabajadores que ni siquiera hay muchos trabajadores que ni siquiera presentan quejas porque saben que serán despedidos. El Departamento de Trabajo tarda tanto en tomar medidas que muchos trabajadores sufren en silencio porque los riesgos de presentar una denuncia superan los beneficios. En el restaurante Off the Hook en Westbrook, Marvin ganaba $3 por hora y alguna semana no ganaba nada en absoluto. En el hotel de Stady en Yale, una empleada doméstica fue despedida después de que se quejara de propinas robadas. En el restaurante Goodfellas de New Haven, docenas de camareros y lavaplatos presentaron nuevas denuncias. Ay, me equivoqué. En el departamento declara, perdón, sorry. I'm sorry. En el Departamento de Trabajo de Estados Unidos declaró culpable a Goodfellas. El tribunal ordenó a Goodfellas que pagara, pero el restaurante siguió robando salarios porque las sanciones eran muy pequeñas. Connecticut necesita Conérico necesita protecciones más fuertes para combatir el robo salarial. Actualmente Unidad Latina en Acción ha ayudado a muchos trabajadores a someter sus casos de robo salarial. En más de 40 casos no hemos escuchado absolutamente nada del Departamento de Trabajo. La frustración llegó al máximo cuando nos enteramos que cientos de casos nunca fueron investigados e hicimos un llamado público a que se dieran los cambios, pero las cosas siguen iguales. Este proyecto de ley es fundamental para que se haga justicia a nuestra gente. Pedimos que el proyecto de ley 6843 sea aprobado lo más pronto posible. Gracias.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is John Jairo Lugo. I'm testifying in support of HB 6843, and I concerning the number of wage and hour inspectors in the Department of Labor. I am testifying as a member of Unidad Latina en Acción. Unidad Latina en Acción is a grassroots organization that has been defending the human rights of immigrants in Connecticut since 2002. In 20 years, Unidad Latina en Acción has seen many workers cheated and abused in Connecticut. We have helped workers recover over $1 million in unpaid wages. They worked all over the state at restaurants, landscaping companies, construction sites, hotels, and more. Most workers don't even file complaints because they know they will be fired. The Department of Labor takes so long to take action that many workers suffer in silence because the risk of filing a complaint outweighs the benefits. At Off the Hook restaurant in Westbrook, Marvin made $3 an hour, and some weeks he made nothing at all. At the Study Hotel at Yale, a housekeeper was fired after she complained about stolen tips. At a Goodfellas restaurant in New Haven, dozens of waiters and dishwashers filed 9 separate wage theft complaints between 2007 and 2015. The Connecticut Department of Labor found Goodfellas guilty. The U.S. Department of Labor found Goodfellas guilty. The court ordered Goodfellas to pay, but the restaurant continued to steal wages because the penalties were too small. Connecticut needs stronger protections to combat wage theft. Today, Unidad Latina en Acción has helped many workers file wage theft cases. In over 40 cases, we have heard absolutely nothing from the Department of Labor. Frustration reached its peak when we learned that hundreds of cases were never investigated and we publicly called for changes, but things remain the same. This bill is essential to achieve justice for our people. We ask for you to support Bill 6843 to be approved as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, John. I don't see any questions at this time, so we'll move to our next panelist. I believe that is Bella Vasquez in the waiting room?
Ms. Vasquez, you have to accept the panelist permission or permission to talk.
Vázquez, mi señora Vázquez, por favor, acepte la invitación para el panel y tiene permiso de hablar.
Ok, ¿cómo lo acepto aquí? ¿Me escuchan?
Sí, la escuchamos bien.
Ok, muchas gracias. Buenas tardes, senadora Custer, representantes y miembros del comité. Mi nombre es Bella Vázquez, soy parte de Unidad Latina en Acción en Connecticut, vivo en la ciudad de New Haven y estoy aquí hoy para testificar en apoyo del HB 6843, una ley sobre el número de inspectores de salarios y horas en el Departamento de Trabajo. Como trabajadora de la construcción y como miembro de Unidad Latina en Acción, quiero compartir con ustedes porque en la contratación, por la contratación de inspectores de salarios y horas en el Departamento de Trabajo de Connecticut, ya que es muy importante para mí. Yo trabajé para el señor Arton Bandon en su compañía Paz Builders. Éramos alrededor de 30 trabajadores. Hace 2 años nos dejó de pagar más. Nosotros, como grupo, con el Departamento de Trabajo,
Ms. Vasquez, we're having trouble hearing you.
Señora Vázquez.
I wonder if you can get to a better place. The signal is not good.
Dice, estamos teniendo problemas escuchándola. No sé si puede a moverse a un lugar con mejor señal. Estamos teniendo problemas.
A ver, permítame un segundito, a ver.
Try again.
¿Ahí se me escucha mejor?
Sí. Pero
A ver. ¿Empiezo desde el inicio o desde dónde?
Como por la mitad nos quedamos.
Bueno, lo que les comenté, que yo trabajo en la construcción, trabajé para el señor Arton Brandon en su compañía Palace Builders. Éramos 30 trabajadores alrededor más o menos y hace unos 2 años nos dejó de pagar varias semanas. Nosotros como grupo sometimos una demanda con el Departamento de Trabajo y el proceso para que se nos haga justicia ha sido muy lento. En un momento el Departamento de Trabajo trató de negociar lo que se nos debía, por lo menos de la mitad que nos toca. No aceptamos y actualmente el caso está con la Fiscal General del Estado. Les hemos escrito y no hemos tenido ninguna respuesta. Si el Departamento de Trabajo tuviera los suficientes agentes, no estaríamos pasando por esta situación. En mi caso, quedé sin recursos, soy madre soltera y casi me desalojan de mi departamento. Estoy totalmente endeudada por ello. Sin el personal adecuado en el Departamento de Trabajo, el Estado de Connecticut es incapaz de hacer cumplir adecuadamente las leyes laborales en nuestro estado. El robo de salarios es muy constante y afecta la capacidad de nuestros residentes para mantenerse saludables y con vivienda. Por favor, les suplico, apoyen al HB 6843 para contratar a 45 inspectores de salarios y horas adicionales para junio del 2026 en orden y satisfacer las necesidades. Se lo pido humanamente por las necesidades que todos pasamos y que nos merecemos que se nos haga justicia. Todos tenemos derechos. Gracias.
Good afternoon, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, and committee members. My name is Vela Vasquez, and I'm a part of Unidad Latina en Acción and Connecticut para Todos. I live in Connecticut, in New Haven, and I am here today to testify in support of HB 6843, an act regarding the number of wage and hour inspectors in the Department of Labor. As a construction worker and as a member of ULA, I want to share with you why hiring more wage and hour inspectors in the Connecticut Department of Labor is important to me. I work for Mr. Art Banton and his company, Palace Builders. There were 30 of us, and 2 years ago, he stopped paying us for several weeks. We as a group filed a lawsuit with the Department of Labor, and the process to get justice has been very slow. At one point, the Department of Labor tried to negotiate what we were owed for less than half of. We do not accept it, and the case is currently with the State Attorney General. We have written to them and have not had any responses. If the Department of Labor had enough agents, we would not only be going through this situation. In my case, I was left without resources and I was almost evicted from my apartment. Without adequate staffing at the Department of Labor, the state of Connecticut is unable to adequately enforce labor laws in the state. Wage theft is rampant and impacts our residents' ability to stay healthy and housed. Please support HB 6843 to hire 45 additional wage and hour inspectors by June 2026 in order to meet the need. Thank you, Bella Vasquez.
Thank you, Bella, for your testimony. There are no questions, so we'll move to the next person. That is Lena Segura. Lena, go ahead and unmute yourself. I saw Lena before. There you are. Lena.
Lina, ¿puede hablar?
Sí, buenas tardes.
Escuchamos bien, habla.
Ok, gracias. Buenas tardes, senadora Kushner, representante Sánchez y miembros del comité. Mi nombre es Lina Segura, soy parte de Unidad Latina en Acción y Connecticut para Todos. Vivo en Bridgeport y estoy aquí para testificar en apoyo del HB 6843. Una ley sobre el número de inspectores de salarios y horas en el Departamento de Trabajo. Como ex trabajadora del restaurante Andy's en New Haven y como miembro de ULA, quiero compartir con ustedes ¿Por qué la contratación de más inspectores de salarios y horas en el Departamento de Trabajo de Connecticut es importante? Mi esposo y yo trabajamos para el señor Andrés en su restaurante. Fuimos sus esclavos por muchos meses, ya que no nos pagaba. La deuda de él llegó a más de $20,000. Sometimos una demanda con el Departamento de Trabajo y les tomó varios meses para comunicarse con nosotros. Después de varios meses, nos comunicaron que iban a cerrar el caso, ya que no podían comunicarse con el dueño. Nos tocó a mí, a mi esposo y a la organización hacer el trabajo de investigación para ubicarlo a él. En todo ese tiempo quedamos sin vivienda y con un hijo de 2 años. Cuando por fin se nos pagó, el Departamento de Trabajo nos mandó un cheque por menos de la mitad de lo que se nos debía. Nunca nos consultaron de la negación del DOL con nuestro expatrón. Y encima el cheque que nos llegó con una amenaza que si no nos gustaba, nos tocaría contratar un abogado privado. Eso fue un insulto para nosotros. Sin el personal adecuado en el Departamento de Trabajo, el Estado de Connecticut es incapaz de hacer cumplir adecuadamente las leyes laborales en nuestro estado. El robo de salarios es rampante y afecta la capacidad de nuestros residentes para mantenerse saludables y conviviendo. Por favor, apoye la ley HB 6843 para contratar a 45 inspectores de salarios y horas adicionales para junio del 2026, en orden de satisfacer las necesidades de la comunidad. Gracias.
Okay, Obed.
Sorry, I'm muted. Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, and committee members. My name is Lina Segura. I'm a part of Unidad Latina en Acción and Connecticut para Todos. I live in Bridgeport, and I am here today to testify in support of HB 6843, a bill regarding the number of wage and hour inspectors in the Department of Labor. As a former worker at Andy's restaurant in New Haven, and as a member of ULA, my husband and I worked for Mr. Andres at his restaurant. We were his slaves for many months, and as he did not pay us, his debt reached more than $20,000. We filed a complaint with the Department of Labor, and it took them several months to get back to us. After several months, we were told that the case was going to be closed because they could not contact the owner. It was up to me, my husband, and my organization to do the investigative work to locate our former employer. In all that time, we were left homeless with a 2-year-old son. We were finally paid. The Department of Labor sent us a check for less than half of what we were owed. We were never consulted about the DOL's negotiation with our former employer. And on top of that, the check came with the threat that if we did not like the offer, we would have to hire a private attorney. That was an insult to us. Without adequate staffing at the Department of Labor, the state of Connecticut is unable to adequately enforce labor laws in a state. Wage theft is rampant and affects our residents' ability to stay healthy and housed. Please support HB 6843 to hire more additional wage and hour inspectors by June 2026 in order to meet the need. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony, Lena. Next up, before I call on Yvonne, I see that I think I'm told that Paula Naranjo is in the waiting room. So Paula, you need to accept the promotion. In the meantime, we will go to number 58, which is Ivan Antonio Abraca Blanco. Ivan, can you unmute yourself?
¿Puede activar el micrófono, Iván?
¿Me escuchan?
Sí.
Sí.
Ok. Buenas tardes, senadora Kushner, representante Sánchez y miembros del comité. Me llamo Iván Antonio Abarca. Soy miembro de Connecticut Worker Center. Vivo en Bridgeport, y estoy aquí para testificar en apoyo a HB 6843, una ley sobre el número de inspectores de salarios y horas en el Departamento de Trabajo. He sido víctima de robo de salario. Un empleador me contrató para hacer trabajos de pintura y carpintería y no me pagó. Trabajé para él confiado de que me pagaría. Nunca me imaginé que esto se convirtiera en un proceso tan demasiado que no tuvo solución. Al principio estaba muy frustrado y no sabía qué hacer. Pedí ayuda a la policía y me remitieron al Departamento de Trabajo. Con la ayuda de Connecticut Worker Center, enviamos la queja al Departamento de Trabajo. Después de varios meses, el caso fue enviado al fiscal general. El empleador pagó multas, pero a mí no me pagó nada. Llevé mi caso a la corte. El juez falló a mi favor. Se estipuló que el empleador debería pagarme 35 por semana, pero eso tampoco pasó. Nunca recibí $1 por mi trabajo. Mi caso duró mínimo 2 años y no logramos resolverlo. Y lo peor es que el empleador no sufrió ninguna consecuencia ni ningún tipo. Y yo me quedé sin dinero, con la frustración de que la ley no se cumplió. Conozco a muchos trabajadores que sufren de robo de salario y no creen en el sistema porque ven que casos como el mío no se resuelven. De todos modos, creo que si el Departamento de Labor tuviera más investigadores, podría llevar cada caso con más dedicación y mayor efectividad. A veces pienso que debido a la cantidad de quejas que cada investigador maneja, hace que no presenten atención detallada a cada caso. Por eso les pido que apoyen el HB 6843. Muchas gracias por su atención y su tiempo. Atentamente, Iván Abarca.
Good afternoon, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, and the members of the committee. My name is Ivan Antonio Abarca, and I'm a member of the Connecticut Workers Center. I live in Bridgeport, and I am here to testify in support of HB 6843, an act concerning the number of wage and hour inspectors at the Department of Labor. I have been a victim of wage theft. An employer hired me to do some painting and carpentry work and did not pay me. I worked for him confident that he would pay me. I never imagined that this would turn into such a delayed process without a resolution. At first, I was very frustrated and I did not know what to do. I asked the police for help and they referred me to the Department of Labor. With the help of the Connecticut Workers Center, we sent a complaint to the DOL, and after several months, the case was sent to the Attorney General. The employer paid fines but did not pay me. I took my case to court. The judge ruled in my favor, and it was stipulated that the employer should pay me $35 per week, but that didn't happen either. I never received $1 for my work. My case lasted at least 2 years, and we were not able to resolve it. And the worst thing is that the employer suffered no consequences of any kind, and I was left with no money and with the frustration that the law was not enforced. I know many workers who suffer from wage theft and do not believe in the system because they see that cases like mine are not solved. I believe that if the Labor Department had more investigators, they could handle each case with more dedication and more effectiveness. Sometimes I think that due to the number of complaints that each investigator handles, they do not pay detailed attention to each case. That's why I ask you to support HB 6843. Thank you for your time and attention. Sincerely, Ivan Abarca.
Thank you, Ivan. Next, we have Paula Naranjo. Paula, unmute.
Hola, ¿me pueden escuchar?
We can hear you now. Yes, sí.
Okay. Mi nombre es Paula Naranjo, soy miembro de Unidad Latina en Acción, residente de Hamden, Connecticut, y mi testimonio es en apoyo al HB 6843, una ley sobre el número de inspectores de salarios y horas en el Departamento de Trabajo. Estimados miembros del comité, gracias por escuchar mi testimonio a favor del proyecto para el incremento de inspectores de salarios. Es urgente que el Departamento de Labor de Connecticut tenga más inspectores de robo de salarios. Soy estudiante de trabajo social en Southern Connecticut State University y he trabajado como mesera por varios años para poder sustentar mis necesidades básicas, apoyar financieramente a mi familia y para poder pagar la universidad, ya que no recibo mucho apoyo financiero. Anhelo que Connecticut sea un lugar seguro e inclusivo mediante el apoyo a los derechos de todos los trabajadores. El Departamento de Trabajo es quien nos puede ayudar en crear condiciones justas y ambientes de trabajo sanos. Fui despedida de mi anterior trabajo sin justa causa. Esto fue como respuesta de mi empleadora tomando represalias después de que yo me quejara por maltrato y repartición injusta de labores en nombre mío y de mis compañeros. Fue una experiencia traumática que como consecuencia estuve sin trabajar por varios meses. Actualmente mi caso sigue activo en proceso de revisión, pero sin respuestas concretas. Han pasado un par de meses desde que subí la queja y recién va a ser dirigida a supervisión para ver si se aprueba o no, lo cual me deja con la duda de qué vaya a pasar. Pido que por favor apoyen este proyecto de ley para que los casos sean revisados y verificados con mayor rapidez y efectividad. Así que sí, por favor apoye este proyecto de ley de HB 6843 y muchas gracias.
Good afternoon. My name is Paula Naranjo, and I'm a member of Unidad Latina en Acción and Connecticut for All. I'm a resident of Haddam, Connecticut. Dear committee members and chairs, thank you for paying attention to my testimony in favor of the Bill HB 6843 for the increase of number of wage inspectors. It is urgent that the Connecticut Department of Labor have more wage theft inspectors. I'm a social worker student at Southern Connecticut State University, and I have worked as a waitress for several years to be able to support my basic needs, financially support my family, and to be able to pay for college since I do not receive much of financial support. I long for Connecticut to be safe and inclusive place by supporting the rights of all workers. The Department of Labor is the one who can support us in creating fair conditions and healthy work environments. I was fired from my previous job without a just cause. This was my employer's response to retaliation after I complained about mistreatment and unfair distribution of work on behalf of myself and my coworkers. It was a traumatic experience that resulted in me being out of work for several months. Currently, my case is still active in the review process, but without any concrete answers. Several months have passed since. I filed a complaint and it will now be directed to the supervision to see if it's approved or not, which leaves me with doubt of what will happen. Please support HB 6843. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next up is Jenny Cornejo in the waiting room.
Jenny Cornejo en la sala de espera.
She needs to accept the promotion.
Tiene que aceptar la promoción.
Okay, why don't we move on to the next one and we can come back to her if she is able to do that. The next up would be Luis Solis. Is Luis in the waiting room?
I do not see Luis in the waiting room.
Okay, Miriam Solano? Nope. Adi Balton. Adi is here. Adi, can you unmute yourself?
Adi, si puedes, por favor, activar el micrófono para hablar.
Okay, why don't we come back to Adi if there's, I don't think Rosalina is in the waiting room. We haven't seen her.
Rosalina is in the waiting room. Rosalina, can you accept the invitation to unmute, please?
Muy buenas tardes.
Okay, we've got Adi right now, but Rosalina.
Buenas tardes.
Rosalina.
Hola.
Hola. Obed, would you tell
Adi, ¿puedes esperar un segundo? ¿Puede ponerse en mute?
a moment?
Rosalina, por favor, espera un segundo. Adi, si por favor puede bajar el volumen al micrófono o al parlante que está escuchando.
Is Adi, Obed, please ask if Adi and Rosalina are in the same room because we're getting feedback.
Aldi, ¿están en el mismo cuarto con Rosalina?
No.
No, okay, porque estamos escuchando. Ahora ya podemos escucharla mejor.
Muy buenas, ¿me escuchan?
Sí.
Sí, lo escucho.
Muy buenas tardes, mi nombre es Adelaide María Vallecilla. Buenas tardes, senadora, representante Sánchez y miembros del comité. Hoy soy parte de Unidad Latina en Acción, Connecticut para Todos. Yo vivo en New Haven y estoy aquí hoy para testificar en apoyo de la ley HB 6843, una ley sobre el número de inspectores de salarios y horas en el Departamento de Trabajo. Vivo en New Haven, Connecticut desde hace 2 años y he sido testigo de la injusticia que pasan mis compañeros inmigrantes. Por lo que hoy quiero dar voz a la situación de un amigo que también vive en esta ciudad desde hace 15 años. Él es una persona honesta y trabajadora. Es alguien que se esfuerza por hacer las cosas bien. Y ha sido un gran apoyo para mí. Por eso considero que es mi deber dar a conocer su situación públicamente. Lo que hoy les relato me parece indignante. Él fue víctima de robo salarial por parte de alguien que demostró no tener principio ni escrúpulo. Durante 11 horas diarias, él trabajaba en construcción, en un entorno duro y exigente. Y al finalizar los 2 meses que duró la obra, su empleador comenzó a dar excusas para no pagarle. Al principio, mi amigo pensó que los pagos se retrasaron unos días, pero después de la primera semana, el empleador comenzó a ignorar las llamadas y sus mensajes. Hasta el día de hoy, le debe más de $3,000 por el trabajo realizado. La poca empatía y el desprecio que recibió es simplemente horrible. Ese empleador no es más que un esclavicista. Él sometió una demanda. Hasta ahora no escucha nada del DOL. Considero prioritariamente que el Departamento de Trabajo de Connecticut tenga más investigadores para seguir combatiendo este flagelo, que es al mismo tiempo una violación a los derechos humanos de nuestra comunidad. Por favor, apoyen a la ley HB 6843. Muchas gracias. Buenas tardes, soy María Vallecilla.
Good afternoon. My name is Maria Vallecillo. I'm a part of the Unidad Latina en Acción and Connecticut for All. I live in New Haven, and I am here today to testify in support of HB 6843, an act regarding the number of wage and hour inspectors in the Department of Labor. I had lived in New Haven, Connecticut for 2 years, and I have witnessed the injustices that my fellow immigrants go through. So today I want to give voice to the situation of a friend who has also lived in the city for 15 years. He's an honest and hardworking person. He is someone who strives to do things right, and he has been a great support for me. Therefore, I consider my duty to make his situation public. What I am about to relate seems outrageous to me. He was a victim of wage theft by someone who showed no principles or scruples. He worked 11 hours a day in construction in a tough and demanding environment. And at the end of the 2 months that the job lasted, his employer began to give excuses for not paying him. At first, my friend thought that the payments were delayed in a few days, but after the first week, the employer began to ignore his calls and messages. To this day, he owes him more than $3,000 for the work. The lack of empathy and the contempt he received is simply horrible that the employer is nothing more than a slave driver. He filed a lawsuit, and so far he has not heard anything from the DOL. I consider it a priority that the Connecticut Department of Labor have more investigators to continue fighting this scourge, which is at the same time a violation of human rights of our community. Please support HB 6843. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Seeing no hands, I will move to the next person. I don't see Maria Robiero. If Maria is in the waiting room, she should accept. She's not there. Okay. So next we have Rosalina Rojano.
Rosalina Rojano, por favor, active su micrófono.
Rosalina, can you unmute yourself?
Rosalina, ¿podría activar su micrófono para poder hablar?
Let's give her a minute. I know she's here.
No, te estamos dando un minuto. Sabemos que estás aquí.
Hola,
Sí.
¿están llamando a Rosalina Rojano?
Sí, por favor, de su testimonio.
Sí, está bien. Permíteme un momento. Hola, buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes.
Soy
Continúa.
Rosalina Rojano. Señora Hackner. Senador Hackner, representante Sánchez y miembros del comité. Mi nombre es Rosalina y soy miembro de la organización Make a Road, Connecticut. Vivo en Hartford hace 26 años y estoy aquí hoy para testificar en apoyo de HB 6843, una ley sobre el número de inspectores de salarios y horas en el Departamento de Trabajo. El restaurante para el que trabajaba me descansó porque se iba a mudar de locación. Y en cuanto recibí mi pago, me di cuenta que me faltaban casi 2 semanas de mi sueldo. Cuando reclamé, el dueño me dijo que eso era todo lo que me debía y actualmente todavía estoy en espera. No he metido la queja oficial con el Departamento de Trabajo porque sé que llevan meses de retraso por falta de investigadores. Todo esto hace que me preocupe cómo voy a pagar mi renta, cómo voy a poner comida en mi mesa para mí y mi familia. Trabajo muy duro para poder sobrevivir y no es justo que tenga que esperar a mi empleador a que él decida cuándo pagarme. Por horas que ya trabajé hace mucho tiempo y y no puedo contar con el Departamento de Trabajo del Departamento de Trabajo para resolver mi caso si ellos no tienen suficientes investigadores. Por favor, apoyen el proyecto de ley HB 6843 para contratar a 45 inspectores adicionales para junio 2026 en orden a satisfacer la responsabilidad que estamos viviendo. Soy Rosalina Rojano de Hartford. Gracias.
Good afternoon, Senator Kushner and Representative Sanchez. I'm a member of the committee. My name is Rosalina, and I'm a member of Make the Road Connecticut. I had lived in Hartford for 26 years, and I am here today to testify in support of HB 6843, an act concerning the number of wage and hour inspectors in the Department of Labor. The restaurant I worked for laid me off because they were moving locations, and when I received my pay, I realized I was almost 2 weeks short on my paycheck. When I complained to the owner, he told me that was all that he owed me, and I'm still waiting to receive payment. I have not filed an official complaint with the Department of Labor because I know they are months behind due to the lack of investigators. All of this makes me worried about how am I going to pay my rent? How am I going to put food on the table for my family? I work very hard to make ends meet, and it's not fair that I have to wait for my employer to decide when to pay me for hours I already worked a long time ago. And I can't count on the Department of Labor resources to resolve my case if they don't have enough investigators. Please support HB 6843 to hire 45 additional inspectors by June 2026 in order to meet the need we're experiencing. Rosalina, thank you.
Thank you, Rosalina. I would encourage you, though, I understand that we need more investigators, but I would encourage you to go ahead and file your complaint so we do have it on record. It helps us establish the need for additional inspectors. So, and, you know, I realize it may be some time before your complaint is heard. You obviously are owed that due process, so I hope you will consider filing a complaint.
Rosalina, le recomiendo que por favor haga el reclamo porque eso nos ayuda a tener el récord de lo que está pasando y aunque tome tiempo, aún es bueno poner la queja para en el futuro. Le recomiendo que lo haga. Gracias.
Thank you. I see no other questions, so thank you for your testimony, Rosalina. And we will go next to Erico Morales.
Erico Morales.
Hola, dile hola, dile hola. Hola, buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes.
Hola, buenas tardes. Buenas tardes, senadores Kuchenberg, representantes Sánchez y miembros del comité. Mi nombre es Erico Morales, soy parte de Unidad Latina en Acción y en Connecticut para todos y vivo en New Haven. Y estoy aquí hoy para testificar en apoyo de la HB 6843, una ley sobre el número de inspectores de salarios, horas en el Departamento de Trabajo. Como ex trabajador del restaurante Abisha Ethiopian en New Haven, como miembro de ULA, quiero compartir con ustedes porque la contratación de más inspectores de salarios y horas en el Departamento de Trabajo de Connecticut es importante para mí. Trabajé en este restaurante por varias semanas y nunca se me pagó. Actualmente me debe varios miles de dólares. Sometí el caso con el Departamento de Trabajo, pero no he recibido ninguna noticias de ellos. Como no tengo trabajo y estoy a punto de ser desalojado de mi apartamento y yo y mi organización empezamos un boicot contra este restaurante para ver si me paga. Sin el personal adecuado en el departamento de trabajo, el estado de Connecticut es incapaz de hacer cumplir adecuadamente las leyes laborales en nuestro estado. El robo de salario es importante y afecta la capacidad de nuestros residentes para manifestarse saludables y con vivienda. Por favor, apoye HB 6843 para constar a 45 inspectores de salario y horas adicionales para junio del 2026 en orden satisfacer la necesidad. Gracias, Érico Morales.
Good afternoon, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, and committee members. My name is
Muchas
Erico
gracias.
Morales. I'm a part of Unidad Latina en Acción in Connecticut for All. I live in New Haven, and I am here today to testify in support of HB 6843, a bill regarding the number of wage and hour inspectors in the Department of Labor. As a former worker at Avisha Ethiopian restaurant in New Haven and as a member of ULA, I want to share with you why hiring more wage and hour inspectors at the Department of Labor is important to me. I worked at this restaurant for several weeks and I was never paid. I am currently owed several thousands of dollars. I filed a case with the Department of Labor, but have not heard back from them. Since I'm out of work and about to be evicted from my apartment, I and my organization are starting to boycott against the restaurant to see if they will pay me. Without adequate staff in the Department of Labor, the state of Connecticut is unable to adequately enforce labor laws in the state. Wage theft is rampant and impacts our residents' ability to stay healthy and housed. Please support HB 6843 to hire 45 additional wage and hour inspectors by June 2026 in order to meet the need. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I don't see any hands, so I will move next to Adelene Serafin. I'm not sure I said your name correctly, but Adelene.
Adeline Serafin.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Muy buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes.
Doy mi testimonio a favor del proyecto de la ley HB 6843, una ley para aumentar el número de investigadores de robos de salarios en el Departamento de Trabajo. Estimados miembros del comité, mi nombre es Adilene Serafín. Soy integrante de Unidad Latina en Acción en Connecticut para Todos. Actualmente vivo en la ciudad de New Haven desde hace 2 años. Es urgente que el Departamento de Labor de Connecticut tenga más inspectores de robo de salarios para educar a los empleadores y trabajar juntos para garantizar que ganemos los salarios que merecemos. Yo estoy en contra del robo de salarios, de la esclavitud moderna y del abuso en los lugares de trabajo. Yo soy madre soltera, tengo un hijo y una mamá enferma. Tengo que despertarme desde muy temprano para salir a trabajar. Y yo trabajo en una factoría donde se elaboran embutidos. Mi trabajo es muy pesado y es peligroso. Mi trabajo es esencial ya que es el sustento de mi familia. Por esa razón, yo estoy interesada en esta ley de verdad. Quiero que Connecticut sea un lugar donde todas las personas puedan prosperar. En la organización para la cual colaboro muchas veces, la comunidad sufre por robo salarial. Hay compañeros de la comunidad que de verdad les han quedado debiendo mucho dinero. Trabajan largas jornadas de labores, algunas veces sin desayunar, sin almorzar, incluso enfermos. La mayoría de las personas al presentar una denuncia ante el Departamento del Trabajo, tarda demasiado tiempo en resolver y las personas terminan decepcionadas del sistema y resignadas a que no se les resuelva. Lo único que nos queda es pedir que por favor apoyen este proyecto de la ley para que este robo de salarios termine. Muchas gracias. Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon, Senator Kushner and Representative Sanchez and members of the committee. I testify in favor of the bill HB 6843, an act to increase the number of wage theft inspectors in the Department of Labor. My name is Arilene Serafin. I'm a member of Unidad Latina en Acción and Connecticut for All. I have been living in the city of New Haven for 2 years now. It is urgent that the Connecticut Department of Labor have more wage theft inspectors to educate workers, sanction, educate employers, and work together to ensure that we earn the wages that we deserve. I am against wage theft, modern slavery, and workplace abuse. I am a single mother. I have a son and a sick mother or ill mother. I have to wake up very early to go to work. I work in a factory where sausages are made. My work is very hard and dangerous. My work is essential since it's the livelihood of my family. For that reason, I am interested in this law. I really want Connecticut to be a place where all people can prosper. In the organization for which I collaborate, many times the community suffers from wage theft. There are colleagues in the community who have really been left owed money. They work long hours, sometimes without breakfast, lunch, or even sickness. When most people file a complaint with the Department of Labor, it takes too long to resolve, and people end up disappointed with the system and resigned to not having it resolved. The only thing left for us to do is to ask you to please support HB 6843 so that this wage theft ends. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Seeing no hands, I will move to the next panelist. Do we have Rosalia Aquino? How about America Alvarez?
Ms. Alvarez, please accept the promotion to panelist or unmute.
Señora Álvarez, por favor, acepte la invitación para unirse al panel y
She's here, but
active el
she needs
micrófono.
to unmute. Oh, great. Go ahead.
Por favor, hable.
Buenas tardes, senadora Kushner, representante Sánchez y miembros del comité. Mi nombre es América Álvarez, soy parte de Unidad Latina en Acción y Connecticut. Para todos, yo vivo en New Haven y estoy aquí para testificar en apoyo de HB 6843, una ley sobre el número de inspectores de salarios y horas en el Departamento de Trabajo. Como trabajadora de la construcción, soy miembro de ULA, quiero compartir con ustedes porque porque la contratación de más inspectores de salarios y horas en el Departamento de Trabajo de CT es importante para mí. Yo trabajé para el señor R. Bankton y su compañía, Palazzi Builders. Éramos 30 trabajadores. Hace 2 años nos dejó de pagar varias semanas. Nosotros como grupo sometimos una demanda con el Departamento de Trabajo y el proceso para que nos haga justicia ha sido muy lento. En un momento, el DOL trató de negociar lo que nos debía por menos de la mitad. No aceptamos. Actualmente el caso está con el fiscal general del estado. Les hemos escrito y no hemos tenido ninguna respuesta. Si el DOL tuviera los suficientes agentes, estaríamos pasando por esta situación. Sin el personal adecuado en el Departamento de Trabajo, el estado de Connecticut es incapaz de hacer cumplir adecuadamente las leyes laborales en nuestro estado. El robo de salarios es rampante y afecta la capacidad de nuestros residentes para mantenerse saludables y con vivienda. Por favor, apoye HB 6843 para contratar 45 inspectores de salarios y horas adicionales
para junio 2026, en orden satisfacer la necesidad. Gracias. América Álvarez.
Good afternoon, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, and committee members. My name is America Alvarez. I'm a part of the Unidad Latina en Acción and Connecticut For All Coalition. I live in New Haven, and I am here today to testify in support of HB 6843, an act regarding the number of wage and hour inspectors in the Department of Labor. As a construction worker and as a member of ULA, I want to share with you why hiring more wage and hour inspectors in the Connecticut Department of Labor is important to me. I worked for Mr. R. Batten and his company's Palace Builder. There were 30 of us, and 2 years ago, he stopped paying us for several weeks. We as a group filed a lawsuit with the Department of Labor, and the process to get justice has been very slow. At one point, the Department of Labor tried to negotiate what we were owed for less than half. We do not accept, and the case is currently with the State Attorney General. We have written to them. I have not. I don't know, America, if you're, si puede apretarle, desactivar el micrófono. We do not have written to them and had not had any responses. If the Department of Labor had enough agents, we would not be going through this situation. Without adequate staffing at the Department of Labor, the state of Connecticut is unable to enforce labor laws in our state. Wage theft is rampant and impacts our residents' ability to stay healthy and housed. Please support HB 6843 to hire 45 additional wage and hour inspectors by June 2026 in order to meet the need. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. It looks to me like Miriam Solano is here now. I don't believe we've heard from Miriam yet. Is that correct? So Miriam, are you there?
Miriam, si está aquí, por favor, active su micrófono.
She needs to unmute herself.
Tiene que activar su micrófono, Miriam, para poder hablar. O desactivar el mudo.
Ay, habla. Hola.
Hola, muy buenas tardes. Les saluda Miriam.
Buenas
Estimados presidentes y miembros del comité, pues mi nombre es Miriam Solano y vivo en la ciudad de New Haven. Apoyo este proyecto de ley HB 6843 para combatir el robo salarial en Connecticut. Soy parte de Unidad Latina en Acción, que tiene aproximadamente 1,800 miembros en el estado de Connecticut. Nuestra organización lucha por los derechos de los trabajadores inmigrantes. También soy integrante del Connecticut para Todos, una coalición que lucha por un futuro mejor para Connecticut. Siendo miembro de ULA, he podido ser testigo de todas las injusticias que pasan los trabajadores inmigrantes. Muchos trabajadores no alzan su voz y no se atreven a denunciar el robo salarial, que sufren porque muchos empleadores se encargan de meterles miedo diciéndoles que ellos les van a llamar a migración. El Departamento de Trabajo debería tener más agentes que investiguen sobre el robo salarial, ya que conozco a personas que toman meses para darle seguimiento en sus casos. También diariamente hay gente es encontrada en la calle y sus empleadores desaparecen a los días. Ellos están siendo explotados. Los empleadores deberán ser tratados como criminales cuando les roban su salario a los trabajadores. Se les está quitando un sustento para sus familias. Muchas familias han quedado con deudas o incluso en la calle. Hoy ustedes pueden hacer un cambio real para los trabajadores. Por favor, apoyen HB 6843. Estoy dispuesta a tomar cualquier pregunta que pueda tener. Muchas gracias.
Is Obed, are you going to translate?
Oh, yes. I apologize. I was
That's okay.
talking already. Good afternoon, and dear committee chairs and members. My name is Miriam Solano, and I live in New Haven. I supported the bill HB 6843 to combat wage theft in Connecticut. I'm a member of Unidad Latina en Acción, which has approximately 1,800 members in the state. Our organization fights for the rights of immigrant workers. I am also a member of Connecticut for All, a coalition fighting for a better future for Connecticut. As a member of ULA, I have witnessed all the injustices that immigrant workers go through. Many workers don't raise their voices and don't dare to denounce the wage theft they suffer because many employers scare them by threatening to call immigration. Wage theft impacts thousands of workers, and immigrant workers are the most vulnerable. The Department of Labor should have more agents to investigate wage theft, as I know people who wait months to get a response on their case. Also, we see many day laborers, construction workers, and landscapers who are hired on the street corner. Their employers often fail to pay them and then disappear. Wage theft should not be treated as a crime. Should be treated as a crime, but it's not. When employers steal wages, they are taking away a family's livelihood, and many families are left in debt or even homeless. Today, you can make the real change for workers. Please support HB 6843. I am willing to take any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any questions, but thank you for your testimony. Next, I see Brian Anderson.
Good afternoon, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, and members of the Labor Committee. My name is Brian Anderson. I'm a legislative director for Council for AFSCME, a union of 30,000 members. Our union supports House Bill 6845. This bill provides a hazardous duty pension to state workers who put themselves in a dangerous environment every day. All three types of employees are investigators connected with Connecticut's justice system. Support service investigators must serve process and conduct investigations regarding child support. The state issues these investigators with bulletproof vests because the work is hazardous. It is hard to imagine how the state can argue that a job is not hazardous when it issues bulletproof vests to the workers performing the job. The only member of ours who was shot on the job while I've been working for Council 4 is a state marshal serving child support process. Last year, a Missouri court employee was murdered serving process. This is a dangerous job. Public defender investigators have submitted testimony today. They're investigating in the same environment as Department of Criminal Justice or state's attorneys' investigators. Both must investigate circumstances around and involving crime. By helping to clear one suspect, PD investigators may bring evidence to the surface, which implicates another suspect, possibly for capital crime. They're often in dangerous locations and often viewed as unwelcome visitors. Criminal justice investigators working for the state's attorney build a case that can send a suspect to prison for a long time. Criminal justice inspectors are covered for hazardous duty pension, while investigators are not. This seems to be a contradiction. This bill eliminates that contradiction. This bill provides just compensation to these workers and their families. Also, thank you, Senator Kushner, for pointing out to Mr. Goldblatt that some of his criticism of HB 6843 is lacking. Clawing back a worker's permanent disability award is mean-spirited. To the city of Merton's credit, they stopped this practice because they found out it was mean-spirited. There is nothing lucrative about getting a permanent disability that causes you to lose your profession, even if it's partial. Also, these disabilities don't just affect work. They diminish a person's quality of life for a lifetime. And blessedly, these sorts of injuries don't happen enough to be the budget busters that Mr. Goldblatt says that they are. Thank you for your consideration. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I did receive a message. I wonder if you can comment on it about the permanent partial disability payments. In many cases, my understanding is that in a case where there would be an offset, the person who is receiving disability pension, it might be 50% of their wages, and then the award is used to offset it even further. Is that your understanding?
Yes, it is. And they're two distinctly different things. The permanent partial disability is an award for permanent loss of function of a body part from an injury received at work. It should have nothing to do with the pension, which is a totally separate issue. Like Sal Luciano had said, it's making the worker pay for their own injury on the job.
Yeah, that was my understanding. It was really, I think that the previous HR director from Guilford, I think he may have misunderstood which pension we're talking about, which disability award we're talking about. I think he was confused with a permanent disability versus a permanent partial disability. And I'm not sure it would have mattered in either case, but clearly this bill focuses on the permanent partial, which is also a limited duration of time. An award is not ongoing until the person, is no longer with us. It is a limited number of weeks, as I understand it. Thank you for your testimony. I see no other questions. You make the case for for the hazardous pension for these employees, but I wonder, did you provide the written testimony?
Yes.
Thank you. That will be helpful to us. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thanks, Madam Chair.
And I believe we are moving back to Carla Esquivel. Is Carla here?
Carla sigue aquí. Si puede activar su micrófono, por favor.
She may need to accept the promotion. Oh, there she is. Go ahead, Carla.
Carla, please unmute. There you go.
Sí, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Carla Esquivel. One second, sorry.
Go ahead.
Yeah, one second, sorry. 1 minute. Yeah. Mi nombre es Carla Esquivel. Estimados copresidentes y miembros del comité, doy mi testimonio a favor de la ley HB 6843 a favor de ese proyecto de ley para aumentar el número de robo salarial. Mi nombre es Carla Esquivel, vivo en Stanford desde hace 15 años. Tengo 2 niñas y soy líder de Nosotras, una organización que lucha por los derechos de las y los trabajadores inmigrantes en Stanford. Mi testimonio es a favor del proyecto de ley HB 6843 para hacer valer los derechos humanos de las y los trabajadores. He sufrido en carne propia la explotación laboral. Mi infancia fue terrible porque mi mamá se quedó viuda cuando yo tenía 15 años. Entonces era una mujer que siempre luchó por nosotras. En Guatemala nunca carecíamos de comida o de techo, pero de alguna forma siempre habían limitaciones y no era que mi mamá no trabajaba, porque siempre trabajó. Mi mamá trabajaba limpiando casas, siempre trabajaba para familias norteamericanas que eran managers de compañías farmacéuticas como Pfizer y una de estas familias me trajo a Estados Unidos para trabajar cuidando a una niña. Yo tenía 17 años, no conocía a nadie en los Estados Unidos, siempre había explotación laboral y ni a $2 la hora me pagaban. Trabajé de 6 de la mañana a 10 de la noche. Ahora yo me dedico a educar a las trabajadoras inmigrantes sobre sus derechos, las niñeras, las trabajadoras de limpieza y las cuidadoras de Connecticut. Nos encargamos del trabajo que hace que todos los demás trabajos sean posibles. Mantenemos los hogares seguros y limpios, ayudamos a criar y a educar a las próximas generaciones, apoyamos a las personas mayores y a las personas con discapacidades para vivir con dignidad. A pesar de esto, muchas sufren la pobreza, el robo salario y discriminación. Es urgente que el Departamento de Labor de Connecticut tenga más investigadores de robo salarial para educar a los trabajadores, educar a los empleadores y trabajar juntos para garantizar que ganemos los salarios que merecemos. Quisiera cambiar las leyes para asegurarme que mi historia no se repita. Somos miles y miles en este estado que experimentan la esclavitud moderna. Todos merecemos trabajar y vivir con dignidad y seguridad. Esta legislación garantiza que nadie se quede por fuera, que hagamos conciencia y contenemos nuestra historia para que sea escuchada. Somos personas esenciales y debemos tener dignidad. Gracias.
I muted myself. Good afternoon, dear co-chairs and committee members. My name is Carlos Esquivel. I have lived in Stanford for 15 years. I have 2 girls, and I am a leader of Nosotras, an organization that fights for the rights of immigrant workers in Stanford. We are part of Connecticut for All Coalition. My testimony is in favor of the bill HB 6843 to assert the human rights of workers. I have suffered in my own flesh labor exploitation. My childhood was very terrible because my mom became a widow when I was 15 years old. From then on, she was a woman who always fought for our future. In Guatemala, we never lacked food or a roof, but somehow there were always limitations. And it wasn't that my mom didn't work, because she always worked. My mom worked cleaning houses. She always worked for North American families who were managers for pharmaceutical companies, Pfizer and Budget in Guatemala. One of these families brought me to the United States to work as a nanny. I was 17 years old. I didn't know anyone in the United States. There was always labor exploitation. They didn't even pay me $2 an hour. I worked from 6 a.m. in the morning to 10 at night. Now I am dedicated to educating immigrant workers about their rights. Connecticut nannies, cleaners, and caregivers take on the work that makes all other jobs possible. We keep homes safe and clean, help raise and educate the next generation, and support seniors and people with disabilities to live with dignity. Despite this, many experience poverty, wage theft, and discrimination. There is an urgent need for the Connecticut Department of Labor to have more wage theft investigators, to educate workers, educate employers, and work together to ensure we earn the wages we deserve. I would like to change the laws to make sure my history does not repeat itself. We're thousands and thousands in this state that experience modern-day slavery. We all deserve to work and live in safety and dignity, and this legislation ensures that no one is left behind. Let's raise awareness and tell our story so that it can be heard. We're essential people and we must have equality. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony, and thank you for taking your own experience of wage theft and exploitation and turning it into advocacy. It's very noble of you, and we appreciate your testimony here today.
Gracias.
So next, we have we're going to go to Norma Martinez Hosang. Norma is number 48. Norma, good to see you.
Great, thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, and members of the committee. My name is Norma Martinez Hosang, and I am the director of Connecticut for All. I live in Hamden. I'm here to testify today in support of HB 6843, an act concerning the number of wage and hour inspectors in the Labor Department, and SB 1221, an act making changes to the Connecticut Retirement Security Program. Connecticut for All is a statewide coalition uniting labor, community, advocacy, and faith organization. We are united to fight for all communities, all families, all workers to live the kind of life we all deserve, a life with dignity and respect. Our coalition includes union and non-union families as workers. And one thing is clear when we talk about any worker, whether they are part of a labor union or not. We stand together against abusive workplace practices like wage theft, and we stand together in fighting for policies that will provide workers with more security as they age, like SB 1221. Wage theft happens when an employer pays less than minimum wage, when an employer fails to pay overtime or fails to pay a worker a worker at all. As you've heard today, low-wage workers are particularly vulnerable to wage theft. We see the most abuse in people employed as domestic workers or in restaurants or construction and agriculture. In 2022, investigators at the Connecticut Department of Labor recovered $3.4 billion for workers I'm sorry, not billion, million, for workers who had suffered from wage theft. This is money that families did not have available to spend on essentials like food, rent, and their bills. The only way that money was recovered was because of the DOL intervened, but staff has dropped over 40% in the last two decades because of retirements and attrition. Hiring more wage and our inspectors would reduce the backlog of claims that sometimes is like 8 to 10 months right now. These backlogs not only represent delays in workers seeking remedies, but it also delays the employers understanding their responsibilities. And I just do want to thank, I know that you've all, many of you have shown support for this proposal. And SB 1221 offers personal care attendants and other workers an opportunity to start setting aside their own money and save for retirement. This is a minimal step as it simply makes available a plan that already exists to PCAs. PCAs take care of the most vulnerable people in our communities, and as they age, they can't look towards retiring with some sense of security. It's time that we change this. Both SB 1221 and HB 6843 are small steps towards supporting some of the workers who are the lowest paid workers and also have the least benefits and protections. We look to your leadership, your leadership, chairs, and the leadership of this committee to support these kinds of policies that are long overdue and that will restore some dignity and security to workers. Without proper staffing at the Department of Labor, the state of Connecticut is unable to properly enforce labor laws in our state. Please support HB 6843. To employ the 45 wage and hour inspectors by 2026, June 2026, and support SB 1221 to allow PCAs to put away some of their own money into my savings account program. Thank you so much for your time, for listening to my testimony.
Thank you. And it appears you have written testimony. I hope you've submitted that.
Yes.
Thank you. I'm particularly interested in the dollar amount that you quoted about the recovered wages that were recovered by the Department of Labor. I want to emphasize again that when we recover those wages, it's not just the workers who benefit, but it's the state of Connecticut, because when employers don't pay wages, we also don't receive the taxes that they are supposed to be paying and don't receive workers' compensation. And so there are many ways in which the state benefits not only the workers themselves, not to mention that workers have more money to, we know that these workers spend the money, they're not sending it overseas to a bank account. So, but we really appreciate your testimony here. I don't know if you were here earlier when John Erlinghaus testified about the Connecticut My TT Savings Program. One of the things that had been talked about was that this program costs it's cost $650,000, but we budget more than that, more like $700,000 to run this program. And one of the things I found interesting, even though I think that's very little to administer a program that helps 30,000 workers, one thing I found interesting in John's testimony is that that's not taxpayer dollars, that money comes from fees that the individuals that are paid on the accounts that the individuals have. So I thought that was very helpful to us to contemplate that we're not even spending tax dollars to help these workers have some security in their retirement. And it does, in fact, save tax dollars when folks have some security. They don't rely on state programs as much. So really appreciate your support for the workers that would be allowed, the expansion of this program to allow the PCAs to participate I see that it's just a win-win for the workers and for the state of Connecticut. So I appreciate your testimony. I do
Thank you
see
so much.
Representative Hughes has a hand up. Go ahead, Representative.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Norma, for your testimony. In the sectors that you listed that are most vulnerable to wage theft, the agricultural, domestic workers, the I don't know if you talked about childcare, but all of those are. And the ones in your coalition, are you aware of any of those sectors already offering retirement plans?
I am not. I mean, I was very taken by the testimony earlier, and I missed the testimony that you spoke about, Senator Kushner. But you know, I imagine maybe some of the labor unions and the trades might have some, but these are workers that are often contingent workers that get paid under the table, so already are experiencing all kinds of other obstacles. So I am not aware of any of those workers that we work with in our coalition that do have a retirement, and even the PCAs, right, that do have their union, because often as union workers you do get a lot more security and support. We even see that, right, that this would affect PCA workers who do have a union but still don't have that option of saving away money. So I think it's an important step towards supporting workers who are already experiencing difficulties in paying the rent, paying you know, many things. It's a step towards restoring some of that dignity that we all deserve.
Yeah, thank you for that. And through you, Madam Chair, I'm just really curious about I'm glad that we have these two bills on the same day, because we are really trying to stave off the full-scale exploitation of these low-wage workers, and both in the wage theft arena, which has become super normalized and people get away with it, or maybe let's give them the benefit of the doubt. They may not know that they're, not withholding enough taxes or whatever, and or overtime and so forth, and creating a retirement savings account for some of these employers. I just wonder, would you, in your experience, would the workers opt in or opt out if they had that brought to their attention? What do you think?
I mean, I think they would opt in. I mean, often, I mean, we could probably, many of us, think about our own experience in saving money when we have it in our, it is living paycheck to paycheck, and sometimes not being even a paycheck behind. But I think many of us and many of our families that have to struggle in that way also, the impending, getting old and being able to support ourselves or help our family members, that's also something that many of us think about. And so giving the opportunity for it to be easier to save that money, I would think that I'm sure that many folks would want to take advantage of that and put a little bit away to have that security, knowing that they still have to spend all of the money that they get. Being able to, I think that would help many folks budget their money in a way that before it gets into their pocket. And I think many would jump to that on that opportunity.
Thank you. And through you, Madam Chair, one more thing is, we talked a little bit about financial literacy with the comptroller, and that people don't understand the concept of compound interest, that these retirement savings is making you money. And that is something that most people have not had ease of access to, myself included. And if it was easy and accessible and automatic, and they got their statements showing how that's growing, how would that transform that worker's value to their family and to their community? I'm just asking if you have any.
Yeah, I mean, I heard some testimony of some of the PCAs working. I think one was working into her 70s, some into their 80s. I would want us to be, as a community, be able to not retire because we die. I think the way that it would transform it is having more time for to spend with our kids, our grandkids, if we get to that retirement age and not have to work, or not having to count on, you know, some of our families. Some of us have to support and send and give money to our parents who don't have that retirement. So I think it would just make the quality of life of many people that are already struggling in many ways, maybe spend a little bit more time with family and not have to stress out until the day that they die. And I hope that we all want that for ourselves and for the communities that we live in.
Thank you. And Madam Chair, I'd just like to remark for the record that these very same employers that may be automatically exploiting or normalizing the exploitation of their low-wage workers are the ones that we need to have that enforcement mechanism for offering the plan, the retirement plan. And that is why that part of the bill is really important. So thank you. Thank you for both.
Thank you.
so much.
Thank you for their hands. We will move on. I believe next we have Judith Paz.
Judith, ¿eres siguiente en hablar?
Judith, can you unmute?
¿Puedes activar tu micrófono, Judith, para poder hablar?
Okay, I try. Estoy tratando. Do you hear me?
Te escuchamos, sí.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Buenas tardes, senadora Kushner, representante Sánchez, miembro del comité. Mi nombre es Judy Paz. Soy organizadora de comunidades y de la organización Comunidades Sin Fronteras. ¿Alguien me va a traducir?
Oh, usted puede leerlo completo, yo le traduzco al final, perdón.
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, sorry. Estaba haciendo una pausa. Sí. Como defensora, quiero compartir con ustedes por qué la contratación de más inspectores de salarios y horas del Departamento de Trabajo de Connecticut es importante para mí. Cuando el Departamento de Trabajo recupera los salarios no pagados de personas que trabajan duros horarios o horas extendidas, estas personas invierten en nuestras comunidades, criando familias sanas, pagando alquileres, comprando bienes de negocios locales, creando nuevos empleos, la cual crea riqueza en nuestro estado de Connecticut. Estudios nacionales muestran que 1 de cada 5 trabajadores de los restaurantes, de comercios minoristas, construcción, jornaleros, niñeras, agricultores, se ven especialmente afectados por las infracciones de robo de salario. Cobran menos salarios mínimos en una semana determinada. Investigar las reclamaciones presentadas por los trabajadores a los que pagan indebidamente. Llevar a cabo inspecciones rutinarias a lugares de trabajo como de construcción, restaurantes, salones de masaje, salones de manicure, de vaping, cosas de cigarros. Entonces estamos aquí unidos todos para apoyar la HB 6843. Gracias a todos por su esfuerzo y trabajo tan arduo, por estar todo el día aquí con nosotros escuchando estos testimonios.
Good afternoon, Senator Kushner, Representative Sanchez, and members of the committee. My name is Judith Paz, and I'm a committee organizer for the organization Comunidades Sin Fronteras. Our organization is a member of Connecticut for All Coalition and the Connecticut Domestic Workers Coalition. I live in Norwalk, and I am here to testify in support of HB 6843, an act regarding the number of wage and hour inspectors in the Department of Labor. As a defender, I want to share with you why hiring the more wage and hour inspectors at the Connecticut Department of Labor is important to me. When the Department of Labor recovers unpaid wages from hardworking people, those people invest in our communities, raising healthy families, paying rent, purchasing goods from local businesses, and creating new jobs, all of which create wealth for our state. National studies show that 1 in 5 workers in the sector, in service sector, retail, construction, day laborers, babysitters, and agriculture are especially affected by wage theft violations, earning less than minimum wage in a given week. Investigate claims filed by workers who are improperly paid, conduct routine inspections at workplace, such as construction sites, restaurants, massage parlors, nail salons, and vape shops. Please support HB 6843 in hiring 45 additional wage and hour inspectors by June 2026 to meet the need. Thank you, Judith Path.
Thank you for your testimony. Seeing no hands, the next person I have on the list is Constanza Segovia.
Hello, Senator, and hello, members of the committee. Thank you for staying on this long. I know it's been a long day. My name is Constanza Segovia. I am the organizing director of Hartford Deportation Defense and the Connecticut for All statewide coalition. I live in Hartford, and I'm here to testify in support of HB 6843. As one of the wealthiest states in the country, Connecticut could be a shining example of a place where every family has what they need to live a good life. Instead, we have a state where hundreds of thousands of working people are struggling to raise their families. 40% of Connecticut residents cannot afford to cover their basic needs, and you heard from them today en masse. This isn't an accident. As legislators, you have the opportunity to make different choices, starting with this year's budget, and making this investment in Connecticut's working class will absolutely require a bold modification to the fiscal roadblocks, the fiscal guardrails, and I hope you're also in support of those policies. HB 6843 will allow the Department of Labor to hire more wage and hour inspectors, as you know, to address the crisis of worker abuse that low-wage workers experience in Connecticut. We cannot allow for any employer to cheat workers out of their pay, and that is exactly what this legislature is allowing by not allocating funding for more DOL inspectors. And this is not just about the workers. Honest businesses benefit, honest businesses are at a disadvantage because they cannot compete with cheating, corrupt employers who underpay their workers. That is not a competitive advantage that they should be able to exploit. Addressing the issue will also improve our economy. We know that when workers recover their unpaid wages, they're able to spend on their basic needs and continue to create wealth in our state. We are worried about this issue year after year. We testify to increase the positions, but the staffing has been in a consistent decline. We are concerned that we will lose even more of these inspectors due to contract agreements expiring and retirement of current inspectors, and that's a real issue that will be a concern. Members of organizations in our coalition are speaking today, and many of them have cases sitting at the Department of Labor unresolved or sitting in the courts without a settlement. These delays are not only an inconvenience. In many cases, these exploiting businesses, like Senator Kushner mentioned earlier, will file for bankruptcy and close before the workers are able to see a result of the investigations, which currently right now is taking about 10 months. So we really need this to happen. Because of this delay, the workers cannot get their money, and these abusive business owners continue to do business with another LLC and put honest businesses out of work in our state. So thank you for your support of this bill. I really hope that we can see it get through this committee and into the budget.
Thank you for your testimony. I love seeing your assistant in the background there helping you. I'm sure we all enjoyed that. And I want Representative Sanchez to imagine what it's going to be like in a few years for him. Thank you for your testimony. I don't see any hands at this time. I will say that I believe that we have gotten through the list of people that are here, but I would like to go back and just, first of all, Cameron, is there anyone in the waiting room?
At present, no one is in the waiting room who has not yet spoken.
Okay. So then I believe we have come to the end of this public hearing. I could read the names of the people that weren't here, but if no one's in the waiting room, I think that would just take up some time that I assume we're not going to be able to get folks in the waiting room in the next couple of minutes. So unless there's, I can tell you there's no one in the hearing room. I will confirm that. I don't think there's anybody in the building. There's a few people, but not many in the building today. But seeing no other members of the public who wish to speak, that concludes our public hearing for today. Do either Representative Sanchez or either of the ranking members, do you want to make any closing remarks? No? See, okay. Well, then we will see you all at the next Labor Committee meeting. Cameron, do you have anything you need to share with us?
Our next Labor Committee meeting will be at 10 a.m. in room 1D on Tuesday, the 11th.
Thank you very much.
Well,
Okay, we look forward to seeing you all then. Take care.